players you love the most don't get the support they deserve. That can be really frustrating. But today, we get the opportunity to shed light on a brand new opportunity with 60,000 Rand in cash up for grabs. 4 teams competing head to head. I am proud to be able to announce the MTNShift gaming experience welcomes Call of Duty to the inner circle, where the top 4 teams will be battling for their share of a massive prize pool. All the action will be presented to you live, and you can sign up right now at the MTNShift gaming landing page via acgl.gg/shift to get yourself registered and entered into the qualifiers. COD ZA, it's about time you get ready to go to LAN. You know, whenever I'm trying to figure out where my mom is or what she's up to, I just jump into a game of Call of Duty and I quickly find out.
Hello everyone and welcome to the MTNShift Gaming LAN Championship Sunday. My name is Trout, this is AR, and we are going to be bringing you the action live. And man, oh man, am I excited. How are you feeling this final?
Day number 2, we're hyped up over here. We have that energy because we know what is on the line over here. 60,000 Rand prize pool. 3 teams remaining, Trout, all battling for 30,000 Rand in first place.
100%, man, and we're going to be talking about that prize pool in general. First prize is 30,000 Rand, second 15, third is 10, and of course the Island boys who are sending it home, licking their wounds at 5,000. But still, you came here, you didn't leave empty-handed, and you showed up on LAN. Kudos to the boys from over east, I think northeast would be the best way to put it. Either which way, none of this wouldn't be possible without our beautiful sponsors. And who are they?
Of course, MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First. But Trout, here's the interesting thing. It's not just the players that have an opportunity to get something now, because we have just gotten word that everyone can actually participate in getting a 50,000 Rand PC. That's right, Trout. That's right. 50 bands.
Look at that.
Here's the thing. The PC giveaway happens on the 21st, ladies and gentlemen. There's a couple of ways you can get an entry. If you sign up for MTN Cloud Play, if you go and sign up for MTN Battle Pass, or if you go to an MTN in Canal Walk and spend 100 Rand or more, you get an entry. But also, we know that next week, 17th to 21st, there's another event happening here where you guys can go ahead and play some Beat Saber to go ahead and get an entry as well.
100%, and that is going to be taking place in the center court here in Canal Walk, so you don't want to be missing that. But having said that, we are here in the auditorium in Canal Walk, so if you're in the vicinity and you're over 18 and you have a 25 Rand burning a hole in your pocket right now, come and get involved in person. It is Championship Sunday. There are 3 teams left, and our first match is going to be an absolute banger. It is the winners finals, and it's going to be Fear versus Nixa.
No, absolutely. Let's go ahead and look at that Fear team, baby.
That is the team Fear. You can see No Solutions, Mage, Mix, and our coach. Only our coach is new to the LAN scene, but he has been putting in the work, and these guys, true to their emblem, have been reaping souls in the respawn. But man, oh man, on the other side of the stage is a monumental opponent, the 3-time LAN winners. Let's have a look at Nixa.
Like you said, the 3-time winners. And speaking of 3, they went 3-0 yesterday against TBK. And that was the result of pushing them into the lower bracket. Enigma, Magix, Adnan, Raz looking to go ahead and push on to that grand final, Truck.
100%. There is nothing but pure passion coming out of the pit today. As you can tell, these 2 teams are ready. But of course, we need to know where the battle is going to be taking place. We have the 5 maps and modes for you guys here. And out of all the games we've seen thus far, it's got to be this one where it's going to run the distance.
Oh, absolutely. Let's look at that maps because we are going back to back to Hacienda, baby, on that hard point and SND. We then move over to Protocol for a little bit of control back into those vaults, which we've seen a lot yesterday for another hard point, and then Dealership as that final SND.
100%. And we speak about how the teams that have been putting a lot of time both on stage and off, probably watching a bunch of the VODs, getting a lot of research in where they can, you tend to see the typical 3-lane maps coming out. And the only one that I would argue is truly a very, very different style of map would either be Protocol or Vault. The other ones, relatively straightforward. You play them correctly and you're going to be winning the map. But of course, Hacienda is where we're going to be starting things off here. Tried and tested map all the way back from Black Ops 4, and it just keeps on rearing its head because people tend to like a map that works very well.
And here's the thing, these two teams playing in front of a crowd here over in the auditorium, there's more eyes on them because Highborn keen to see who they are going to take on in that lower bracket finals as well later today. Here are our teams, ladies and gentlemen. Fear and Nixa locking in, getting ready to go onto that first Hacienda.
100%. You can see Adnan has adjusted his camera slightly. It's no longer forehead cam, so he's all locked in. Everyone right now ready to get involved. It is going to be a good day of Call of Duty. Nothing but straight faces. Everyone knows what's on the line. Of course, this is the winners' final, so whoever loses here still has the opportunity to make the run because they are waiting, or rather, Highborn is waiting for them in the wings. And we have crowd cam. Oh my goodness. Can we get a cheer from the crowd?
This is what I love about LAN. I love that you can hear the crowd, hear the energy, and now we have the camera to see them as well. And of course, like Trout said, if you guys want to be here live, $25 is all that you need. You can do it on acgl.gg, or you can just walk through the door and buy your ticket right here.
100%, and it doesn't necessarily have to be cash either, because you know, cash, that's tough. Right now, everything is tap, and you can go tap your way into the venue right now, but we are getting ready for map number 1. Let it be known, guys. What do you want to see from either of these two teams?
I want to see a map 5, straight off the bat.
Okay, fair enough.
I want to see a map 5. I want to see these guys outgun each other. I want to see those points be as close as possible. I want to see the passion behind these two teams pushing forward to get to that grand final.
100%, right. And let's talk about how we think Hacienda is going to play. I said on stream yesterday that the side of Nixa has to be one of the best fundamentals of Call of Duty, full stop, right? They get their rotations, they get their holds, and they're not afraid to pick up hardcore time. Whoever's closest will be the players that are going to be soaking their time. We saw a lot of players, especially from TBK, I know that we're harping on them quite a bit, but they would often go for the kill as opposed for the time. And again, at the end of the day, it's not kills that win you the map, it is points or rounds. And right now, these two teams are going to be going head to head. Both of them play at a very, very high octane, strong pace, where they're just going to be knocking each other, like running into a wall, banging heads, straight bang out. But whoever comes out on top is going to be the team that has already secured, at the very least, 15,000 rand.
No, absolutely. And that's what they're gunning for. They want to hold that trophy up. No one wants second place in an endeavor like this. They've been here. They're known as the best teams of COD, of Black Ops 6. That's why they are at this LAN. They want to walk away still solidifying that name, solidifying that title, and earning themselves that championship.
100%. But of course, we've got to give a little bit of kudos where it's due. We have a mix on the side of Fear. The man has got the highest kills on LAN at the moment, and he set that at the last event, which was here precisely a year ago. And I will often call him the professional cosplayer. We'll see him if we get into a Skyline in the grand finals. He actually makes a cameo on that map, but he does a very good job of playing Ukraine angles. And then we have Mage, the mechanical maestro himself, who can snake faster than my dad out of my life.
Now, interestingly enough, after that Highborn game yesterday, there was some words going around that there was a new kill record for some reason. I don't know exactly what the numbers was, but the rumors are 47. We'll try to figure that out later on, but that was what was going on between the teams of Highborn and TBK in the auditorium. But Hacienda, the fly through right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into our first hard point.
Hard point on Hacienda. First hill, always chaos. I always say if you can get more than 15 to 20 points on the hill, you're doing a fantastic job. And of course, these two teams are going to be banging out for as much time as possible because you cannot make a meal from scraps. So everyone is looking to take a big chunk out of every single hard point. But let's talk about the money hills. If you can chain together P2 to P3 and control those spawns, that already puts you at, what, 100-point advantage? And I don't know if we're going to see anywhere close to that kind of a disparity between these two teams, because obviously they are very evenly matched. This is the winners' finals. They are. I'm so excited. I hope everyone else in the chat and in the auditorium right now is excited. We'll be loading in a second. Can we have one more cheer as we load into map number 1, Hardpoint on Hacienda?
And the timer counts down. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both these teams gunning immediately over to that first point. And let's see who goes ahead and gets that first blood, gets that lead. We do see Mix over in the distance. Raz is going to be taken out as first blood.
Wow, 3 fall immediately for the side of Fear, not the start that they wanted. So time already being soaked up by the side of Nixa, and that is the kind of start. You see, they know the opening breaks, they know the routes. Oh, Mage almost gets a devious 2-piece, but he can't quite find it. He does indeed, and just like that, they trade back with 3 of themselves, and they are into the point. But remember, P2 spawns in the hands of Nixa, so that's what we're going to be playing for right now, is both teams battling out mid-map.
And that's what we're going to see throughout this entire series, the trades from these two teams. You know how we talk about these titans of teams? This is it right here, and neither one is going to give any leeway to the others. We now pass that 23 threshold mark on Fear, as they still remain on this last few seconds for that scraps, but point 2 is about to start.
Point 2 is about to start. There's going to be a bang out for the spawns. The first to fall is going to be none other than Magix and Boscar. So the start is there. Oh my goodness, it's going to be 3 down. That's going to be spawns secured on the pop. P2 in the hands of Fear. Perfect rotation. P1 to P2. Now they just need to weather the storm.
And this is the money that you were talking about. This is where that gap can come through. But Nyx is trying to not let that happen. You can see Magix now pushing through, getting an elimination over there. Adnan as well, but Mage just holding out angles, almost gets a second over there, but in that 2v1 situation is going to be tough. A little bit of a contest over on the point, but it's still looking all Fear.
All Fear for now, but the spawns have flipped out. But that actually may be a blessing in disguise, as they have gotten the opportunity now to go for the rotation. But Adnan finds 2, breaks the hill all by himself. But it is a 30-point difference between these two teams. And with scrap time still under hot contention, it's got to be Adnan who finds 5. And now it's off to the races. 10 seconds. We're going to see who's going to be getting set up for P3.
Beautifully done by Adnan, and we obviously are going to move that to that P3 right now. We do see that Fear already on it currently, but Nixa with the rotations coming through as well as we move over to that third point. Raz gets taken down almost instantly.
But the trade is just as quick. No solutions. The last man alive on the point. But on the pop, it is going to be the boys in white finding the first bit of time here. But you can see the spawns have flipped on out. And that is testament to how well this side of Nixa can play around each other. But it doesn't matter. It's going to be 3 down. Time still ticking over. And that is a little bit more control. There's no solutions. Close range, long range. It doesn't matter. The people from Nixa are falling like flies as the spawns now flipped once more for Fear.
Steady shot over there from Enigma. Too bad though that Fear and no solution managing to get that kill first. Now we do see Nixa go ahead onto the point in the last 17 seconds, but still a contest coming through from Fear, not letting Nixa get as much points as they would like from this third one. But 10 seconds means we're about to move very soon.
100% over to P4, onto the rock we go to see if they can build a steady foundation into the second set of rotations right now. But on the pop, again, it feels like rotations have consistently been won by the side of Fear, which means they get the majority of time, and it's just scraps being fed to Nixa right now. But of course, we can never count them out. As you can see, we have everything and a little bit more coming out from the boy Adnan, as he's going to go straight into the point, almost gets a kill, but his teammates are falling like flies. 3 will fall, more time being secured, 50 points between the two. Fear looking like they have a good control over the first set of rotations.
Breaking that 112 as well on the score. You talked about that 100-point difference. We might just see it here. Coach gets taken out though. Enigma now looking for a second. Cannot get it. Unfortunately, Magix taking out no solution over there. Magix does fall eventually to Mage. Contest comes through on the point. 118 to 49. But the time running out. 20 seconds left.
Man, what a bang out it has been. And it has been more trades going in favor of the side of Fear. As you can see, they have doubled the score like you said. Now with 10 seconds, we're going to our second set of rotations right now. And if you're in the shoes of Fear, you're smiling from ear to ear, because that is a pretty much perfect first set of rotations when you think about these two clashes of titans.
Absolutely. Magix falls over as well as we move over back to P1. Adnan's shot is just fantastic over there. Phenomenal. Here's another one. Almost gets taken out, but manages to duck down, stay alive for a little bit longer. Another point empty currently. We can see Enigma watching through, spots out where Mage actually is over there, prevents any points from coming through. It gets a second as well off the Assassin's Creed drop down. Cannot assassinate Enigma right now, and Enigma to be held.
100%, and that's going to be a bit more of a stabilizing gameplay, or a bit more stabilizing gameplay, excuse me, from the side of Nixa, as they managed to find the first bit of decent time for themselves on the map. but they're going to have to be playing for those P2 spawns. They have secured them for now, and they're going to be finding the scrap. So, stabilizing, stopping the bleeding, chipping away at that lead 1 point at a time right now. Nixa certainly beginning to wake up a little bit more on the map. But having said that, it's going to come down to P2, and this is where we got to see the two teams really battle it out and where Fear sort of running away with things. But at the moment, the rotational kills going in favor of Nixa.
We can see on the kill board as well, fairly even for both of these teams, so we can see those trades as Adnan forced no solution. Raz with a few shots as well. Points still taken by Fear over there, unfortunately does fall 143 to 96. Still a lot of time on this point as well, racking up that score. Still 30 seconds left as they break the 150 mark.
150 mark indeed, and that was way too easy of a break if we're being honest here for the side of Fear. They simply kicked the door down. FBI, open up. It's our point, and now they have left the rotations perfectly well as well, because they managed to flip out the spawns exactly when they need. They get 4 down, and they can take their time, relax as they find themselves a full 60 on P2. Fantastic stuff. They are keeping Nixa under 100 points now and continuing to grow that lead as they are already looking for the spawns. But having said that, it does look like the timings and the kills might just go the way of Nixa as they secure those close spawns, but no solutions. Finding 2 on the new hill, and he has been the man that you could turn to time and time again.
No solution on a 6-kill streak as well. Raz, though, with that flank, does manage to find one. You can see sliding around, tries to find a second, does find a second indeed. And now Enigma, trophy down, on the point currently. They break the 100 mark right now, but Fear have been locking down and locking out Nixa so hard, so fast, so easily, and they look to do it again on this point.
Well, they need to get the break first, and it's going to come down to a good set of trades, but of course they go the way of Fear. 3 down, into the point we go. Magic's last alive here to keep his team in this game right now, as it's going to be 200 points just about secured for the side of Fear. Magic's can't get the timing, and that's just going to continue to be doubles and triples, but the trades eventually stabilize, and it's going to go scrap time for Nixa. P4 about to pop, and for a change, it does look like Nixa is there first.
Yeah, they need this right now.
Having said that, dead.
They need that right now, but I mean, Fear's shots, the ability to break, like you said, and take this point by force that easily is absolutely phenomenal. And they just need a couple more points as well. They just broke the 210 mark over here right now. Challenged, 50 seconds left on this clock. They can just win it here.
They can win it here, and if they continue to get 4 down just like that, that is how you do it. Right now, Raz and company trying to push their way in through the front, but it's straight shooting fish in a barrel. You're going to be funneling, and the pressure is now on. 25 seconds needed, but finally, it's going to be the side of Nixa that stabilized. Get 3 kills, break on in, but you have to be thinking about the next kill, because it is only 25 seconds needed for the side of Fear. They are playing some fantastic Call of Duty, and they are absolutely not going to let them get the scrap time uncontested. You can see the shot from Mage still going in. Here comes the second set of contests, but holding strong for now is going to be Nixa, but no solutions. Finds 2, gets the scrap time. P1 about to pop, and the kills still working out here for Fear.
Nevermore has a more perfect game needed to be played by Nixa right now. A couple more seconds is all that is needed as we move over to that next point, and I mean, you gotta be holding out Fear here effectively right now. You can see Enigma on the point currently, getting those points up slowly. Finds one, looks for a second perhaps, but up top, the height advantage is gonna go ahead and draw that kill out. 10 seconds is all that is needed for Fear, but Nixa doing a fantastic job of slowing that down right now. They need to go ahead, manage to do this consistently, and manage to keep Fear off of it. But I mean, the shots from Mage just takes it out, and they're on the point one more time. 10 seconds and counting, ladies and gentlemen, for our first map. Hardpoint on Hacienda. Adnan says, no, not just yet. We're going to breathe a little bit longer.
3-piece for Adnan is going to keep them from going down map number 1. But remember, it is only 6 seconds needed. Very much winnable here on P1. But you can see maybe a bit of panic beginning to set in for the side of Fear. They want to close it out here, but they got to be careful. They got to be playing for those rotations, because you can see right now, the side of Nixa getting set up on next. Only 4 seconds. It's 1 break needed. This is going to be the most important set of kills on the map. Right now, the ball gets rolling. 160 to 247. Here comes Mage. Knock, knock. Who's there? Waiting for his teammates. That is the clinical play you need to see from the front we go. 2 will fall. Everyone from the side of Fear gets taken out. It's going to be Nixa holding strong for now, weathering the storm, wave after wave. They are staying in the game, but they still have a lot of ground to cover before they can close out map number 1.
Looking to make the comeback of the century over here. Those shots were hitting and they needed to hit from Enigma. Gets taken down eventually over there. Mix gets taken down on the other side as well. 30 seconds is what's left on the clock. 188 to 247, and that last 3 seconds being fought for, needed to be earned right now by Fear. I mean, look at the kills on the board. Look at how it spread. Adnan going ham as well over here, keeping them off that point, and they break the 200 mark.
They break the 200 mark, and they're going to be finding that scrap time uncontested, and you know the next hill is about to pop, and this is where you have to realize that perfect card is needed to be played right now. It's just Mage, but Mix is close range as well to help him out. The contest is in. Mage wins his one, but it's right there. Mage almost gets the second, but of course it's Adnan who comes out on top, but the break is in. 2 seconds. The contest is still going. 1 second. Map number 1 going the way of Fear.
What a game, Trout. I mean, Nixa did everything that they could over there to push to that point, almost with a comeback. But Fear, pushing hard, pushing strong, got that break at the right moment that they needed on that last point that we witnessed. Fantastically done.
I must admit, that was just perfect hard point. Through the middle of that map, you could see the side of Fear finding the kills, getting the breaks far too easily, in my opinion, for a team that is as good as Nixa, especially on land situations. But unfortunately, it looks like Magix and Raz having a very, very slow game. And that's exactly what you want to see from the side of the SMGs coming out of the boys at Fear, where they're going to be shutting down those ARs, and they just did exactly right. They choked out the ARs from the side of Nixa, and then they just ran from point to point to point to point, and they've toppled the Titans, and that's got them bleeding. You know, there's blood in the water right now, but we're going to a very different game mode, that being S&D. Same map, but we have to talk about the veteranship of the Nixa S&D. They went down 2 rounds in the S&D on protocol against TBK yesterday, and then they thought, right, okay, enough playing around. 6 straight rounds, ended the map 6-2. But goodness gracious me, what a start to our winners bracket final, with Fear taking map number 1.
And that's just map number 1 of today. That's the first game that we witnessed out. If that's what we're in for, we are in for a long day, brother. Need I remind you all that the grand finals is a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. And if these teams are playing like this, if these teams are giving it their all like this, guys, you guys need to come down to the auditorium because it's going to be lit.
It is insane right now. And of course, as the day goes on, we're going to see it start to fill up a little bit more, and that pressure is going to continue to mount. But again, doesn't seem like there is too much excitement either which way right now. Just calm. Another day in the office, and man, gotta give a huge shout out to the production team because we got additional camera angles. We've got cameras in the crowd. Goodness gracious me, what a good time to be here at Canal, brought to you by MTN, Red Dragon, Computer Mania, Toyota, and Carry First, guys. Wouldn't be possible without them, and it wouldn't be possible without you beautiful people watching both here in the auditorium and in the Twitch chat. So, map number 2, what are your predictions?
I think Nixa makes a comeback, yo. After what we saw yesterday with that 6-0 reverse, they locked in. They said, we're not losing a single one after this. We're focused up. Alright, you wanna go? Let's go. I think Nixa is going to take this one. I think we are going to go to that map 5. I think it's going to go a lot of back and forth over here. It's still early in the morning. Everyone's waking up still. It's the first game. First game of the day. Everyone needs to warm their hands up. Everyone needs to warm their memory up, their strats up. Everyone's going to lock in eventually over time. I think Nixa takes this one.
100%. But having said that, maybe Raz's woes are back to haunt him, because the last time I saw him do not so great on LAN, it was in the S&D. And I think he got 2 kills out of 4 S&D games, and that was just very clearly the other team targeting him. But ever since that, he sort of took it to heart and he became the S&D Reaper, and maybe he's going to continue that momentum going in forwards. But we still have to get ready for Hacienda. Same map, different mode. One thing that I want to see from both of these teams is actually planting that bomb, and that is something that you tend to see both of these teams do very, very well. Unlike the side of TBK and Highborn, as opposed to going for a bang-out TDM S&D, these guys play the strats correctly. They know how to work out the timings, and they've got the veteranship. They can make those on-the-fly decisions. And in a game mode like S&D, that is worth its weight in gold. If you can adapt as quickly as both of these two teams can, it's really anyone's game.
Absolutely. And speaking of Highborn, witnessing that game, what does Highborn actually be thinking right now?
Hey, I think that they've got a fire under their butts right now. That they wanna keep it going. They wanna feel that they are confident. But here we go, everybody. Map number 2. S&D on Hacienda. We have already seen that the side of Nixa can bleed. But will it all be for a drop of blood, or will this be where they start to fatally wound the side, the Titans, if you will? Having said that, we can never, ever, ever count out Nixa, because these guys always have something up their sleeve. It could be an ace, it could be both. 6 rounds of S&D, we never know. But map number 2, on its way, everybody.
What hype this is over here at Canal Walk, the auditorium, witnessing these players gun for that 60,000 Rand prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. 30,000 Rand for the first place winners. Of course, the title of champions as well. Lifting that trophy up, that is what they want. They want to solidify their names as the best in South Africa when it comes to COD, when it comes to Black Ops 6. But let's get into that search and destroy.
Okay, looks like we got the teams on the incorrect side. We will be going for a quick restart over here. Guys, just so you are aware, there is a bit of a technical difficulty within the game itself, specifically around S&D spawns. You can be getting HP spawns, and then you have to swap the sides. It's just a bit of a mess. It's the game that we play. We love it so very much, and of course, these are the things you've got to deal with. And on LAN, it does feel a little bit more tedious than most, but that's just the way of the road. We're going to get that lobby reset for you guys, and we'll be getting into the map. But man, now that we've got a bit of downtime, don't forget that next weekend there is going to be another Shift gaming experience right in the center court, where you guys can come and get involved. You can play some Beat Saber and maybe win yourself a 50,000 Rand computer. Or you can scan, if you're watching on PC, one of these 4 codes and
Hopefully
get yourself... Say again?
Hopefully they can pick that up.
I'm sure they can. Surely. That you guys can scan those, get entered. There are 4 additional ways that you can get entered, as opposed to playing Beat Saber here next weekend. What are they?
It's if you sign up for MTN Cloud Play, MTN Battle Plus, or if you go to an MTN here in Canal Walk and spend $100 or more. And $100 to get a chance to win a 50 grand PC.
Bro, I'm telling you, I take those out. You make that deal? I'll make that deal.
I'll make that deal. I mean, listen. You see these guys playing COD, maybe you just need the PC to play on the same level as them. You get the chance to win it over here with MTNShift Gaming Experience, Trout. Don't laugh.
No, Bro said you need a PC to play COD. Not true, but let it be known. Some players are equal, but more players are more equal than others.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing the best teams here over at the MTNShift Gaming Experience, brought to you by MTN, Toyota Computer Mania PC Builder, and Carry First, making all of this possible. 30,000 Rand is a lot of change for first place.
Man, you could buy several hundred chicken nuggies. Whew! Imagine how Mickey D's would be looking with the 30,000 Rand check. I'll walk in our cash holder at one time. I would like 1,000 orders of chips, please. That's how you do it.
Production, can we get some chicken nuggies over here for us?
If only I wasn't a vegan.
Can we get some vegan chicken nuggets for Trout?
Oh man, alright everybody, we're going to be loading in very shortly. They're obviously just trying to work out those technical difficulties, but I need to say thank you very much to everyone who's watching in the Twitch chat and everyone who is here in person. It is so nice to feel the emotion, just the ethos around LAN, and there is truly no other proving ground quite like a LAN, because online Call of Duty or online games in general, they always have that element of, ooh, he's this, he's that, can he do it on LAN when he has all the pressure? And I think that's exactly what the players want. They want to be able to prove themselves, and they are here doing it right now. And every one of these players, bar our coach, has done it before. And now with him taking up those reins on the horse, they seem to be riding over the sunset right now, because they are doing fantastic stuff.
It's the passion. We get to witness the passion live, and that's what it's all about. That's what esports is all about over here. And I'm just glad to just be a part of it on the commentary table. I mean, it's a blessing on its own to just be able to cast talent like this, witnessing them on stage, live in person, to go ahead and prove that they are the best teams in ZA, and of course TBK proving how well they can do as well. Fortunately, that 4th place, but they've still made a name for themselves throughout the COD side of things.
100%, and of course those people from down east, or northeast I suppose, all of the Island boys, we do appreciate them. They make a big part of the community. If you're ever wondering who you're going to find in ranked, it's absolutely going to be a reunion there. So they keep the game alive, and that is all we need right now. Of course, Black Ops 7 on the horizon. This is effectively the Call of Duty or Southern African champs right now, guys, and we're waiting to crown that title holder. And I think we're getting ready to go into map number 2 right now. You
Yeah.
can see everyone's just trying to figure out exactly where it is and what they're thinking. Do you guys think that that low-key... Oh, Enigma's staring into my soul there. I felt a little bit worried. Okay, it's all good, though. As we can see everyone getting a bit locked in. There's another crowd cam, everybody. We're going to see this auditorium fill up relatively quickly. And you can see Alexi. Alex, give us a wave.
No.
No, he doesn't want.
He doesn't want.
No, he doesn't want.
But that
He's
means that
too locked in.
Highborn's here to watch this live in person now. They're going to be taking their notes.
Yeah, well, they have to, right? They have to be taking those. Oh, you can see none other than Raz getting locked in. He's shooting bots. He doesn't want to get those hands cold. There's a lot on the line right now. Obviously, there is a bit of an issue with the lobby, but we're going to get it sorted out as soon as possible. Goodness gracious me. Sorry, guys, for the delay. It is totally out of our hands. You can see Raz getting that final play again. Bro's got it going. He doesn't even need any sights on his weapons. Iron sights the way. Adnan, can you give us a smile? They probably can't hear us. It'd be kind of unfair if they could, but either way, it's looking pretty good right now. And again, production doing a fantastic job that we have all of these camera angles. Man, I just cannot keep harping on about how much fun LAN is.
Do we think production ever gets any sleep if they keep on cooking up things like this? I mean, look, we got like these cameras working as always. The audience cam, I think we have 2 audience cameras going on with different angles at least, showing everyone at home why they should be here in the auditorium experiencing this live. Do we think they get any sleep?
I think sleep is for the dead, and that's how they live. They live on pure vibes and straight adrenaline. Especially when you have something. Is that you? Okay, El Gaming's pointing at himself and saying, "That's me. I work on straight vibes right now." Okay, it looks like we're finally getting something going. And maybe there is a bit of PC issues around Enigma's PC there, but that is just unfortunately one of the things that happens on LAN. But again, I appreciate each and every one of you guys watching in the chat and in the auditorium. It's nice to see some familiar faces and hopefully some new faces. We get to see some new people putting their eyes on the Call of Duty scene here in. Oh, looks like a restart came through.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see that yesterday as well, where Battle.net did crash on these PCs as well. So issues here and there, it can't be helped. It's LAN. It's COD. Things always happen like this. We just have to roll with it. We just have to push through it and get it fixed as fast as possible, because these players, they don't want to be waiting around either. The longer that they wait, the colder that their aim gets. They need to stay warm up there, which is why we saw Daz warming up.
Yeah, well, Raz doesn't want to get cold, like you said.
Yeah.
He wants to be the man to make it happen, the human turret, if you will. I just love seeing everyone get comms from the coaches or from the admins. Everyone's just like turning their heads, you know, and they're checking if there's a BMW driving behind them to make sure that they have their indicator on. That kind of information is key when you're playing COD.
Absolutely. And of course, all the fans here, all the fans watching, this is why we do these things. None of it would be possible without you. This is why we get these sponsors to create these prize pools, to push these teams even further, even better, to go ahead and participate in things like this, keeping esports growing always. Because like we saw, we have TBK, Reunion Island players coming through for the first time for a South African LAN. That just expands it more and more for esports.
100%. The amount of people that have showed up here, both internationally and locally, is fantastic. Right, guys, we're going to get this technical difficulty sorted out for you. We're going to jump to a quick intermission. We'll be right back after this. Michael trying to make it happen, but he gets traded into... Hello everyone and welcome back. Looks like the technical difficulty has been sorted out. We're going to be loading in any second now, but I have a fun fact for you.
Oh.
Did you guys know that humans are the only animals that have chins?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
had to check. I had
Welcome.
to double check. I had to double check. And on that note, Hacienda, search and destroy. No correlation whatsoever, but we're here for 60,000.
I'm going to be scratching my chin the whole
Are you?
Yeah,
You
100%.
think their chins get itchy while they're playing? And they have
100%.
to-
You've got to be pondering like the thinking man.
That's how you get the strats out, because we are going into SND. That's where the strats need to play a part. Fear versus Nixer. Fear taking that first point, that first map over in Hardpoint. Again, it was on Hacienda, a back-to-back Hacienda. Now we move on to SND. Strategy is going to play in. I still have my money on Nix over here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are the veterans when it comes to S&D specifically. They always have such insane gameplay, especially when it comes to timings and trading each other. And like I said yesterday on stream, I don't know of a better team than Nixer that play their life in S&D, because of course there's no respawn. It is first to 6 in rounds, and straight up you have to be able to play your life like it is worth its weight in gold, and they do it so well. They always use the clock to their advantage, and as a result they tend to convert rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that 6-0 comeback, or 6-2 I should say comeback, losing 2 rounds in the first 2 in a row, and then just coming back, taking that map immediately, locking in, not giving any room for error. Looking to do that again here. Of course, this is the winners bracket. This is going to determine who goes to the grand final and who moves down to that lower bracket, where Highborn is waiting, trying to get back into it. One more opportunity to get to the grand final.
100%. Alright everybody, we are now officially loading in. Second time is the charm. Hopefully we have the spawn sorted out. Hopefully we got Enigma's PC all sorted. There was a bit of an issue when it came to comms, if I understand correctly, but we should be right as rain right now getting into this map. Who are we going to see draw that first blood? Is it going to be Adnan, because he tends to just point in the direction of the enemy when he gets those kills?
I mean, that's very true. We've seen Adnan get the first kills quite often as well, and of course communication, you need to fix that area, especially for SND. You need to be able to have those strats keep the flow going, have no interruptions whatsoever, so hopefully we have gotten that fixed. But Hacienda, let's talk about it. What's the strats around here for SND?
Because I would say A is significantly easier to get to in terms of timing, but it is much harder to defend because there's so many angles. We're just going to have to wait and see where they bang it out, and they're going to try and figure out exactly which site they want to attack. And it looks like we actually got the reset. Sorry guys, we're going to have a quick reset here. Another issue here when it comes to loading in will be sorted out in just a moment.
It's just SND that we get this, so
yeah.
Once we get this fixed, ladies and gentlemen, it should be smooth going for the rest of it. But I mean, SND a little bit wonky here and there, to be expected. But other than that, smooth sailing so far. I mean, yesterday was an absolute blast. The first day of the MTNShift gaming experience for COD over here. The turnout was fantastic as well.
No man, you love that. You love to see the people coming in supporting the games that we love, and especially one that sort of flies under the radar for the majority of the year, and then we have like 2 events and everyone's like, oh man, we should definitely have more of those events. And then everyone's like, oh damn, it's COD, and then it's just like under the radar again, but then it comes back, always makes a resurgence, and that is just testament to the community, right? They always show up. There's nothing that you can do that will disparage the Call of Duty scene here in South Africa. I feel like they are consistently, between them and CSGO, these guys will always show up, and I have to appreciate that. I have to give the side of Call of Duty a massive, massive shout out for that.
And of course, speaking of shout outs, we have to give a shout out to MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First. Guys, next week, 17th to the 21st, we have a giveaway going on at the MTNShift Gaming Experience. If you guys just go and play Beat Saber, if you guys go and sign up for MTN Cloud Play, if you guys sign up for MTN Battle Plus, or you go to an MTN in Canal Walk and spend 100 Rand or more, you will get an entry for a 50,000 Rand PC. Absolutely wild, and that's happening all of next week, 17th to 21st, but you can get your entries in now.
You can get your entries in right now by scanning those QR codes if you are watching on your desktop. But as well, 100 Rand at MTN. We were speaking about if you'd make that deal. I'd make that deal.
I'd make that deal. I would absolutely make that deal in a heartbeat. If there's that chance to go ahead and get that, absolutely fantastic. And Of course, speaking of cash, you guys can come down over to the auditorium. 25 Rand is all that it costs for a ticket. You can book your ticket on acgl.gg or just walk through the door. If you have a card, cool. They even have machines over here. Just tap and pay. Go for it. Get in the auditorium. This is Championship Sunday. This is the final of the COD section for the MTNShift gaming experience here at the auditorium in Canal Walk.
Absolutely, and of course when we get back into it we go super excited. It's sort of like a hurry up and wait situation. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, but it looks like Mr. Coach is also having a few technical difficulties. But of course guys, it is LAN, you got to be able to roll with the punches. If we could get an update from production exactly what's going on. Okay. So we are just trying to sort out what the comms issue is on Enigma's PC, and then we'll be loading into the game very, very shortly. I tell you what guys, I think we're going to cut to a quick break, and the next time we come back we'll be loading straight into map number 2, Hardpoint, SD on Hacienda.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we've gotten that technical difficulties sorted out. AR and Trout still on the mic over here for the winners bracket. Day number 2, Championship Sunday of the MTNShift Gaming Experience Black Ops 6 Experience.
Hopefully this is third time the charm as we're loading into Hacienda S&D, guys. We've had a pretty rocky road getting up here. We obviously know that the first map went the way of fear in this winners bracket final. Right now, everyone has had a good amount of time to relax, talk to the team. Maybe they've sorted out their mental and they're going to be coming back with a vengeance, both sides. But we spoke about how important this S&D is for the Knicks because nobody wants to go down 2 maps in quick succession. But having said that, it's so difficult to rule out Knicks altogether in S&D. They are just so good. But right now, hopefully we have all of the spawns and everything sorted out. We have the comms sorted, and it will be nothing but a straight bang out here on Hacienda S&D.
I mean, we saw it on that first map as well for that hard point. Knicks are making that comeback, pushing their score up to 203. Losing to 250 over there. They made a massive comeback. They broke that 200. They put pressure on Fear. But we are in S&D, baby. Let's go.
And it is now officially loaded in, and we're going to see how that first blood is going to materialize in a second. Normally a straight bang out. Obviously, guys, our commentary will change up a little bit from being positional. First blood drawn, but the trade instant. 3v3, and Mage finds 2.
3v2 is where we stand at right now. Advantage in numbers for Fear. No solution, and Mage now lost life. Actually, Mage goes down as well. No solution. The last one to take on Magix and Raz, ladies and gentlemen.
The 1v2, no solutions. Thanos himself maybe looking to get a bit of a snap and evaporate these 2 players. But of course, you've got to try and isolate them as best you can. I think you got a bit of information there, but not 100% certain. Oh, the timing is in. Gets away with his life now. A clean 1v1, but the body is not quite healed up enough, and it's going to be Raz who gets the kill, securing first round for the side of Nixa there, guys. Let it be known that this is not a glitch. We have to do the first round with the bomb fully detonating, so this gives the teams a little bit more time to maybe get a couple of comms through, figure out exactly what they want to do. But that came down to the wire. 1v1, almost clutched up there by no solution, but again, the shot's just a little bit too crispy from Nixa, and you can see they got a little bit of confidence behind them. And I'm going to be honest with you, it looks like Adnan has got Barbar Black Sheep on his head.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Raz sliding over there, getting that 2 streak as well in that first round, pushes up Nixa to that 1 point for it. This is actually what they need right now. They need to keep that momentum. I mean, we saw yesterday how they lost 2 in a row, and then they found their momentum. They found that ball rolling, and then they went 6 rounds in a row to go ahead and take it, to go ahead and take the S&D against TBK. It's exactly what they need to do here right now.
Well, they don't want to start off by doing exactly what TBK did and go up 2 rounds and then the side of Fear decides to lock in. I think they want to go straight 6 rounds. But that's a good start. Came down to a 1v1. Definitely winnable here. Raz finds himself 2 in the round as he clutched up in the end. But now on attack, it is going to be the boys from Fear.
We move through, ladies and gentlemen, round number 2 of our S&D. Who is going to be drawing that first blood in this round, as both teams now, they start their movement, they start pushing in, and they start trying to find where that first blood could possibly be. We do see Enigma spot out an opponent as well over there. I believe that was Mage. Yes, it was. Did not get the kill on Mage, so Adnan also spotting out an enemy and a couple of shots fired.
Well, that's going to be first blood now drawn, and the bomb is down. Check the wrong corner. You shall be paid for with blood. Now a 2 versus 4, make it a 1 versus 4. Almost a perfect round here from the side of Fear. It's just Enigma left in 1 versus 4. And if there's anyone who's going to be able to get this clutch, it's going to be him. But he has got a lot of ground covered. You can see Mix playing with his food right now. Shots raining across the board, down to 73 HP and a dream as he gets taken. And I know we got some. You like that? You like that?
On land, dude.
On land is absolutely criminal.
I mean, look at the smiles on the boys' face. They know that that's a clipping moment right there. They know that moment's going to be on socials later.
Oh, man. You like that? They asked the questions. They are providing answers right now. It's a little bit of a party in the corner there, and they answer back with a perfect round of S&D.
What a sight to see, Trout.
Indeed.
What a sight to see on our second map of the day. We still have so much action to come through, but let's get in on that third round of S&D.
Third round of S&D, 1 apiece right now, and answering back relatively quickly was the side of Fear, and with a little bit of dramatic flair. I don't think we're ever going to top that. That might actually be the best clip I've ever seen on LAN, and have to respect the boys at Fear having a good time while playing. Man, huge shout out to them right now. On attack is going to be the side of Nixo. A lot of damage across the board, but no one to fall as of right now.
Big shot over on that now, taking down to 35 actually over there. Quite low, has to have a little bit of a reset, back up, get the mental back in and figure out what to do next. But again, the methodicalness of SND playing through, especially in this winners bracket as well. Both these teams wanting to go to that grand final. Couple of nades and stuns going out there, but all denied.
That is enough damage done, information found. That is going to be a lot of positional players now beginning into position, rather. And now bomb down on B, 4v4 on the retake.
Still a 4v4, no first bloods as of yet. Mage getting shot at, taken down as well. On the HP slide in by Mix, finds one. Looking to go ahead and move in with the team, finds another over there. Numbers dropping, it's all up to Magic that's left in a 1v2. Oh! Gets one, almost gets the second, but Mix is going to go ahead, hit that defuse with plenty of time left, and get another point on the board.
Oh man, that came down to him having a little bit more ammunition in his SMG, and he could have made it happen right there. But of course, the trade's a little bit too quick from the side of Fear, and proving Captain Price right there. It's definitely quicker to switch to your secondary than go for the reload. But that was very close. It was a straight pistol whip bang out. I actually think if he got hit once there, Mikhail would have gone down.
That was insane to witness. I mean, that shows you the pressure that is on these teams right now. That shows you the passion of what they're playing for. It comes down to the wire like that. We didn't get a first blood until the bomb was planted.
Literally, it was a 4v4 retake, and that is something you actually have to commend from both of these teams. They both managed to get the bomb down without losing a single player, and it was bomb down, converted, and then bomb down, not converted for the side of Nixers. That's 2 straight rounds here for Fear, as it's currently 2-1.
2-1 indeed. We are going to get that first. That's going through a clean wipe out for Nixa. Just like that. We talk about the bomb being planted. How about the numbers dropping?
Blink and you'll miss it. A perfect round answer back, not losing a single player. Raz finds 2, and so does Adnan. Quick and thick into the fray. Instant round. That felt like it was like a 10-second round.
That was flawless. That was absolutely flawless right there. And we're tied up just like that. Switching sides one more time, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the action that you can expect to see at the MTNShift Gaming Experience. Come on down if you're watching this online. Tickets $25 in the auditorium in Canal Walk. Let's get into the next round.
Next round, indeed, it is currently 2 apiece. Looks like we're playing ping pong with the rounds, as both of these teams not really taking control in the S&D, trying their best to see what they can do right now. And of course, on attack, going to be Nixa, just trying to find out what information they can throughout the map. And I don't know if there's going to be anything to help them out there. That is information gained. Of course, utility is so useful here in S&D. Bomb now down again, 4v4 on the retake. We get to see the streak come in, a little RC car, but that is not going to give them anything. No way, he almost gets that kill, but Adnan is there to convert it. And all of a sudden, it is Mix left in a 1 versus 4, make it a 1 versus 2, still alive for now.
Still so doable over here in this 1v2. A little bit of damage comes through on Adnan, but the slide through, the shots, just a little bit better. That timing comes through to go ahead and get another round.
Man, you have to respect that reach all there coming out of Enigma, I believe it was. He fears no evil, gets tagged. No, it was Adnan, rather. Doesn't even wait for his heart to regain at least a little bit of a steady beat. He's straight back into the fight, and that is going to be 2 rounds for the side of Nixa as they take the lead, 3-2.
Beautifully done, and this is what we were talking about. Once they get that momentum rolling, they can just go for it, and it's what they need to tie up those map scores. 3-2 is where we stand as we get into the next one. Nixa on defense.
Nixa on defense, indeed. And if you're wondering what a team looks like when they're firing on all cylinders, you can look at both sides of the stage right now because they are playing very, very well. It always comes down to the wire. Mix gets tagged up, but Coach is actually there to draw the first blood. Oh my goodness, what's this time going to look like? Oh, I thought it was going to be 2K there, but it's now a 1v1 again. It's coming down to these trades every single time. Adnan versus Mix.
We are going to see a plant. The plant will go through as well in this 1v1 Mix. Adnan, both trying to go ahead and get those points, both trying to carry their team to that 30,000 Rand first place prize, to the championship of best for COD ZA here at the MTNShift Gaming Experience. A little bit of a feeling out process, but there's only 20 seconds left on that timer. You can see both players just trying to figure out, and Oh, no corner checking is going to mean that Fia is going to get that one.
Well, to be fair, that is the single most off angle I have ever seen somebody sit in SD. I would not in 1,000 years think to check there, and of course it works out for him. Mix doing what he does best, trying to find where the cheese is hidden on the map, and he does exactly that, gets the kill and converts the round. Came down to a 1v1, but Fia even it up at 3 apiece.
I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to expect the unexpected, especially when there's that 30k on the line as we switch sides one more time, getting back into the next round. Nixa on attack.
Man, it really is a straight game of round for round right now. These guys are showing that there is no one who is able to find a stable footing other than maybe First Bloods. I don't know who's gotten more, but here comes the bang out in the mid-map as per usual, yet to be drawn. Both of these teams actually doing a very fine job of working out the timings very well, but it's actually going to be Fastcar who draws the First Blood, but no solutions, answering back 3v3. It is absolutely whoever can get those kills quicker tends to win the round.
The numbers just dropping like flies. Trade for trade, 1 for 1 immediately for both of these teams, and this shows you why they are considered the best in ZA for Call of Duty. As the time slowly ticks down, 3 lives apiece, 3v3 situation is where we stand. Of course, Nixa looking to go ahead and get that plant. Fear looking to go ahead and get the lead over on that points right now and keep the map score lead.
Well, with just over 30 seconds to work with, the pressure beginning to mount here for the side of Nixas. They know they've got to get that bomb down relatively soon, but it is still a 3v3 bomb now planted on A, so that's going to be ringing the dinner bell, but you can see the setup already beginning to form here for Nixa, but the retake has to be perfect, and timings, of course, are going to be there. What's it going to look like? It works out for Magic's First Blood not drawn on the retake. It's currently a 2 versus 3.
2v3, and this is what Nixon needs to go ahead and get that points up. They have the momentum. They need to keep the momentum rolling. They need to go ahead and make it a 1v1 on the total score. Diffuse coming through. A few shots as well. We do see Enigma take down Coach over there. 15 seconds is all that is left in the 3v1 situation. Mage, the last alive. And yeah, this round looks like it might go to Nixa. It surely should. No time to actually go ahead and defuse.
I have to respect the pre-fire there, but like I said, playing your life, being able to work that clock to your advantage is something that the side of Nixa does very, very well. And they convert the round and take the lead again, 4-3.
Beautifully done as well. And you can sort of see that they're locking in. They've warmed up. And they're looking to go ahead and give us an absolutely phenomenal series over here for our first one of the day. Remember, this is just the winner's bracket. We still have the losers one to come up, where Highborn's waiting to face one of these teams. And then, of course, that grand final best of 7 to determine the winner of that 30k, the winner of that trophy, the winner of that title as we get into the next round.
The good old-fashioned bragging rights are worth their weight in every little ounce of silver and gold right now. No one wants to play second. It's because the bragging rights are there! Mage with the First Blood, but is traded instantly. 3v3. Bomb yet to go down, but that is a lot of information now gained. They know that something should be brewing around the A side. And exactly right. Bomb now down. 3v3.
Peekaboo action going through, and a trade off immediately as Bomb does get planted. Adnan gets 1. Now a 3v2 gets taken out by Coach, and again, trade for trade going through. Shots being heard, positions being given away, no solution. The last one left alive. As we can actually see a defuse come through, no solution. Cancels that immediately, and playing this height, peeking through, just jiggle peeking this opening, this window to go ahead and waste the time of Nixa right now. We do see the climb up, no solution. Gets a few shots in there. I mean, playing time so beautifully over here. Raz, though, gets the kill, but there is no time.
I was talking about playing your life and how important it is, shown beautifully by No Solutions there. It was truly a game of whack-a-mole, peekaboo, whatever you want to call it, backwards and forwards, played his life, got the clock down, and converted the round. But it also came down to the wire there.
Yep.
Another 1v2 situation makes the read, and that is something that is so tough because you have to trust your teammate. You know, you're running out of time, you get one of your players on the bomb, you have to hope that you don't get weird timing to get that denial, and that's exactly what happened there. No Solution answering back, and of course Fear evening the playing field at 4 apiece.
And notice how many times we've gone down to the timer as well so far, Trout. These teams know exactly what they're going up against, who they're going up against, and they're playing it absolutely perfectly. As we get into the next one, First Blood being drawn as Raz goes down. No Solution gets taken out for the trade as well, which puts us in that 3v3 very early on.
Good set of trades here, but aggression now being put out for the side of Nixa. But this timing may just work out perfectly for them depending on how this retake is beginning to form. Oh my goodness, there it is. Magic's with the pinch, gets the blood, and now it is a 3 versus 2.
Mage, Mix, the last ones left alive for Fear, currently looking to go ahead and take the lead perhaps again. Such an even search and destroy we've had so far. Spots out, fires through the door, but gets one. Could not get any of the other two over there, which puts Mage all alone in this 2v1, but gets one. So winnable for Mage. Backs up immediately, gets the reset. Last alive, 30 seconds on that timer.
30 seconds and counting. The pressure is on to Magix as he's got to get that bomb down, and Mage knows it. And with 19 seconds, he knows that there isn't a lot of time for the rotation to come on through. And as a result, bomb now down on the side of B. The 1v1 about to ensue. But with getting that bomb down is going to be actually excellent. But I think they saw each other there. And the shots are in. Mage! There's no evil for the child. But I was talking about how important it is to play your life. 28 seconds and counting. We are playing hunt and catch. What, cops and robbers?
Cat and mouse, name whatever you want. That's what we're seeing right here, and time being the third factor over there. 17 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Do we think, Trout? Do we think? No, we do not think that happens at the last moment. What was that? A second or two?
Like 1 second off, and pros don't fake. You have to respect him for attempting that. It could have gone a different way, but again, Magix checks at the perfect opportunity. And I think we actually need to start talking a bit more in those situations, because I think it got a little bit too quiet. That's a kind of a tough one. But either way, that puts Nixa on map point right now. 5-4. Will we see the round 11?
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to give away too much in situations like that, just in case there is something that we say that is audible. But 5-4 is where our score is. Potential last round here. Nixa looking to go ahead and close it out, get that scoreboard looking as a 1-1. We're waiting that first blood, as always, on Hacienda.
Well, the bang out through the mid-map yet to ensue. But again, you can see both teams now playing it very, very methodically. Not as chaotic as the starts have been thus far, but I think that is just because there is all the pressure in the world on these two teams. Oh my goodness, I think that is actually the perfect spot there for the bomb plant. Foscar misses it on the pixel peak, but it doesn't matter. Now the bomb down, 4v4 on the retake. Here comes the vroom vroom little Karaki, but not able to find anything, and it's going to be Mitch who draws the first blood. Adnan gives away his position. Now the retake is on, and the collapse about to come on through. What's this timing going to look like? It's going to be there, but it's all of a sudden none other than Magic Factor 1 versus 3, but he can't find the kills. And round 11 is on the horizon. 5-5. Again, ping pong in terms of rounds, and that could have gone either which way, but the setup just a little bit too strong for Fear.
They love just taking us to a best of one. They love it. They absolutely love it. We go to that round 11 where we will determine a winner here no matter what for this SND. Nixa, Fear, even in almost every play that we've seen over here, dominating round for round in this SND, and this is just the second map of the series. Who's going to take away this point? Will it be 2-0, or will we be tied up as 1-1 as we await that first blood?
100%. One round to rule them all on attack. It is going to be a terrible stun. It feels like J coach is on the map, not our coach right now, but it doesn't matter. We are moving. First blood yet to be drawn. And still, the 4v4. How is it going to work out? Can they replicate what was happening a little bit earlier? But this time the adjustment is in. First blood now drawn. Enigma is there to get the kill. And that is going to be slight advantage in favor of Nixa.
That's the thing. That's the key of it. Learning from past errors. Didn't have the pixel angle last round. Has it for this one. Bomb will be planted in this 4v3 situation. Nixa with the man advantage right here, right now. The final round, ladies and gentlemen, with 30 seconds left on that timer. Adnan finds one, looks to find a second, cannot get the full kill on that. 28 seconds is all that's left. Mage as well now pushed up. Lost alive, but gets taken out. And Nixa go ahead and get the SND.
And you can see it means the world to them. One round is what the difference was. 6-5, a real nail biter. But it came down to that first blood coming out here for the side of Nixa. And then they converted it. Great stuff there. Huge, huge kudos to the side of Nixa, evening it up at one apiece, and that is exactly what you expect out of these two titans here. And of course, guys, that is going to be map number 2 now sorted. And what a grueler it was.
And we absolutely called it too with Nixon making that comeback. Did we think it was going to be that close though, round for round, where we even had plants where all 8 members on that stage were still alive? No, we didn't, but we knew that it was going to be one for the ages, and now we find ourselves in that 1-1 scoreline.
1-1 scoreline, nice and even Stevens going into map number 3, which is going to be control on protocol, and we know how devastating that spawn trap can be. Obviously, guys, it is now between map 2 and 3, so if you want to go and grab yourself a refreshment, go hit the bathroom. Now's the time to do it. We'll be right back with map number 3, protocol control.
Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. The MTNShift Gaming Experience Black Ops 6. First place 30,000 Rand is what these three teams are competing for. We are currently in the battle between Fear and Nixer. We still have Highborn waiting to see who they have to take on to get back into that grand final opportunity.
100%. And if you guys have just joined in, my name is Trout. This is AR. We are going to be the ones bringing you the action all day today. This is the first match, like you said, Fear versus Nixer, and it is currently 1 apiece in map count. First map going the way of Fear, 250 to 203, and then 6-5 in the S&D. Round 11 going the way of Nixer. So in terms of being a straight bout, back to back, as close as it gets, this is what we are expecting from the winners bracket final. And we're going over to map number 3, Protocol Control. And in my opinion, this is the single hardest map to get out of the spawn trap in Black Ops 6 at the moment.
No, absolutely. And when we have two titans like this, it's going to be a showdown. It's going to be one for the ages. I won't even be surprised if we get to that decider again over here for Control. And then, of course, we do go to Vault on Hardpoint if for the next one. And then Dealership, Search, and Destroy, ladies and gentlemen. A long day of Call of Duty action here at Canal Walk, at the auditorium. And there's even little ways for you guys to go ahead and get stuff. For example, next week, the action's still continuing over here for the MTNShift Gaming Experience, where you guys can win a 50,000 Rand PC courtesy of MTN. And all you got to do is see these QR codes. You can sign up for MTN Cloud Play, MTN Battle Plus, or go to any MTN in Canal Walk and spend 100 Rand or more to get an entry. On top of that, next week there's going to be Beat Saber and FC, and if you guys play Beat Saber, you can get an entry as well for that PC, all happening from the 17th to the 21st, but you can get your entries in now.
100% early bird catches the worm when it comes to gaming PCs as we load on in to map number 3. No rest for the wicked. Nice speedy turnaround here into Protocol Control. Whoever gets defense tends to have a slight advantage. This is one of the few maps where I would strongly argue that it is 98% defender orientated, but you can't ever count anyone out. One clean sweep allows you to capture a point. And of course, guys, if you are new to Call of Duty and you want to know exactly how Control works, it's super simple. It's like a good hybrid between S&D, HP, and a little bit of domination. There are 2 points on the map, 1 team attacking, 1 team defending. There are 30 lives per team, so it's got a little bit of non-respawn added into it. And the idea is to catch all 6 ticks, 3 per point. Oh, that's good time. We're having a quick lobby restart, so I have more time to explain exactly how it works. And then once you get into the total of 5 rounds, it's first to 3. If you get into a round 5, the team with the highest number of ticks gets defense, or if the ticks are even, it becomes the highest team with kills. So there are multiple ways to skin a cat, and right now this is where we're going to be looking to see how we can do it on the Control and Protocol. We're just having a quick reload as we do. It is always something, but that is okay. We got to roll with the punches. And in the meantime, I got to give a huge shout out to all of the sponsors that made this absolutely possible. MTN, Computer Mania, Red Dragon, and of course Toyota and Carry First and Computer Builder.
Yeah.
No, that's
PC Builder.
PC Builder, sorry.
Yeah.
PC Builder, you guys make it possible. And all you guys watching in the chat and in person, wouldn't be possible without you guys. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you to ACGL for hosting such a beautiful event.
Absolutely. You guys should get down your 25 Rand a ticket to get into the auditorium for today at Canal Walk. We had a blast yesterday as well with the starting brackets, and as well as the elimination game where we got to see Highborn make their way back into the fray, sending TBK unfortunately home in that 4th place with 5,000 Rand. And now they await to see who exactly they are going to take on to sort of solidify and secure their spot in that grand final. But I mean, from what we've seen so far, Trout, that's going to be one hell of a game. That's going to be a fight for all in that lower bracket.
We can see now we've got a couple of game resets coming through here. You should be getting into it very soon. It looks like everyone on the side of I believe, yeah, that is going to be Fear. Had to get into the game once again. Of course, this is LAN. You got to take the technical difficulties on the chin, but we'll be loading in very shortly, and soon the grand prize shall be awarded. We have another 2 games of Call of Duty, and we can actually have a chat about the previous games that we saw yesterday. First game was Fear versus Highborn, and that went the way of Fear in the end, 3-1, only going down in the S&D. It does look like the S&D is where they need to do a little bit of work, but having said that, 6-5 to Nixer, absolutely a very, very close game. Then it went over to a Nixer versus Fear, Nixer versus TBK, where they took them out in dramatic fashion in a good old 3-0.
A 3-0, and we got to witness a little bit, and we hear the fans actually over there. cheering on at cheering the games to start up a bit quicker. But we got to see a little bit of TBK, of course, the Reunion Island, the island players coming through over here for their first time at the ZA LAN. And they put on a showing. They have that aim. They have the potential for future years to come to go ahead and dominate. They actually went ahead in SND, got 2 rounds flawlessly, but then Nixa came back. They locked in and got 6 rounds in a row. And a 3-0 sweep to eliminate or to push TBK down into that elimination game where they unfortunately got taken out by Highborn in a 3-2-1. And what a close set of scores that was for the elimination game.
Yeah, it was a 3-1, but I suppose that's not a real true testament as to how close the matches were. They came down to the HP for them to force the round 5, but unfortunately they didn't have enough ice in the veins. They couldn't clutch it up. And they are going to be the first team eliminated. They have at least gotten away with 5,000 Rand, enough to cover at the very least a couple of those flight tickets back home to the island known as Reunion. But either way, guys, it seems like there is a bit of a bigger technical issue right now. We're going to go to a quick intermission. We'll be right back after this. Hello everyone and welcome back after a long and treacherous, slow and rocky road. We are back and map number 3 is now about to start. Control on Protocol. Let's see if we actually get into the game. Super excited. Hopefully we've got all of the PC issues sorted out for the time being and going forwards. My name is Trout, this is AR Gaming, and we are bringing the action to you live here in the Canal Walk Auditorium. Please, if you're in the area, come and say hello.
Absolutely, and to refresh the memory, our current score is 1-2-1. Fear against Nixa in the winning bracket. Fear taking that first round of Hardpoint 250 to 203. Very close games. And then even closer in that SND where Nixa took the win 6-2. Pushing us to our third map here. Like Trout said, Protocol Control. Let's get into it.
Well, it looks like we got the colors might be wrong, but that is okay. We are at least in the game and we are playing. Let's make it happen right now. It is currently Fear versus Nixa. On attack, it is going to be Nixa, which means the slight advantage in the back pocket here for the side of Fear.
Absolutely. Early shots coming through as well, as we do see No Solution take down Enigma over there. And starting to go ahead with that tick over on B as well. A little bit of a contest for just a second. And Mix also looking for this opportunity to find some shots, more kills in that kill feed as well.
100%. We're still pretty much even in terms of lives, and now we get to see our first little bit of progression maybe coming through here. But look at Coach. Coach has got the flank. He's going to get the kill, and this is where I was talking about. Oh my goodness, we are trying to take out our teammates. You hate to see that. Enough of the tweaking on the stage has evened it out, but still, it does actually look like we have a couple of disconnects.
Yeah. Unfortunately, so tech issues still happening over here. We will get that fixed out. I mean, you hate to see it, especially when both these teams just want to get into it and get to that grand finals, a little step closer to that grand finals as well.
100%. I think we all want to get into it at this point, and not me accidentally kicking the camera. But of course, guys, as soon as we are ready, I promise you we'll be getting back into the game. I'm so sorry to send it to another intermission, but we'll be back as soon as we figure out what the problem is. We are literally troubleshooting as we speak. We'll be right back after this again. I do apologize for the inconvenience. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Shift Gaming Championship Sunday winners bracket final. It is currently Fear versus Nixa. We have had a plethora of technical difficulties, but as far as I understand, we should be sorted out right now. My name is Trout, this is AR Gaming. Let's have a look at the maps that we have in store for us here.
Absolutely, you know, we had that hard point to start us off with Fear Nixa in the winner bracket, and Fear actually taking that first hard point on Hacienda. Back-to-back Haciendas over here, and I mean, Nixa with a comeback of their own, a close one nonetheless, taking us to a round 11, 6-5 final score, Nixa getting a 1-1, but we are trying to get to that control on protocol to see who can get the lead in this best of 5. Remember, we still have a lot of card action here today. We still have to do the lower bracket in which Highborn is waiting to see who they will have to take on for a chance to get to that grand final. And then, of course, out that grand final itself, the best of 7.
The best of 7 still up for grabs. That's going to be our last game of the evening, as we get to see who's actually going to be placed into that. Like you said, everyone, this is the Canal Walk Shift Gaming Experience. Yeah. And there's going to be another one next week. If you guys want to get involved and potentially win yourself a good old-fashioned 50,000 Rand gaming PC, you can go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen right now that I am holding up. And we have to thank the sponsors. Who are the sponsors?
Absolutely, of course, MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First. Guys, Trout is completely right. A 50,000 Rand gaming PC, and all you gotta do is scan those QR codes, sign up for MTN Cloud Play, MTN Battle Pass, or Battle Plus, sorry, or go to an MTN in Canal Walk, spend 100 Rand or more, and you will get an entry. But on top of that, 17th to 21st is another thing happening for MTNShift, and even playing Beat Saber at that event gives you an entry.
100%. Lots of ways to skin a cat, if you will. It looks like we are loading in everybody. We've got all the players in the lobby. We got some fist bumps out. Hopefully this is the last reset and it'll just be smooth sailing from here. Loading in protocol control, map number 3, currently 1 apiece in terms of score. And now we get to see which team has the more devious spawn trap.
Absolutely. Remember, the winner here guarantees a chance for that 30,000 Rand first place as well. The other 2 teams will have to compete to get that second, to get into that that fray as well. Of course, the loser of that lower bracket is going to walk away with the 3rd place prize. But Trout, take us away.
Well, on the
I'm sure you guys can tell what this means. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, not loading in again. Card full of issues here today, and you hate to see it on a Championship Sunday. Bro,
it's just a tough turn of events right now, guys. I'm not sure what the current issue is, as we move. Okay, apparently it's going to be a very quick reset. It's something simple and small. So let's see. Hopefully it's...
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, guys. If you got toes, cross them as well. Hopefully everyone here has toes. You know, got to count them.
We had Canal Walk at the end of the day.
You got to be able... No, well, they have wheelchair access. We're not ableist here, so get involved.
I had to walk down a lot of stairs yesterday.
That is unfortunate. You choose the road less traveled, it seems.
Yeah.
As yeah, guys, we are going to get into this game as soon as possible. Again, so sorry about the reset here, guys.
See it.
It's just unfortunate. It's out of our control, though. Of course, it is LAN. You got to roll with the punches as they come, but it should be a quick reset. And you can see everyone right now, at least still in high spirits, and that's what we need right now. As soon as we get back into the games, it'll all start flowing. It has just got. We just got to get over the hump, right? You know, It just feels like we're at the bottom of the hill, a little bit of a climb, but once we're at the top, it'll be fantastic, guys.
And I mean, you can see these players also laughing at the situation itself. I mean, we've been trying to get into this control for quite a bit now as well. And they just want to get through it. They want to see who's the better of them and what the scoreline will be. We are tied up. Of course, there will be a lead over here. Will Nixa go ahead and take the lead for the first time within the series? Or will Fear go ahead again and increase that score?
Well, only time will tell. Right now, we are going to be waiting with bated breath to see if it is actually going to work on Archer, guys. 4th time is the charm. Cross your fingers, cross your toes. Let's hope and pray. To the RNG gods, to the COD gods, whichever deity you may choose to follow. We need their help. Absolutely. We need to get into this game right now.
Absolutely, and one can hope over here. Let us see. Let us not get too hype over here now. I've done this countless times where I hyped it up, and then something happens. I'm just going to stay mellow.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're just going to wait and see what the countdown looks like before we get into it, guys, before we start giving out some calls.
The silence is deafening.
Are we moving?
We seem to be moving.
Okay, looks like we're loading in, everybody. We have got the side of Nixa on attack, and the boys from Fear on defense right now, trying to get as many kills as possible and deny the captures. But as of right now, First Blood gets in, and it's going to be rolling slowly but surely. And we have Coach taking out Mix.
Yep, no solution with that first. Oh no, Trout. Oh no, Trout. We do seem to have another disconnect over here, unfortunately. I mean, what do we even do in this situation? Guys, we are going to try to throw to an intermission. Apologies again. We know that this is frustrating. It's frustrating for not only admins, but the players, the crowd as well. We'll try to get this sorted out and hopefully finally get through, because we're still on the first series of the day. We're going to throw to intermission. Hope is a very strong thing, and right now we hope that we have the technical difficulties fixed. It's been a lot of things from ping to input delay, so we've hopefully sorted all of that out. We are still waiting, Trout, to get into our third map. Trout, myself, AR, with the MTNShift gaming experience, COD Black Ops 6. Grand finals, we can say, because today's Championship Sunday.
Well, it's not the grand finals yet, but yes, it is Championship Sunday. We are in the winners bracket final, and of course we can see here the maps up for grabs. The first two are already done, one going the way of Fear and one going the way of Nixer. HP obviously going the way of Fear there, and then the S&D to Nixer. Now we're going over to Protocol Control for the fourth time. Hopefully this is the final time, as again, guys, we've had some serious technical issues. I'm at the point where rambling.
Difficulty.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I am the technical difficulty right now. But either way, we're going to be getting into it very shortly. All the players are ready, and I think they're all in the lobby. So hopefully this is the end of it, right? We are hoping and praying. We've got everything crossed, including things downstairs. So let's hope and see if it happens.
Absolutely. I mean, we want to get through this. We still have the lower bracket that we need to get through, and then, like Trout said, the grand final later on. This is Fear versus Nixer. The loser of this will be pushed out to face Highborn in one final ditch effort to get into that grand final. TBK unfortunately eliminated yesterday in the final series of the day, and they walked away fourth place with 5,000 rand, but there is a prize pool of 60,000 total, with first place getting 30,000, Trout, and we have to thank the sponsors for that.
100% would not be possible without them, and you beautiful people watching in the background. Of course, the sponsors are Red Dragon, Computer Mania, MTN, Toyota, and Carry First, and of course don't forget PC Builder, as we have all of these beautiful people making this fantastic event happen. Of course, COD being COD, it wouldn't be COD without issues, but we are here. Hopefully it is going to be the final time we throw to an intermission, other than when we need an actual break. But lots of high tempo action to come, and guys, don't forget, this is just the first of 2 weekends hosted here at Canal Walk, with next weekend going to be one for the ages in Centre Court. There you can have the opportunity to win yourself a 50,000 rand gaming PC.
That is absolutely incredible, Todd. 50 bands on a PC for one of these people. You see those QR codes? That's how you get an entry, by signing up for MTN Cloud Play, MTN Battle Plus, or if you go to an MTN in Canal Walk and spend 100 rand or more, you will get an entry. But there's more, because next week, 17th to 21st, we will have Beat Saber and FC, and if you guys go ahead and play Beat Saber, you can get an entry as well. 17th to the 21st in the Centre Court of Canal Walk, you can win a PC with 50,000 rand.
And I am pretty sure that there is no cap as to how many of you can enter or how many times. So if you want to have a good go, set a high score on Beat Saber. Look pretty cool with the little... Okay, everyone hold their breath collectively. We're loading in, hopefully for the final time.
I almost don't even want to say anything at this point.
Yeah, no, literally.
I feel like it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
It's me. I'm the one who overhyped it right now. But let's see if we haven't cooked the goose for the 10th time. At this point, I'm pretty sure we're eating leather. But it's okay. We make it work.
We do what we can. We roll with the punches. We roll with the issues, because that's what esports is. With all the issues, we still have fantastic moments within it as well. I mean, 4 teams for this weekend. The best of the best showing up and competing. Yesterday was an absolute blast. We got to witness triple kill upon triple kill, angles upon angles, shots upon shots, and we continue it here today. We saw it in the first 2 games, the first 2 maps of today as well, with how close it actually was.
They were literally bang out after bang out, and it is going to be the case again. Because on defense, it is going to be the side of Fear. On attack, it's going to be the boys in white. That being Nixer. Well, I suppose technically they are in the opposite colors. It looks like we have everything correct. Indeed. All right, let's get into it, everybody. The colors might be swapped, but at this point, beggars cannot be choosers. It looks like we're actually running through. First blood now drawn. Coach, taking out Boscar.
Quick first blood as well, and we're on team with Major over here on the ladder. Gets one, but gets taken out as well. Even live so far, but I mean, nothing too much to write about just yet. Zipline taken up, window, and these windows prove so advantageous as well.
As we always talk about the verticality specifically on this map and how important it is to utilize that to the best of your ability, and right now that's exactly what's going to happen as the first tick at B about to progress its way on through here for the side of Nixer. A great start for them as they are putting in the work, but here comes the contest. Will we see the break? The answer is no for now. Second tick about to come on through.
I mean, that's fantastically done as well. Second tick just like that, boom. And I mean, the kills as well. Looking for that third tick almost instantly. The counter comes through, the counter push, the break, and the clear will happen as well.
That is going to be stopping the bleeding there from the side of Fear, as Mage finds himself 2 in a row there, breaking the kill himself. No solutions with the snap finds. 2, 3 will fall. And now Nixa on the back foot, down 2 lives. And this is where that spawn trap becomes so devastating. You've got to be able to get out of it if you are in the shoes of Nixa, otherwise you're going to be bullied further and further back in time, and your lives will slowly start to drain away.
That's so detrimental as well, needed for the defenders. And I mean, you can see no solution with those shots as well, keeping enemies at bay. Magic's going to push up as well. No solution. Spotted over there on the right. Not actually spotted fully. No solution with that. Goes ahead and gets a killing spree and eventually gets eliminated.
Oh my goodness, now you can see these guys are straight up into the blended. The SMGs from the side of Fear running havoc in the spawn right now. It is currently 10 to 16. 17 seconds to work with. Mage still alive for now, but not for very long. He gets taken out, but Coach is at close succession. No solution has worked his way back on up. Shotgun! Is that a shotgun SMG? It does appear to be so. It's now 6v15. They got to get that stop on the clock. Currently no respawns left for the side of Nixa here, but eventually they make it happen. Not close enough. It's going to be Fear with the first round on defense. Remember, Nixa only finding 2 ticks.
Getting that time out fantastically done. You even see Mix over there with that little shh on camera. Love to see it. You know, that's what you've been wanting to see yesterday. You wanted to see a little bit of the showboating go on these cameras. That's why we have the player cams as well. We want to see it here at LAN, but that is 1 point to Fear.
And I'm going to be so candid with you. I'm just happy that we got through a round. In this
Absolutely.
control, we are doing, this is better than we've seen in what, an hour?
Yeah.
Or maybe a little bit longer. But let's make it happen, guys. It's going to be another set of attacks here. Now, obviously, with the side of Fear on attack and Nixa on defense, and they're going to try their best to stop the side of Fear finding more than 2 ticks, but the trades are going to be thick and fast. 2 players falling on either side, but right now, control in the mid-map. Firmly in the grasp of Nixa, trying to do exactly what happened to them at the latter stages of that round, and that might just be the case, unless it's going to be no solution in Mixed Mage. Everyone pushing their way up onto the map. No way! He almost gets taken out, but Adnan down to a fraction health. He gets taken out. That may be the clear they need. 25 to 25 onto A we go.
I mean, Adnan over there pushing through, overheating just a little bit, and almost got that kill nonetheless, but taken out at the last possible second. 25 to 24 is where we stand. A has a little bit of progress on it currently, but not too much where it's detrimental. You can still be cleared, it can still be held out right now by our defenders. I mean, 23-20 live dropping so quickly, Trout.
Bro, the snaps at the moment are absolutely unreal from all of the players on the stage right now. But we have just over a minute, or just under a minute to work with. B now being secured as we speak. Having said that, it is cleared on out, and not a single tick in the name of Fear right now. It's looking like Nixa trying to be as strong in the mid-map and not allowing any more of these players to push on up onto the map, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Having said that, though, clock now stop. Magic's trying to stop it even further. A little bit of shaky shots, and he gets taken out. There was no solution that gave him the burner, but either way, first tick now found at A.
That's chemistry right there. That's watching your teammates back as well. We get that first tick on there, but contested right now. Adnan gets that elimination. Nothing to clear, though. It is 1 tick gone. A little bit of progress on B being cleared out. 30 seconds is all that remains here now, Trout. And for our attackers, for Fear, they need to go ahead and make some play. Mage gets taken out, unfortunately, over there, but the timer now stopped because we do have progress on A again.
We've got 2 bodies on the point, and that's going to be the nade to get the ball rolling. The contest is in, and that's going to be cleared altogether. 1 tick to the name of Fear right now, and they are getting beaten back into their spawn. They have a 3 life disadvantage, and again, I spoke about how detrimental that spawn trap can become so quickly here if you are in the shoes of Fear, but that's going to be a good set of trades. Not quite. All up to Mix. He gets taken out. Fosco with 2 magics to help him out. Enigma doing the Lord's work. No time. It is going to be 1 tick and a round to the side of Nixa. Defense, obviously, very heavily favored here. Answering back well, denying the ticks, and at the moment, they have a 1 tick advantage going into, well, if we go into that map 5.
I mean, a beautiful
round 5.
Round 5, there we go. Beautiful defense nonetheless. Done perfectly almost. They cleared every tick that needed to be cleared. And what a nade. I mean, what a nade coming through as well. You love to see it. This is esports at its finest. We talk about these two as the titans of COD ZA, and we can see why. Every game has been back and forth, so close, and we go into the next round.
100%, and that was, I actually pretty sure I heard him yell Kobe from the stage before he threw that nade, and that actually was fantastic. But now, on defense, the side of Fear, this is where we spoke about it's so important that you deny those ticks, and this is looking like it's going to be a fast start. No way, he gets that kill, 2 players fall down, Mix with the snap, and now it is all up to Magix and Adnan, the 2 SMGs, to be a bit of a phenom, but Coach on the floor gets the kill. Right now, No Solution hunting the spawn. Only a 2 life advantage for the side of Fear, but they are trying to keep these players as far back as possible. Shots are in, No Solution moving different on the map right now. But A, currently being progressed. As you can see, maybe stopping it right there. Still a player on the point. Adnan almost gets taken out. Foscar gets with the Chal, and now it is going to be the 4th tick found here for the side of Nixa.
Did you see that timing though? Just got that capture on the first tick and then perished to our defenders of Fear. Well done indeed. That is going to go ahead and boost your progress as well. Almost at that second tick, 22 to 23 lives is where we are at. I mean, we get that second tick quite easily. Mage goes down, and right now Raz on the point, doing work, cleaning up shop, and looking to go ahead and get that 3rd tick, the full capture so effectively. Adnan in the window, that advantageous position, goes ahead and protects that point, and A has been captured.
The first time we see a full point captured here in this control, and the kills keep on flowing for the side of Nixa as they continue to get this Fear side to bleed. Onto the point we go. B now in the sights of Nixa, and the shots are raining true. Mix manages to find 1, but he can't do anything else. 2 players now on the point, looking like this may be an attacking round for the side of Nixa unless the break comes in, but it has to be quick and it has to be perfect. And of course, Coach going for a swim, and he gets taken out now. 4 lives between these two, and that's going to be the 2nd tick now found at B. No one close at the moment. This is going to be all or nothing right now. This could be the first attack round. The contest is in. Fast guard on the turn and burn. No one is close by. Last stab at it. Coach is close by. He gets taken out. Now B secured. Perfect round of attack from Nixa.
If you've ever wanted the definition of unity, you look at Nixa, watching each other's backs perfectly, and I mean that turnaround as well to go ahead and get that kill. Absolutely fantastic. Nixa boost themselves up to 2. And now we're at the moment where Nixa can go ahead and take the map lead.
They can take the map lead here. They are going on to defense. They are 2 rounds up in the control. All the pressure in the world now on the shoulders of Fear. They need to be able to get out of that spawn trap, and they got put into it relatively early in their first attacking round. And that is a tough mountain to climb. And you can see from the attack point of view, we had somebody like Adnan just roaming around top grannies, making it so difficult for the defenders to work their way up onto the map, almost like a reverse spawn trap here. And I'm pretty sure they're going to try and initiate it as quick as possible. But at the start, it looks like A in the sights of Fear.
Trophy goes down immediately. No Solution on the point on A, getting as much progress as possible. The quick contest, but does go ahead and clear it out as well. Ooh, catches that leap out of the window. No Solution lit up. Semtex goes out as well. Will it find the kill? Does not seem to actually find it. And we are actually going to see a very close to a tick on A as well. A little bit more is needed, and bodies just flying everywhere right now.
Well, the first tick was actually found at A. They managed to decap progression on the second there. 1 tick to their name. 26 to 22. Fear down in lives. And here comes that spawn trap, everyone. This is where the pressure is absolutely, like, top tier. You need to be able to get through here, and you get the ball rolling with Enigma falling. Adnan is close and second, but here's Magix from the top ropes. He's going to be able to answer back with 2 of his own. He doesn't even need teammates. He'll do it himself, but over towards A is still in the sights, and that has given the opportunity for the defenders to work their way up on the point.
And Mage just surrounded over there by the entirety of Nixa. You could see 1 in the front window, 1 behind, just going ahead and cross-firing on Mage. B now going to have a little bit of progress made on the timer. Obviously stopped with their 20 to 19, very even lives. Still the advantage over to Nixa as we do see Fear drop down to 17. Bodies flying everywhere. Mage back onto A, trying to get more progress, but gets taken out, I believe.
No, he got it. He got it there, so that's the 2-piece for him. His teammates are still trying to get out of the spawn as of right now, but Mix finds Adnan. So they've evened up the life count, and they have found the second tick on B. So now there is the opportunity for them to get into this game. They've stopped the clock at 30 seconds. Here comes the contest. Foscar at close range has help from his teammates, but Mix and Coach go big. Here come the streaks. They need to get out. They need to get out of dodge as quick as possible. You can see they're flying into the spawn. It's going to be 2 players potentially found here by the streak. It is indeed, and that is where utility is worth its weight in gold. 21 seconds and counting. There is going to be realistically 1 more stab at this. Mix finds 1 with the help of Coach. And all of the pressure is in. That's 2 that will fall, but in the spawn, Magix is still running rampant. And the players are going to be cleared out. Another 2. The contest is in, and they keep on going down. No solution. Almost gets the turn and burn. A couple of seconds. 5 seconds and counting. I don't know if anyone is close by. Mage, last hope, alive. But for how long? The answer is not long enough. Map number 3, going the way of Nixa.
You talk about keeping those streaks in the back pocket for the right time. That missile right there was the kill shot to end the round. And I mean, that's exactly what Nixa is strategy all the time. Shots going through always. And they walk away with that map lead right now. And now it's match point. It's match point now for Nixa. Can they go ahead and end this one out, forcing Fear down into that lower bracket to compete against Highborn? Or will we see Fear make that comeback, tie us all up, and push us to dealership?
Oh, well, it's absolutely a possibility. You can see the guys now maybe a little bit deflated, but on the side of Nixa, another day in the office, they played that very, very, very well. Must give huge kudos there to the boys in gold as they made a bit of a big play there. And I was speaking about how important utility is. That streak held for as long as it did was the playmaker, right? Because they got onto the site and it was so tough for them. They got, well, rather, Nixa lost 3 players. Then it was A being captured. Streak comes out. All of a sudden, they scatter like flies around the map. And then you just pick them off one at a time. So, clinical control being shown off, and we know how devastating they are. I would argue that control may be Nix's strongest game mode.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it time and time, and now we move over to that hard point again. We move over to Vault. And we got to see exactly what Fear can do over here. They don't want to go out just yet. They don't want to go into that lower finals against Highborn. They just want to clear their way to that grand final. Nixa looking strong right now, looking to clean it up over on Vault. Our 4th map, our first series still nonetheless, Trout. And it's been action-packed since yesterday, since we started at the MTNShift gaming experience. Of course, we have to give that massive thank you to MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First for making things like this possible. 60,000 Rand in a prize pool is what these players, what these teams are playing for. TBK walking away with that 4th place 5,000, but there's still a lot of cash to give out.
100%. We've still got a 15, 10, and 30, like you said. Right now, I think we're going to have very little downtime between maps. We want to keep the well, we're going to strike the iron while it's hot, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Looks like everyone is going to get ready to load in here. Vault HP, our first Vault HP, I believe, or did you see one yesterday?
I will confirm with you. No, we had Skyline HP and Hacienda.
Yeah, well, there you go, guys. It is our first Vault HP, bearing in mind that the rotations on this one are so key. P1, bit of chaos as per usual, but if you can secure yourself P4 and hold those spawns, it is another money hill. And we saw the side of Fear do a fantastic job of that in Hacienda. Will they be able to do it again? Obviously, guys, you must remember that the side of... Okay, we got some secret strats coming in right now. Mage's got it all covered up. We can see, maybe we could read his fortune right there. As he's got a little bit of a team talk coming through. We're going to be loading in, and I was talking about those rotations. So key. What do you want to see from these teams?
It's tough to say. It's honestly tough to say. I feel like we've seen everything from these teams already. I feel like they've thrown out everything. But at the end of it all, they still always manage to have something up their sleeves. They never cease to surprise me. That's the thing about it. Now, I just want to be surprised within this. Maybe we get Fear going ahead and tying us up, pushing us into that Game 5. Nixa looking strong, though, right now. I do have my bets on them that they will push through, and we will see Fear in that lower bracket against Highborn. And that's going to be a match for the ages as well. Whichever one of these teams go down to face Highborn, that's going to be a match.
100%, because that's the lifeline. Otherwise, you go home with a sum total of 10k, which is not bad. No disrespect to the prize pool. It's been fantastic. Right, guys, we are loading in, and it looks like we haven't had any technical issues at the moment. We're going to hope and pray to see if we can make it happen right now, guys. HP on Vault. Will P4 go in the hands of Fear where they find those money hills, or will it be Nixa that simply bully their way onto the point every single one? Right now, only time will tell. Map number 4, guys. It is currently 2-1 to the side of Nixa as they find the S&D and the control. Maybe they're looking for the Neslo. You never know. These guys, you can never really place your bets on a team that is temperamental, quite like them, because we know that they have something in their back pocket at all times.
Yeah, and obviously with those despawns, we are going to see these guys just gun each other down, outgun and outman each other to go ahead and get those points. And other points that you guys can get is next week, 17th to the 21st, where you guys can go ahead and get your opportunity to get a PC worth 50,000 Rand thanks to MTN, of course, by joining or signing up for Cloud Play, Battle Plus, or going to an MTN in Canal Walk and spending 100 Rand or more. And then, of course, the fun one, playing Beat Saber next week to get an opportunity, to get an entry to go ahead and win that PC.
Well, it looks like everything is working here. Are we going to see the reset? Looks like we are A for away. Onto P1 we go. It's going to be the first set of altercations right now. Shooting between the players is mixed, but it doesn't matter. It was actually Raz who finds 2 there, but Major, no solutions, going back to back. Now all onto Fast Car to see if he can break up to this point, but time still ticking up. Oh, was that a stick?
Ooh.
Was that a stick? Not quite, but he has done the damage to get the kill indeed right now. This is exactly what you expect from, I would argue, the best HP team in the game right now, as they find the first bit of time now, and it's going to be tough, but the break maybe here. Adnan can never count them out. A little bit of a team shot coming in, and it's going to be 13-0 right now.
Adnan is the game changer, can turn it on just like that and make that break that is oh so needed. And we see Nixa get that point for a couple of seconds, but Fear back on it. Nades coming through, is going to go ahead and clear it out. No solution up top. Adnan with some good shots, and then just backs off immediately, plays his own life. Then we see another encounter over here. Nades, stuns all coming through. Plays around it so perfectly. 19-7 is where we are as we move to the next one.
Well, in the chaos that was the rotation right now, we get to see the break from the front, and gifted by the COD spawns, it looks like Nixa get in round the back. No solutions gets the kill, and they're going to have to bully their way in through the front. This may be where we see the lead change. It is only a slight lead here for the side of Fear. No solutions getting a couple of these kills, but again, those back spawns and ability to get back into the fight so quick. There is a TK and only one player. Here comes Adnan, still alive, but for how long is the question? Not long enough, and into the back we go. Coach and Co. Find the spawns, find the break, find the time.
That's exactly what they need as well, and a little bit of contest there happening for just a millisecond and then immediately stopped. I mean, the high-low right there is supreme. And we are going to be on the last 10 seconds for this point. Rotations will come through right now. You can see No Solution making his way all the way over to the next point. And on top of that, Enigma as well, close by, looking to go ahead and maybe create that break. 49-24 is where we end off before that new point.
Well, it was all up to No Solutions, who was first to the rotation here, but he gets taken out, which means top control for the boys over at Nixa, and we have spoken about how important that top art position is to watch over. You can really act as the overwatch for your team, slow that push as quick as possible and for as long as possible here. But here comes No Solutions from the front. They need to find the break. They do exactly that. He comes in through the mid-map, but it's going to be Raz with the 2K, and they stabilize, get a bit more time, but the Mix is there for a quick trade himself. Still a slight advantage here for Fear. I don't know how he won that. Looks like the shotgun. Oh my goodness! Oh, he almost gets the snap, but not quite. Still 2 players full time in favor of Fear for now.
Absolutely fantastic shot so far. 20 seconds before we go ahead and move that point. Magic's getting one and sticking on that point as well right now. Nixa, they're getting their points up, getting it close to what Fear's is. 10 seconds is all that is left. You can see the rotations happening on that minimap as well. Big kills coming through from No Solution to go ahead and clear out in time for that next point. Fear doing all that they can. Nixa now on the rotate, trying to get in.
No Solution stayed alive for as long as possible, but it wasn't quite enough to secure those spawns, but that has opened the door for potentially a bit of a pinch to come on through here. Coach getting that ball rolling, but you can see no fear from the side of Nixa as they push their way on through, and this may be the lead change. It is indeed. Having said that, No Solutions again with the 2-piece to break the hill all by himself. It is just one player left. No Solution finds it, but the close spawns are still there for Nixa. It is truly backwards and forwards right now, and No Solutions absolutely doing the Lord's work on people. We speak about how important it is, and he is showing true as to how they have to keep this control in, but from the front we go. 3 will fall. It's just Enigma. He finds 2. He finds 2. Mage, the SMGs doing the work for Fear.
That's exactly what they need. They have that 10 seconds now to go ahead and get the scrap points. No. Adnan says no. We want all of the points as we go back over to the first point right now. You can see rotations starting to happen. It is going to be seemingly Nixa that will be over by it. Magic's holding down. Coach is close by though. Gets taken out eventually. It will be Nixa that get the point.
And they can change the lead here as they get a clean 4 down, and they're going to be pushing for those P2 spawns as expected. They've done a very good job at that. Now they may be able to find the biggest chunk of time here, while we have people like Raz cutting off the rotations, almost finds the 3-piece, but Mix is there to get the trade, and he finds 2 for himself. Having said that, here comes the Charles. He almost finds it, but Magic's too quick to the draw, but from the front we go. Mage finding the first. Magic is there for the trade. Coach helps him out. That may be the break they need. 84 to 82, as even as it gets. Every single time you think you've made a break, there's somebody else from the opposite team able to make it as mixy as possible. Bearing in mind, 19 seconds, we'll see one more push at this hill before we go towards those rotations. P2, another money hill. What are the spawns looking like?
Raz gets that wallbang as well. 12 seconds before we go ahead and move through right now. Mage, couple of P-fires to go ahead and try to clear out anyone close by. Trophy system does take that stun away, and we are going to be moving to that next point at a even 94 to 93. We talk about how these guys go back and forth, back and forth. We can see it right in front of us, but it is going to be Fear that gets on that point, getting their points up, breaks 100, no solution, doing all the work that he possibly can, but gets taken out by Adnan. Actually a double over there for Adnan, gets finally taken out. Raz now on the point for Nixa, trying to break 100. The Mage coming through, clears it out. The card timing comes through, but still trade after trade after trade, Trout.
Trade and trade and trade, and flipping those spawns at 30 seconds may come back to bite them because they need to think about that rotation. No one in the hill as of right now, but from the front we go. Raz, he has been the Reaper in terms of close range battles with this AR in hand, but it doesn't matter. They flip out again. This is straight chaos. 16 seconds, one more stab here before we look towards that rotation. As even as it gets now, for the first time, it does look like Nixa has a slight advantage, but bearing in mind we're going over to P3 next with a good, 20 seconds between these two teams? Very, very minuscule. It could be off the break. It's got to be No Solutions cutting them down as they try to see if they can cash out their checks in the bottom of Vault.
And with No Solution as deadly as he is, it's going to be really difficult to go ahead and get through. You can see immediately on that point, getting that score back up. Not too much of a lead for Nixa, but still they have it. They need to keep it for as long as possible. Adnan with an elimination on No Solution. That's taking a massive threat down. Enigma gets taken down as well from that advantageous position that you mentioned. Mage getting taken out as well. 121 to 123 is where we're at as Nixa gets back on the point.
But you got to be thinking about those P4 spawns, right? They're so important. The shots are in. He gets one. Coach gets the trade. And that's going to be all of the players bar one down from the side of Nixa. But it's going to be Magix. He gets red. He gets taken out. Time now. Again, ticking over. The lead change coming through. But we have to be thinking about those back spawns. Look at it. Here comes the battle. Here comes the battle around the back end. As scrap time looking like it's going the way of Nixa here. But it's going to be a straight mad dash to the other side of the map to see if we can secure that money hill. And again, No Solutions doing what No Solutions does best. Mage, what are we going to look like here? He's playing the off angle. He gets the first. Can't find the second, but No Solution may be there to get the trade. And on the pop, it is going to be the side of Fear, finding the first bit of time for the side of Fear.
And all of them playing these beautiful angles around the point as well. They can keep this point for as long as they want, but no. Enigma on the flank right now. Through that door, no shots connecting. Gives away position. Manages to get one though, and Adnan gets the second. Nixa back on the point. No Solution getting caught out on the outskirts of the point. Magic's now also on the site, and this is good for Nixa. They can rack up the points here as playing as a unity to go ahead and keep out the entirety of Fear.
They're doing a fantastic job of that. You can see every single off angle now being held, and this is a fantastic setup. You can hear them getting loud on the stage. They are screaming out dead after every kill because they have stabilized. They get the break, much like Fear did on the previous set of rotations, but the third set of rotations about to pop on through here. 10 seconds left, 20 seconds or so between these two teams. It is very close. Magix gives away his position, but Coach gets away with his life. But for how long is the question? Not very long. He gets the kill. Magix is showing a bit of extra love, and that's what you love to see as these guys are completely coming out of their shell. Only a couple of seconds between the two. Adnan still alive for now, still shooting bodies. You can see a bit of mental warfare coming in. Raz, the last alive on this push, but he has help. He has help. He almost finds two, but Coach is there for the trade. But close range and up close and personal. Adnan trying to make it happen, but No Solution with another two.
I mean, Adnan just playing that pillar as well, so well, and just backs up. 35 seconds left on this point, 149 to 175, and counting for Fear currently, as we do see Mage and the rest of the squad push up to this point, trying to get as much as they can within this, trying to tie it up as close as possible before that next point, but nobody on the site currently, or on the point I should say. Raz coming through, assault rifle in hand to go ahead and get those eliminations. Now back on the point for Nixa. 10 seconds before we go ahead and move to P2.
P2 now being, currently being set up for here. You can see a little bit of roaming happening, trying to cut off these players as they rotate. Two will fall from the side of Nixa, which means spawns secured for the boys in white. right, Fear going to be able to get the first bit of time, maybe 10 seconds or so before the contest comes in. Having said that, 2 of their players will fall in quick succession, and it's going to be Enigma almost taking out another. He's trying to shoot everything but the players, but it is enough to slow the progression for now. Here comes the contest. It's going to be a quick set of trades, but Mix is there, no solution. A 1v1. Adon trying to take out Mix. He does exactly that. That's still close spawns though, but as close as it gets, 13 seconds. You can see Raz cutting them down as they're trying to reinforce on the point.
Sun connects as well. That's going to slow down Fear quite a bit, as well as Magix goes ahead and gets it as well. Coach down on top of that. And right now, it's looking all Nix as Magix is also on that.
Oh my goodness!
No solution as well. 18 seconds left on this point, and it's looking to be all Nixa right now. Magix finally goes down, but we're about to move over to the next point.
Next point on the horizon, like you said, and that is 200 points eclipsed for the side of Nixa. They have really come alive on the stage. You can hear them ramping it up. Magix with a massive kill streak, seeming as though he is pretty much unkillable. Foscar slips the net, Enigma in the point. Everyone from the side of Fear now falling. Nixa really driving home the ability to break points, get those rotations. As they get back into it, they can win it here. Only 27 seconds needed for the side of Nixa.
But Fear doing all that they can to go ahead and prevent that. The contest comes through finally. Nixa now back on the point for just a millisecond, but now they go ahead and go through. Mage gets taken down in that advantageous position. 20 seconds is all that is needed for Nixa. They can win it right here, right now if they back off Fear. But Fear pushing as hard as they can. Point getting captured by both teams simultaneously, but now it seems to be Fear getting their points up. Shots coming through from Mage, clears out one, ducks down behind cover again, gets a second, there's a third over there looking to maybe get it, gets Adnan as well, and that's going to be most of the points over there in that end game of this point, going towards Fear. Nixa going to try to get the scrap, but we're moving to the next one.
Well, this is going to be arguably the single most important point here. Mage with 5 in a row, looking for some streaks. 2 of the players from Nixa are going to fall on this rotation. On the pop, it is the boys in white on the point, and they're going to cut them down, but you can never count them out. Nixa coming on the back end, able to get a couple of these kills on rotation, but you've got to be watching. You've got to be checking every single corner. No solution. Eventually taken out. It is 1 break needed. 18 seconds. They continue to get the kills. Here it comes from the front. No one in the side of Fear except for Mix. He gets cleared. The break is in. The spawn flip is there. Nixa able to close it out here. If they can weather the storm of 1 push, they do exactly that. Mage last alive 9 seconds. It's all on Mage. Mage with a mission on his hands, but he's not able to get in, and I think that may be all she wrote. It is going to be 3-1 to the side of Nixa. Oh my goodness, what a map that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, going to the grand finals, securing their spot for that best of 7 later on, the team of Nixa.
Confirmed as our first team, securing a spot for the 30,000 Rand. The best of 7 now on the horizon for them. Fear, definitely not out of the woods as of anything, or as of right now. They get knocked down. They're going to be fighting it out with Highborn in a little bit, but goodness gracious me, somebody needs to be helping good old-fashioned No Solutions. I felt like he had so many good plays in that game, but it is such a tough turn of events when you have somebody like Magix, the unkillable machine himself, running rampant, finding kill streaks, and again, perfect fundamental Call of Duty being played there. They get the breaks when they need to, and they can hold a point just as well. Nixa take the series 3-1.
And you know what that means now. Fear now goes on to take Highborn. Highborn has been here watching, taking notes, building strategies the entire time. And you got to be thinking, with all that's been going on since this morning, does Fear have a bit of fatigue as well going into that lower bracket?
Well, maybe not. There was a lot of downtime. They had maybe they've
but
lost a little bit.
Also.
You're not warm, but having said that, they've just done 2 maps back to back, whereas the side of Highborn have played none. So it is going to be a little bit warm versus no warm-up at all. So they're going to be getting that set up for you guys very, very shortly. I know that we've had several intermissions, but unfortunately we have to get the teams ready for the next match. There is only 1 stage, so we're going to cut to a quick break, hopefully very short. We'll be right back after this.
we have set up at the MTNShift gaming. You okay?
No. Oh, I just made it worse. It's okay. We move. Okay, carry on.
Haircuts to come soon over
Indeed.
in the next lobby, because we are in the lower bracket of finals between Highborn and Fear. A final chance to go ahead and get into that grand final here at the MTNShift Gaming Experience. 60,000 Rand on the line in a prize pool. We've already seen 4th place take 5,000. That is TBK. Now we get to witness sort of deja vu between Highborn and Fear.
It was the first match of the event, and now it is going to be the one to send one of these teams home. Everybody, give us a warm welcome as we're going to be introducing these two teams on the stage. Starting things off here with Highborn, as they have made their way on and are currently warming up.
The red shield chants going loud as Highborn enter the building. Schemes, Bevs, Trip 9 and Zaza looking to go ahead and knock Fear out. But speaking of Fear, we got to go ahead and look at the players, man.
Battle tested and battle ready. You can see the roster on your screens right now. No Solution, Mage, Mikhail or Mix, and our coach. The only new face to land right now that is left in the competition. And they have just been knocked out by Nixer, but they're here and back for a vengeance potentially. But of course we need to know exactly where we're going to be starting things off here. The battleground is truly deja vu. It is the same maps and modes that we saw a little bit earlier, that being yesterday. Starting off the event, and walk us through what we can expect.
These guys want to go back to this. Either Highborn want to go and make things right, or Fear is just like, we're going to do this again. This is our way through. We're going to start off on Skyline, Hardpoint, moving over to Rewind for that SND, Vault over for Control, Rewind again for Hardpoint, and then Dealership for the final SND. And of course, MTNShift Gaming Experience brought to you by MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First.
Would not be possible without those beautiful sponsors. And bearing in mind, this is just the first of 2 weekends that the MTNShift Gaming Experience is putting up for you guys here in Canal Walk. We have another one next weekend. You can enter for a 50,000 Rand gaming PC, as well as you can come down next weekend and play Beat Saber. That is also another entry. But in the meantime, scan the QR code on your screen right now. And I was going to explain exactly how it
so
works.
the QR codes will get you to sign up for MTN Cloud Play or MTN Battle Plus, which will give you an entry if you sign up. But also, if you come to an MTN in Canal Walk and spend 100 Rand or more, you will get a free entry as well to the giveaway. And like Trout said, 17th to 21st, Beat Saber is here along with FC as well. If you play Beat Saber, you will have an entry for that PC as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of opportunity, guys. And if you are in the vicinity, please come on down to the auditorium right now. It's $25 to come stand in the crowd that is in the auditorium right now. And you can hear the red shield chants in person because the atmosphere is beginning to build. We have 2 more games left, starting things off, like we said, right now in the losers bracket final. This is the lifeline for Highborn. They stayed alive yesterday, knocking out their opponents, and of course Fear just take it down a notch into this losers final, and they want to go back. They want to run it back. They want to see if they can prove everyone at least a little bit wrong, because they were one of the favorites coming in, but they have been taken out relatively early. It was a bit of a grueler to get through that first game, but hopefully we have got all of the technical difficulties sorted out. But man, these guys are ready and waiting in the wings for us to start things off here on Hardpoint Skyline. Do we think it's going to be a carbon copy?
Imagine if it is. What do we do if it is, man?
Then somebody would have leaked the script. That's all I'm saying. And we can't be having that, you know.
That is very true. I mean, it would be such a deja vu moment if that happens. We've got the maps, we've got the teams in here. We even got the little card to show off the MTNShift Gaming Experience. And on the back of it, because yesterday in the first game we had a little bit of a loading issue, it even tells us what to save from that game, which is absolutely crazy. It's like the universe put this all together here for us. But Fear, Highborn, getting ready to get into the game, getting ready to get into Hardpoint on Skyline. Question is, which team is going to take that first point?
You mean P1 or the map?
No,
in
I'm talking
general?
about the map in general.
Oh, well, I don't know. Both of these teams have had a good amount of downtime, so they hopefully have reset. They got their mental correct. And I think that Highborn is going to try and right their mistakes that they had a little bit of yesterday, which was playing a little bit disjointed, not really working off each other's trades, not really getting a lot of players in the hill, and slightly less map control than what is ideal. So maybe they've righted their wrongs and they can make it happen from the get-go, but we'll just have to wait and see. And right now, I did look for a second there, and that No Solution was flashbanging us all with a bit of reflection from his camera, but he has sorted that out right now. You can see everyone really locked in and loaded. We'll be getting in any moment, guys.
And of course, the winner of this will go on to their grand finals, which is a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. A long one of the ages to go ahead and crown the victor, the team that will win 30,000 Rand, be able to lift that trophy, earn the title of grand champion, and solidify their status as one of the top teams and the top team for COD
Wow. That is more than anything, it's bragging rights, right? I suppose Nixa is ready and waiting in the grand finals, and it's going to be number 5 for them, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 4 or 5 in terms of LAN Ws, so they are really wanting to make it as official as possible. And of course, we want to see them be dethroned. It's no fun to have a bully on the stage, but not to say that they bullied Fear very much. It was a very close game. So, I don't know, a lot of storylines beginning to develop here, and a lot of pressure as Trip9 has left the building. What is going on? No, he's back.
Stretch your legs before you get into the map, Get the last few stretches out, get warmed up, because once we get in here, it's go time. You have to go ahead and give it your all. Last chance, no opportunities after this. This is it. This is the moment, and you have to make that moment. Both of these teams, they want it badly. We could see how they've been playing yesterday. Of course, Highborn getting through that elimination, pushing through, persevering to get to this point. Fear now, the opportunity to get back in. They don't want to go out over here. They want to solidify their status as the top Call of Duty team in South Africa. There's so much stakes on the line for both of these teams right now.
Yeah, like we said, it's sounding a bit of a broken record right now. You guys have heard it before, but this is the lifeline. Whoever loses here goes home with 10,000 Rand, which is not bad, right? That's a good amount of change in the back pocket. But obviously, you want to have a rematch if you are in the shoes of Fear. And if you are in the shoes of Highborn, you want to have a shot at Nixa, because you have yet to face them here at this competition, and this is how you do it. You got to be, obviously, first got to get through Fear, and they are a monumental opposition or opponent in general.
I do actually wonder who Nixa is preferring to battle in that grand final. Nixa will be the type of team that says, it doesn't matter who we go up against, we're going to run through them. We hear that all the time. But genuinely, I wonder which team they would prefer to go attack against.
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. It's all going to come down to how this map starts off, because we want to see which team has got the tempo and got the vibes, got the comms, everything needed to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Because right now, it does feel as though the game started off very, very close, the first 2 maps, but then the second 2 sort of just slipped away from the side of Fear there. So maybe it is just Nixa working out the kinks of their gameplay and coming into their stride, or it could just be maybe a bit of a mental block. It's just so difficult to tell. We just need everyone to lock in right now. The locksmith has been called. We were locked out for a bit, but we are going to get involved in this next best of 5, starting us off on Skyline.
A little bit of history as well. Highborn last year at the Shift LAN, they placed 3rd as well. So top 3, they want to go ahead and maybe get better than that right now. It's at the same situation, the same point currently. They want to go ahead and push to the top right now. They want to go ahead and make it to that grand final. And this is their moment now. This is it. Of course, Fear. We've seen Season 2's card grind. They were the winner of it. The lower bracket comeback as well. They can make that comeback here as well, right now. Lower bracket.
100%, yeah. You talk about the first online qualifier. They were the ones to take it. That put them at first seed, and then Nixa at second. And it was the battle of the ages in that one where they actually managed to dethrone them. Obviously, that is online. We are here at LAN. Things are a little bit different. But again, that really changes it up for everyone, because I feel like there's so much more pressure. There's so much, the crowd is there. Of course, Highborn has always got to turn out at these events, and we're going to be hearing those red shield chants in just a little bit once we load in here. But again, it feels like we've written this battle in the stars, and it has to be so good, right? We cannot see anything less than maybe a game 5, or we're just going to see one of these teams completely steamroll. We're not sure which one it is, because it can go either which way. But again, this is all just speculation at this point.
I wish we were out there when Fear got knocked down, just to see the look on Highborn's face, just to see what their thoughts was of We got to battle them again now in a winner-take-all opportunity to get to that grand final. I would have loved to have seen that in person.
Yeah, man. Reading the emotion, seeing exactly where everyone's headspace is, because it is a bit of a tough one. If you're on the shoes of fear to get knocked down, I mean, it either lights the fire underneath you or it completely demoralizes you. And already seeing that they've knocked out Highborn, they reckon they can do it again. But Highborn also taking out the reunion, the Island boys. So it's the pressure's on, and they have something to prove, and they want to do it right now. So again, it's just anyone's game.
Yeah, of course, since we are getting into this game and we're waiting for the players to load, and we can talk about the rest of the teams. Obviously, Nixa in the grand final right now. They've won multiple times before. But TBK Cage, they were the first time here. The Union Island team that's competed for the first time at this South African land at the MTNShift gaming experience, making history for themselves as well. And I mean, what an opportunity, what a moment for them as well. There was a couple interviews that happened after the Elim game, and you could see the pride on their face, how happy they were to just have experienced this, to participate, to put their name out there, and to show that they are such a solid team when it comes to COD.
100%, and they've proven themselves. They managed to make the qualifiers. They got here. They took maps off of these teams. And again, it could come down to something like travel. They have to work out all the kinks. They haven't played for a very long time. They've got to adapt to a completely different style of gameplay. But are looking like a lot of adjustments going through here. I believe we may be loading in. We are indeed, everybody. Let us start this losers bracket final. You can hear Highborn. We're loading in Skyline HP. Will history repeat itself, or are we going to be breaking the mold as the red shield chants come on through?
Catchy chant, I'm not gonna lie. Makes me want to just yell it, but we gotta be impartial.
Yeah, that's true. Red shield, red shield. Yeah, it's good. I hear it.
We can get broadcast to chant for us.
Yeah, that's right. We got to remain as... Look, there's Mikhail. I see him. He's on the map. He's still there. Breaking ankles from the floor position.
a whole day later. And it's
still there. No, he's still there. Bro's always got it under lock and key. Are we loading in? Is it happening?
One can only hope.
One can only hope. Favorable spawns still in favor here of Highborn, so they can keep those P2 spawns. Maybe they can make it as trials and treacherous as possible. Okay, guys, we're just holding our breath to see if we actually are loading in here, but it's looking pretty good. We just looked over at production and they were like,
wow.
We don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
Are we going to see movement? That is the big question. We see movement.
Okay, it looks like we've worked out the kinks, and that is going to be the start of the map, everybody. It's going to be Schemes getting the ball rolling as we battle it out on P1. No solutions. Breaking ankles, getting kills with the help of Mage. That's going to be P1 up for grabs. Mikhail picking up a bit of the time.
Absolutely getting it first for Fear. Nades coming through as well. Goes ahead and takes down Zaza with that Semtex Mage on stairs as well. Now gets another Semtex thrown out as well. And getting early points over here. And these kills is Fear.
But they still have to fight for those spawns. They get the first bit of time, but it's all going to come down to one of those players. Look at him working his way on through. That's going to be Coach. The man on a mission gets the first blood, but his teammates are falling around, and Mage finding another set. Tries to take out Akshay, but he can't quite get the shots, so that will be scrap time. Going the way, well, for a second, going the way of Highborn, but here we go to the rotations, off to the runners. Back spawn secured for Highborn.
That jump around was actually beautiful to watch as we move over to P2 now, ladies and gentlemen. Highborn has that spawn. You can see Zaza up here already by the elevator shaft, watching it very carefully as Bevs gets taken out down low. A little bit of lag right now happening.
I think we have a PC crash, but the game may still be going on. I'm not sure. Oh, damn. Ain't that par for the course.
I mean, we've seen so much issues here today. I'm not even surprised at this point. Call of Duty just breaking consistently. We've been face palming for, I think, maybe 2 hours straight.
Longer than that has to be. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Right, guys, the game is still going on, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah, they're gonna play it out, and we'll be able to give you the update as soon as it comes on through. So for now, we can maybe pan over to the crowd and see what their reaction is, because they're going to have a close eye on those players. Can't do that? Can't do that. Okay, well then, I don't even know. What are we going to talk about? I'll be right back. I guess, guys. Another one to add to the tally. We'll see you guys in a second with the update. Alright everybody, that was map number 1 secured for Fear. Unfortunately we had an observer crash out there because the game is fantastic. And I see a 39? Who got a 39?
We need to go ahead and review that. We actually need to go
Oh
and
yeah,
see
I want to
that.
know what the scores were like over there. Oh, Mikhail left hanging, unfortunate. what a sad turn of events. After a W there and your bro leaves you hanging, unfortunate. It's all good though, it's all good.
At least we got to see a little bit of a view there towards the end. 250 to 159 is the final score over for that hardpoint on Skyline. And now these players have to go ahead and get ready for SND Rewind.
S&D Rewind, and it is very much like the first set of maps, or the first game where it was literally Fear taking the first map, and then we go over to S&D on Rewind, where the boys in red managed to answer back. So there you go, guys. 250 to 159 was the score.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fear, a little bit dominant over there, just about 100-point difference or so. Now they've got to keep that lead, right? Now they've got to keep that going into the next one. If they want to be undefeated in this night, to get pushed to that, they've got to keep this momentum rolling. We talk a lot about momentum. This is where it's needed right now. For Highborn, they got to get that ball rolling somehow. They've got to figure out the stats for this S&D and quite literally, no fancy way to say it, outgun and outman their opponents.
100%, but they've done it before, right? They've shown that they can do it on this very map. So we're going to be going straight back into it. And there was a question in chat whether or not the observers will be back in the game. Yes, of course, we're going to be getting into the next one. But before we do that, we need to thank the sponsors as per usual, because it wouldn't be possible without them and all of you beautiful people watching in chat. And I'm not sure, but I've been told, there's been a whisper that there is somebody with a birthday in the okay, there is somebody who is celebrating their birthday in the crowd right now, but we'll give you a little bit more on that after game number 2.
Absolutely. And of course, those sponsors, MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First, making this possible. 60,000 Rand prize pool this entire weekend. Has been absolutely fantastic watching these teams compete. 30,000 Rand in first place is on the line right now. And we already have Nixa, who have booked their ticket, checked, stamped. They are waiting for their opponent right now in that grand final. Fear, Highborn competing to get there. Currently Fear with that 1 map lead. And now we just await that S&D.
S&D indeed. Man, I don't even know what to say at this point. I feel like we've spoken about everything in the end sub. So basically, we need to make sure that Highborn locks in, starts to play around each other, play a little bit closer to one another, playing those trades, because of course this is a non-respawn kind of game mode. And then I suppose Fear just needs to keep doing what they're doing. They're feeling like they've got a bit of momentum behind them now, and that is worth its weight in gold. We spoke about how these are very, very momentum-based teams, and if that changes, it could be one play. It could be something insane like another 1v3 clutch by Zaza, and that could swing the momentum entirely in favor of either team.
I mean, we've seen that yesterday as well. You gotta know that Fear know about that. They're gonna be watching that tremendously, and they're figuring out their threats. The deja vu is here currently, and I mean, there's not much to say. Like you said over here, these two teams going at it. SND right now. Rewind, second map of this loser bracket series. Who's going to walk away victorious from this one? Will Highborn tie up the map score? Will Fear go away and take a 2-0, pushing this to match point? Let's get into it.
Getting into it indeed. First to 6 is the name of the game. No respawns per round. Will we see SB TDM or will we see the bomb going down? And both of these teams have been able to make those adjustments, like we said a little bit earlier. And if this is going to be the deja vu, whoever wrote the script is doing a fine job, because that means Highborn should be taking this one.
And if we do see that TDM style, maybe it's just because these teams are like, let's just get it done. Let's just get through this. We've had an entire day already. Let's just gone through it. Let's go to control. Let's see what happens over there. But alas, time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, control will be on vault after this map. But SND, here we go. We see movement everywhere currently. Let's see what happens.
Bearing in mind now that the colors might be backwards for you guys, but we still know the players, and it's going to be a straight out bang out around. Being first blood, not drawn. Coach takes out Bevs. Coach finds 2 by some miracle, but Schemes is there to even it out just a little bit. A 3 versus 2, and it feels like we are really straight back into it. Just over a minute to work with. Slight advantage to the side of the field.
And of course, S&D, we're not going to give too much away with location, so we will be quite vague with plays, but Schemes getting absolutely beamed. Gets leaves down Trip 9 as the last one alive and will get taken down. And of course, S&D, we will have to wait for that timer to go down on the first one. But looking dominant already. Fear getting that first round.
Getting that first round, it came down to a game of TDM. In the end, they didn't manage to get the bomb plant, that being Highborn. Of course, I know that the colors are backwards, guys. Don't you worry. It'll be sorted by the next game. But for right now, that is round number 1, and they've already broken the mold. Because bearing in mind, in the previous time that these two met up, it was actually Highborn that got the ball rolling.
Absolutely, and this is the momentum that need to push through, to get on to that grand final. Of course, will challenge Nixa for that 30,000 rand, for that trophy, for that bragging rights that you talk about all the time, Trout, to lift that trophy up in front of the crowd, get their names on socials as the best COD team of 2025, Black Ops 6. And we're just waiting for that round to end so we can get into the next one of S&D.
Which means it is going to be Fear on attack and Highborn on defense. It is slow and steady wins the race as we get straight into it there, guys. If you have just joined in right now, it is the losers bracket final. It's currently Fear versus Highborn, and it is 1-0 to Fear. They took that HP.
Into S&D now. Teams moving, looking for that first blood. That first blood so important in an S&D. Bevs and the rest of the squad. I mean, taking space is also really good. Map control that we always talk about as well, as No Solution gets taken down. Coach with that reload as well. Stuns coming through. Shots landing everywhere. Mage backing up. Playing life.
So key. First blood was drawn by Bevs. He got super aggressive, and that's exactly what you want. And again, another interesting bit of gameplay mechanics coming out here. Using the doors to find out information is fantastic. I haven't actually seen that too much in this game, even though it is one of the core features, but oh my goodness, it's Mage! It's Mage! It's Mage! As he finds a 2-piece and takes the life count advantage.
And now looking to go ahead and maybe further that kill count as well. And for the side of Highborn right now, last alive schemes, playing life. Will you be able to do this man alone? Oh my goodness! The reflex on point manages to get the kill is Schemes. 35 seconds on that timer currently as the bomb planted.
I actually am in shock that he managed to take out Mage at close range there with the AR in hand. Oh my goodness. Oh, the timing is in, but the trade is just as quick. It almost became a 1v1. Fantastic stuff there for them to stabilize. That being Fear, currently 2-0 up in this SD, but that was way too close for comfort there. That could have gone the other way very quickly.
I will tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as that happened, Trout's jaw on the ground. Straight up, no other way to put it, but we switch sides again as we get on to round number 3.
Bro got shotgunned by an AR at close range. I actually cannot make this up. I feel like whenever you think something is not possible, it really happens here. Insane. The 1v1 was forced, but unable to convert the round, almost the clutch, but still, Fear in the lead, 2 rounds.
Now Fear on the defending side as well. Highborn looking to go ahead, get that plant off. Of course, a minute 20 to go ahead and work with. First blood still yet to be drawn at this point in time. But teams feeling each other out right now. A couple shots here and there to go ahead and try to pre-fire, but nothing to write about just yet.
Well, actually, Zaza manages to take out No Solution, giving them the first blood advantage now. And they have managed to take a bit of space. And the bomb is down, and it's going to be Mage who gets the trade. 3v3, Trip 9 though, still playing pretty angles, trying to make it happen here, trying to see which issue of, I was going to say which issue of comic he's going to be checking out, but he gets away with his life. Right now he's on the final volume. It's just Bevan left in a 1 versus 2. Bomb is down. Oh, the timing is there. 22 seconds and counting. He manages to make it a 1v1, but it's going to be Mage who comes out on top, and that's 3 straight rounds for Fear.
How often do we get to that 1v2, that 1v3, and yet it still gets so close. It gets to that 1v1 at a point in time. Absolutely incredible plays from these teams, from both sides over here. But Fear, they go ahead and they get that up to 3.
Well, these guys are now currently finding their sprint. They stumbled against Nixa so they can run here, and run they shall do, as they are currently 3 straight rounds of S&D. But again, still very close. It is like a couple of seconds, a little bit of the timing might not work their way, and it could go in favor of Highborn. But right now, back on attack is going to be Fear, and they need to be able to convert those first bloods. That being Highborn, because they've managed to find a couple of them, but aren't able to really do much else, as again, it's going to be Bevan who finds that first blood, but Mage is there for the instant trade.
You mentioned how it's just down to a couple of seconds. Not even that, sometimes it's just down to a couple of bullets left in that mag as well. We do see a couple shots over from Mixed. Is connecting. Semtex does go out as well. Zaza managing to play live Mage with another elimination as well. It's now down to that 3v2 situation. Highborn in the deficit of lives currently. 2v3 is where we are. 2v2, even Stevens, but there is going to be a plant.
Plant is down. A is the call. 2v2 Thursday night on ACGL right now. Mage, amazing 4 spree for him. Oh my goodness, coach gives away his position, but that maybe should just be ringing that dinner bell to see if they can bait in a couple of these 1v1 fights right now. Having said that, Mage has been able to find these incredible angles, but what's the timing going to look like here? Oh my goodness, it's actually going to be Coach who gets the ball rolling, leaving him in a 1v1. But it is going to be Fear with 4 straight rounds. It always comes down to the wire, but at the end, Fear has come out on top 4 straight rounds of S&D.
I mean, every single time it's come down to that, they've swung off of each other. I mean, look at this. The instant trade out there for that round win. Swinging at the same time, high, low, cross angles. Cinematic is what it is.
Yeah, it's cinematic, but risky at the same time, because that very easily could have been a body stack, and then it would have gone the other way. So they are cutting it as close as possible. Highborn just a millisecond away from making greatness happen, but at the moment they are being choked out of every single play. Maybe now on attack they can change things up, but at the moment it is full momentum in favor of Fear.
Absolutely. Finding a way to lock down and lock out Highborn from anything. It's tip 9.
Oh!
Instantly, we're down to what you talked about earlier. Zaza being man alone against the entirety of the squad of Fear currently. We've seen this before. We're seeing it again. It truly is deja vu, but Zaza not going down without a fight currently. Finds one in Mix and is looking to go ahead and prolong this.
100%. He's going to slowly try and work his way into 1v1 gunfights here, but simply there is no answer for Mage as he gets another 3-piece. He's just got the roots and the timing down to a T. They know that they have bomb on them right now, and they're just going to be playing around that. Of course, Zaza's still left in this 1 versus 3, trying to work his way on up in the map right now. 35 seconds and counting. Whoa, how's it going to work out?
I mean, Mage on a current 8 streak right now as well. Looking to go ahead and prolong that in the next coming rounds. Spots out where one is. That is no solution, but the numbers game right there proving to be prevalent and really tough for Highborn as Fear gets another one.
I'm going to be honest, I think that was an ace for Mage. I think that may have been the ace. If he got that kill in the end... It was Coach, but it was very close. Every single person in the 1 versus 3 there, all 3 players left from Fear managed to at least throw one lead pellet down their way. And, man, 5-0. 1 round away from closing out this S&D in dramatic fashion.
No understatement over their dramatic fashion. And, I mean, if this goes through, that puts Fear at a clean 2-0. Puts us into control series point. And Highborn will have a huge mountain to climb to make their way back into this currently. Can they go ahead and breathe a little bit longer in these waters? Or will Fear go ahead and drown them out and push that map score up to 2-0?
Well, right now the timing has to be a little bit better. Schemes getting a lot of information and a lot of damage down range, but unable to secure the kill. So it's going to be bomb down at B. 4v4 on the retake. Beb's getting shot in the back. It feels like you need to keep your head on a swivel, but Schemes gets the ball rolling. No solution. Trades it out instantly, but Mage is there to help him. It's now a 2 versus 2, but it make it a 1 versus 2. Zaza, man alone, to keep the hopes and dreams of Highborn alive in this S&D.
Can Zaza get it done? Can you prolong this? Can you breathe in this right now? Can you go ahead and have a miracle? Unfortunately not. Pushing through that door, getting caught out, and Fear celebrating a clean 6-0.
I think Mage went 12-1 in that game.
Oh my god.
There is simply no answer. He is the final boss. Bro turned into Kratos real quick.
I mean, what can you say? These players wanted that badly. This is what it's all about to get to that grand final. Let us actually go ahead and see a 12 and 1. You are correct. 1200 damage as well on top of that, Trout.
That is insane. I'm pretty sure I heard Mage get up and super loud. He said, "Fries, bag, now."
Damn. Of course, a little bit of auto farming at land.
Yeah.
You can't go without it.
100%, 100%. Okay, we're going to be getting into the next game very, very shortly here, guys. I'm not sure if we're going to have a break for toilet time. If we are, we don't know. Okay, guys, we are up in the air as much as you guys are, but I'm sure these guys want to keep the ball rolling, strike the iron while it is hot, as it is currently 2-0 to the side of Fear in this losers bracket final.
I mean, do I sense a little bit of nerves on Highborn's face right now? Trying to strategize around it, trying to figure out what they need to do to get in this. Fear looking cool, calm, collected, smiles on their faces. You can see that live. But I mean, there's that score, and that's a tough one to look at, Rob.
That is a mental blow and then some. I mean, they only managed to take out Mage once in that entire map. That is an absolute Lanimal performance right there. But again, we're going over to control on Vault. And this is where Highborn really needs to lock it down. They need to figure out exactly what they want to do because something needs to change. At the moment, they are just being stomped down at every single turn.
Absolutely. They need to find their footing within this. Otherwise, that's it. It's wraps. Highborn goes down. Fear finds their way up against Nixa again. And a lot of deja vu happening here today, Trout.
I'm telling you. It's, well, deja vu, but then with a little bit of an altercation there because it's actually 2 straight maps to the side of Fear here. And I'm going to be honest, I just read a comment in chat. Ooh, hulle gaan huis toe gaan, na mama toe, is absolutely devious. That is actually generational trauma being instilled right now. That is insane.
There's nothing like Twitch chat, man.
You cannot beat it.
There's nothing like it, but you can beat it, actually. You can, by getting a ticket and coming down to the auditorium, because we still have a best of 7 grand final to come as well. You guys can get the ticket off of acgl.gg or just walk through the door and get it straight here. Tap to pay, cash, it doesn't matter. You can get into the auditorium, hear the Red Shield chants, see that grand final live, and maybe let us know what you think in person.
Exactly right. It's $25, like you said. It is enough. You could skip that morning coffee right now and get involved. I suppose it's going to be evening coffee. Evening coffee, as we're going to be going straight into map number 3 here. Vault Control. Looking for the 3-0 is Fear. And Highborn trying to find their feet in this losers bracket final.
I'm actually glad about that decision. They're not wanting to take a break of this. They want to just, they warmed up. They want to get straight into it. It's been a long enough day as it is already. There's still more games to come for either one of these teams, plus Nixa as well. They don't want to get fatigued over time, get a little bit rusty over time. They want to keep the momentum forward. They want to get into that grand final as soon as possible and give these people what they came for.
100%. They want to put on a show, and I'm pretty sure that Highborn is ready to get back into this game. They need to have something change. It could be something as simple as a pep talk. There is a little bit of downtime now between the maps. They need to just get their mental right, get their gunny up and not their funny up, as they need to start shooting straight nukes, because everyone, especially Mr. Mage and No Solutions, the SMGs, putting in the work for the side of Fear. Will they continue the streak is the question as we load into map number 3 here in the losers bracket final. It's going to be Control on Vault.
What a day it's been. What a weekend it has been, Trout. We've got to witness 4 of the best teams live in action, showing why they've made themselves the top 4 teams, going at it, giving everything that they've gotten, everything that they had put on the table for everyone to see, whether in Twitch chat, whether for us as casters, whether live in the Canal Walk auditorium. It's been absolutely fantastic to witness. And right now, this is CD's point, the lower, or the loser bracket final, I should say. Go ahead, match point for this, where Fear can go ahead and secure their spot in the grand final. Highborn need to do everything that they can to survive a little bit longer. You could hear the Red Shield chants going, motivating, hyping the team up to go ahead, give it all that they've got, and survive a little longer. Let's get into some control, baby.
And on attack, it is going to be the side of Highborn getting it going, but the trades have to be a little bit quicker than that. But it's going to be Bebs who finds 2, being the man alone around the point. Still alive for now is No Solution, so no progress at the moment. But we are playing chicken with a chicken with a pillar, but eventually it's going to go out in the direction of Highborn as they start finding a bit of progression here on A.
Yeah, they need to try to get as much cap as they possibly can. Schemes dodging beautifully, and the return fire says, no, 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 I'm not going down that easily.
No!
I'm sticking on this point.
Well, they're still in it. They've managed to find that first tick. Bebs and Zaza alive for now. The double stack is in. The more bodies on the point, the better. The quicker it comes through. Top Cat is where the attack is coming from right now, but Bebs falls to none other than No Solution, but into the blender we go. Mage, Pixel peeking, getting kills. 2 on 2. A secured. 2 life advantage to the side of Highborn.
That is beautiful, and 2 minutes left to work with as well. Highborn right now looking quite strong over here. 16-16 is the live shaky shot. No! But there's Captain Price, proud about that personal kill as well. Mix is going to find one on top of that, but looking good so far. Pretty even as well. 14 to 15 lives.
14 to 15 lives indeed, but the spawn trap beginning to develop now for the side of Fear. If they can keep these players as far away as possible from that point, but Zaza shooting absolute nukes, fresh, good old-fashioned lead grill handed out there, but the trades and the lives still a little bit in favor of Fear here, as No Solution is answering back himself 2-piece after 2-piece.
9 to 12 is where we stand on lives, ladies and gentlemen. Schemes gonna drop that down just a little bit more. I mean, Fear doing a fantastic job of burning through time right now as well. Highborn doing everything that they can. But it seems like we're just down to a life game right now, Trout. 8 to 8. Everyone playing this like it's a TDM, trying to burn through those lives. No Solution goes ahead and gets a kill. Actually gets 2. Gets 3 over there. Drops the lives down to 5. And now sticking on clearing that. That is a multi-kill.
And we have Mix in the spawn, cutting them down as they push their way on up. It's just Zaza, who was the last one up. 3 versus 7, making it 2 versus 7. But they do have 3 ticks to their name. Not a bad start here because they were on attack. Obviously, this is a very defender-oriented game mode, and every single tick is worth its weight in gold now. A 1 versus 7 for Schemes, and he has been putting in the work as best he can. Down to 1 HP just about, but at the moment I would argue that we've got to play for a little bit of streaks. Not quite. He gets taken out, and it is going to be the ball rolling as the first round going the way of Fear.
Pushing strong over there to go ahead and keep that momentum. But I mean, what a game played by Highborn as well. This 3K, absolutely disgusting from No Solution. Could not be stopped for that time. But now we go ahead, we switch sides, we give Highborn a chance to go ahead and defend, and we see what they can make out of it.
Well, all they got to do is try and deny more than 3 ticks, because like I said, if we run the distance and go to around 5, the number of ticks is worth its weight in gold, because that is going to be what determines which team is on defense. So off the rip, it is going to be straight to the fray. Coach finding the first. His help comes from the form of Mix. It was just 1 player that fell, but Coach gets the double. That's all 4 down. Straight onto A we go. Only 1 life lost for Fear.
I feel like I'm watching more of a TDM over here, the way that opening went. Now Highborn, they find themselves in a bit of a predicament over here. We go ahead and look at that captures. We look at that ticks. A is about to go ahead and hit to 2 ticks very soon. There it is. B has halfway progress on that first one, and still on A. That capture is still going.
Well, timing needs to be fantastic here, but not quite gonna happen. The players are falling like flies right now. Highborn cannot get anything going as they get taken out 20 to 27, and the kills keep on flying. Having said that, 2 players now falling for the side of Fear. 5 lives between the 2. Mixer manages to win that one, but gets traded immediately. Remember, they have added another minute to the clock, and they are going to try to decap that being Highborn. Stabilize a little bit here. They cannot allow any more ticks to come on through for the side of Fear.
That was a ridiculously fast capture on A. And I mean, they're just gunning through their opponents right now. 15 to 23 is where our lives are. Fear looking to go ahead and 3-0 this entire loser bracket. Mage with a kill as well. Look at the kills over on Fear right now as Mage goes ahead and adds a 13th one on the board. B has passed that 2nd tick, looking to go ahead and get the 3rd one. This is absolute domination.
Damn, Fear just putting their foot down on the pedal, dropping a gear and disappearing as they are currently 2-0 up in the control, 2-0 up in the series, looking to close it out in a hot 3-0 in control and overall. My goodness, are these guys shooting, and you can see it in their gameplay. It is a very, very tough turn of events for the side of Highborn. It feels as though they are being panicked or making panicked plays as they can't get a foot in. Something as simple as Bevs not checking for Mage after he just got a kill in Art. That seems like a bit of a blunder in my opinion, but overall, still not out of the woods. Maybe we get to see the absolute full reverse sweep going. Oh,
No.
ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
We're waiting for some confirmation. We're looking just as you guys are. But talking about dominance, man, Fear looking like a whole different machine compared to the first time these two teams met up.
You know, I haven't said this in a while, but I can go ahead and finally say it now. Fear just being absolute dominant over there, that's all gas, no brakes. I haven't said that in a while. There hasn't really been a moment where I could say that, but it showed it right there. Absolute domination. Not only going through the lives of their opponents being highborn, but also capturing both points effectively.
They got
instantly.
They got A with losing one life.
That's insane to me.
Adding another minute to the clock. These guys are just playing off of their momentum, and we spoke about how important it is in terms of momentum for the two sides, right? And a team like Fear thrives off of that momentum. Okay, we got the admins in here at the moment figuring out exactly what the technical difficulty was. I think Zaza's PC may have crashed, but if anything, it is going to be another restart, but it'll be 2-0 to the side of Fear. We'll come back for you guys in a little bit here as we throw to a quick be right back while we sort out the technical difficulties. And now it's another good old-fashioned broken record. Just hang tight. We'll be back soon.
it's been an interesting day. That's the least that we can say about it. There's been a lot of technical difficulties here and there. There's been a lot of issues, but we've just gotten a little bit of announcement from admins that there has been a little issue, and Todd will take it away.
Okay, so we just were informed that Zaza was having some serious PC issues in the form of packet bursts and 500 ping. So that is significant enough for us to warrant a full map reset. It was given to the brought to the attention of the admins in round 1, so that we're going to quickly erase that one from your memory. I got my little men in black. Pew! Now we're good, and it's going to be a restart on Vault Control 00, pretty much erasing it from history, and it's just going to be a straight replay from the start. No advantage to the side of Fear or Highborn. It's just going to be tried, true, and tested replay.
Yeah, that really sucks that it's shot up to 500 as well, especially in a LAN environment. So we have to go ahead and, clarify that, clear that up for all of you guys in case you're wondering what happened. But that means that Highborn now still has the chance to go ahead. They've had that feeling out process now. They've had that feeling out of control. Let's see if with this they can go ahead and have that reverse dominance than what we just saw. Get that score up to 2-1 and have another chance to getting into that grand final.
100%, guys. Just so that you are aware, there is a regional issue with internet at the moment. There is a bit of a break between SA and Europe in terms of our undersea cable. The Sharks might be back at it again. The Sharks are out there chewing cables, and that is where the issue is coming in terms of connection. So hopefully it will be sorted out very soon. You can see the players are beginning to join into the lobby. So that was just a quick update for you guys. We'll probably stick to the player cams as everything slowly starts to get going, and we'll be back with you guys as soon as the map is loading in.
Absolutely. And this kind of gives us a chance also to remind people that 17th to 21st is another event happening here in Canal Walk. Currently, we are in the auditorium for the MTNShift gaming experience for the Call of Duty side. But the MTNShift gaming experience still continues next week as well, 17th to 21st, with a bunch of different things from FC to Beat Saber. And talking about Beat Saber over there, you guys can go ahead and actually play Beat Saber to get an entry for a 50,000 Rand PC. That over there is some more entries for you. Those QR codes will go ahead and sign you up for MTN Cloud Play, MTN Battle Plus, and if you go to an MTN store in the Canal Walk and spend 100 Rand or more, you will get an entry for that PC. That's all happening next week. So all you got to do is show up, enjoy the fun. I'm pretty sure there's going to be Rocket League, Fortnite, and Minecraft as well for a lot of people to play. But then Beat Saber being the main thing, and FC as well. A chance to win a 50,000 Rand PC.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, MTN.
Yeah, 100%. I could definitely use that for a secondary streamer PC.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe it could be the primary one. I don't know. All right, guys, we're going to be loading in a second. We're going to cut it to the crowd cam, as you can hear them absolutely going boss out there. And then we'll be loading in as soon as the map is ready. right, everyone, we are loading back in. It has been a roller coaster of emotions, much like my relationship with my dad. It is inconsistent as it comes. We're even changing maps right now. It is chaos on the main stage, but let it be known, it is currently 1-0 to Fear in the control, 2-0 in map count. There was a little bit of deliberation, and it is going to be the side of Fear on attack, Highborn on defense, 1-0 to the side of Fear.
I mean, that's interesting to note as well. Highborn now have a chance to not get completely wiped out in this control as well.
Again, we are searching for another reset, much like me searching for a relationship with my father. We'll just have to wait and see how that goes.
I have nothing to say after that. Genuinely have nothing to say after that one. It's been a day. That's all we can say. It's been a day. I don't know, man. A lot of issues.
It's just so tough, man. This game is truly where it's at. Oh, okay, guys. We are waiting. We have Mage who has left the building. I think he's gone to go comb his mullet, mayhaps. He's lost his way from the 70s. So it's a good time. It's a good time, everybody.
This is tough to actually experience. I mean,
yeah, it's hard.
On top of all the issues, it's still fatiguing. I mean, these players are still here. They're trying to keep that mental, that focus. It is fatiguing in the long run as well for all of these players. And I mean, I think the few that's going to be sort of okay to actually deal with things right now is Nixa. They have a chance to actually rest.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're chilling right now. These guys, they're probably out there
arcade,
are having a good time, eating, I don't know, Nando's. I don't know what they like to eat. They could be eating Nando's. They could be getting a cheeky little bit of a banter in there. Oh, okay. So, sorry guys, we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. We're loading back in. Mage is still AWOL though. Sorry, we don't mean to laugh. He's back. Let's go.
Okay, let's finally get into this. Let's get through control. Let's go ahead and see if Fear can get that 3-0-1 map scores, push themselves to that grand final. Let's see if Highborn can go ahead and prolong this, take us to a 2-1. At this point in time, my mental has gone so far that I don't even know what's going to happen, nor do I want to know what's going to happen in the long run. Don't ask me predictions, okay?
Nah, there's no chance for predictions over here. We're not Nostradamus. We cannot see the future. And it is really anyone's game. Enough resets. I feel like we've had more resets right now than... Okay, let's not say that. We've had many resets. Let's leave it at that, and we are going to be getting into this game very soon. Hopefully we are loading in. It's going to be 1-0 to the side of Fear. Let it be known. And they're going to be on attack. Hopefully no resets again. It's tough.
It's really tough to actually witness. And I know these players just want to get done with this. They want to go through with this. They just want to see that grand final. Of course, the people watching here at the auditorium in Canal Walk. Everyone watching over on Twitch, the chat. They want to see what happens. They want to see who walks away with that 30,000 rand. They want to see who walks away with that bragging rights, with the title, with the championship of being called the best COD team in South Africa. And one step at a time, guys, one baby step at a time, we get there eventually. We roll with it, we push through, and we will see that grand finals happen.
Eventually. It will happen. It will happen. Oh, someone said more resets than matches played. I mean, you could be onto something there. That's kind of crazy, but that's okay. It is the game we love, and we are here in Vault Control. Like I said, it is still the side of Fear with a 1-round advantage.
We're just getting the players into it right now, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully all these players are loading in. Hopefully we have everything correct over here, and hopefully we see less issues as we go forth over here as well. But the timer ticks down, the crowd cheering on, the red shield chants as well as we get into this.
It looks like we have the colors correct as well, so we got production W in the chat, and we are moving in. Bearing in mind it is first to 2 for the side of Fear, and it is going to be first to 3, as all 4 will fall from the side of Highborn, and straight onto A we go. Look at Mage absolutely sending it into the spawn. He fears no evil. He shall continue to reap said souls.
I mean, Mage has been on an absolute run so far within this. 12-1 on the SND, looking to go ahead and make do in here as well. Schemes with an elimination, but gets taken out immediately as well. A on 2 ticks already, looking to go ahead and get the third for Fear. again, almost instantly.
Almost instantly. Mage is still on a tear, 4-0 right now. He simply cannot be countered. Having said that, it does look like Trip9 manages to stop the bleeding a little bit, but it is 25-18. A secured, a minute added to the clock. Mage eventually cut down. No streaks for you, but still life count disparity very large, and they are going to start to capitalize on that as they work their way over towards B, but it's going to be Zaza with a huge two-piece.
Now Highborn needs to hold this out as well. These all that remains that needs to be captured. 21-14. Highborn on that deficit of lives currently. Fear making sure that number dwindles down further and further as well. Looking to go ahead and get more streaks. Bevs, easy kill over there as well. Sliding through. And an attempt on B, but for the most part it's always getting cleared out.
Oh, what is that timing? Doesn't matter. He gets the kill, and it's going to be 2 players down. They are slowly evening out in terms of life counts here. Highborn eventually finding a bit of a footing as they continue to cut the players down, working their way over towards B, bearing in mind that there is only 3 ticks to the name of Fear Esports here, and they have just over a minute to mount a bit of a comeback into the side. 4 lives between the 2 teams.
Looks like these teams are playing more for lives than anything right now. I mean, B, the only point right now, Coach and Mage both getting eliminations, and they Bevs and Trips go ahead and counter that out as well. Bevs manages to get that kill. 13-8 is where we stand. Highborn with only a couple more despawns in the back pocket. Fear looking strong with this one. As we go on to Zaza, gets one, looks for a second on Coach. Coach does go down, but Zaza goes down as well to Mix.
Well, Bevan from the low ground, making sure that not a single cache of checks shall be taken from the side, but he gets too close to Mage, flew too hot to the sun, got burnt. Still 10-6 right now. It can turn into a game of S&D very quickly, but the clock continuing to dwindle here for the side of Fear. 9v6, just 3 lives between these 2 teams, and if they continue to hold them off 1 kill at a time, it will be a very winnable situation here for Highborn.
It's incredible to see that the lives are as close as they are currently. 26 seconds is what remains as well. 7-4. Bevs takes that kill as well. 7-3. Right now, Bevs gets killed, I should say. Mix as well. The lives are so close. The time is going all the way down. There is this altercation on point as well. 1 life is all that's left for Highborn. Coach wants to go ahead and end it right now. Trip9 though, staying alive for just a little bit longer. Has to pop that reload. Peeks out. Oh! Gets 1. It's a 1v2 life, but unfortunately could not clutch it up in the end, but that was so close.
Man, that was almost insane from Trip9 there, really trying to give everything he has to keep Highborn in the series. They are currently down 2-0 in the control now, only 1 round away from being sent home in a 3-0. And again, it does feel like Highborn waking up a little bit too little too late. If they played like this from the start, it would not have been the outcome that we're seeing on our screens right now.
Of course, Highborn just joining in on the game right now. Fear, they have had their matches before. They are warmed up. Perhaps that's what we're seeing in here as well. Just more time to go ahead and lock in, but have it or not, this is Highborn's last chance right now. This is do or die. Like we said, of course, Fear started out off of that reset at a 1-0 for control, and they won that one, which means they only need 1 more. Highborn cannot let this one slip, as we see the nades come through, the stuns come through, and the shots from Zaza as well.
Shots from Zaza, clean as always. Obviously fixing those issues on his PC right now as the first tick of A about to be secured by Highborn, and they're continuing to find a couple of those kills in the spawn, and they're going to push on out. That's going to be the second tick now secured as a full 4-man wipe is in. But look at Mix, the man on a mission, working his way around the back to see where he can lie down, turn into a carpet. It doesn't matter. He will be able to get a couple of these respawns, but having said that, he doesn't find any. The kills working out perfectly for Highborn. 28-23, 2 minutes and counting. This is the start you want to see.
Absolutely, this is what this is the momentum that they need to have right now. B is the only thing that is left, and they're already starting to go ahead and get that, but Fear doing a good job right now of cancelling that out. Same Texas go out from Trips, currently looking to go ahead and maybe take out Coach on that advantageous spot, but Mage all the way around gets 1, could not get the second.
So 23-20 is the current life count. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Still the advantage in favor of Highborn, but Mix needs to get some better timing. It's not going to be there. Skeeves trades him out, but it's going to be no solution at close range. He manages to find 2, and that is going to be another 3 life difference between the 2 teams right now. Bevs still alive in the wings as they push their way on through. Coach alive, but for how long was the question? Not very long. Bevs eventually slowed down. Schemes and Co working their way on through.
Highborn doing a fantastic job of these lives right now, and no solution, making a little bit of a comeback over here, trying to even it out. 15-17 is where we stand. little bit of cap on B as well currently for Highborn, looking to be cancelled out by Fear. Of course, a minute 24 on that timer as well. The crowd obviously cheering their favorites. Schemes obviously trying to hit those shots. Gets 2 over there with some clean sprays. Mix though in the advantageous spot is going to go ahead and drop the lives down by 1.
But it's still there for the side of Highborn as they find the first tick. They've got bodies on the hill, and we have players pushed up. This is where you can slowly wean off the attack. 1 kill at a time. It's going to be Schemes who gets it going with the help of Zaza. That's 3 down. It's just up to Mix. He gets taken out. This is looking like Highborn have found their feet as they are about to secure their first round of control, and they keep the players as far away as possible. Highborn on the board. 1 round, 2-1, working their way back into this game.
Slowly but surely. My favorite part about that was hearing the crowd go Schemes as that kills come through. But Highborn now can do it 2 more times to go ahead and get through this, to go ahead and get that map to a 2-1 scoreline. Fear just need to go ahead and last long enough for 1 round, hold off Highborn from actually defending these points, get those lives down, get that points captured, and they're going to the grand final.
Grand final on the horizon. Still not out of the woods yet is Highborn, and they're going to be back on defense, but here comes coach and crew flying on forwards. How are these first altercations going to work on out? At the moment, a lot of bloodshed, but no kills apart from a couple going the way of Highborn. That is a good start. Bev's trying to work his way around, can't quite find the kills he needs, but A now beginning to be secured.
Schemes finds his killing spree over there with that first blood as well. Right now, a feeling out process of sorts. A is getting captured. Schemes goes ahead, gets 1, and now immediately onto A to go ahead and clear that out. This is massive, and now holding angles to go ahead and try to prevent anyone from coming through. Mix gets taken out by Zaza there as well.
And into the spawn we go. It can be devastating from here. If you are in the shoes of Fears, you need to be able to not get absolutely trapped. Bebs from the low ground. He's trying to be like Anakin, but successful. Able to get a little bit of help from his teammates right now, but onto B we go. First and second tick on its way through on A, but actually all the players now cleared out. Trip 9, bopping and weaving on the point, alive. Almost trying to give him the Cape Town special, unable to do it though. But Bebs is there for the 2-piece with the help of Zaza.
But held out enough as well, and now they are going to go and clear A as much as they possibly can. A is at a full tick. B almost at that first tick as well. Highborn 21-19 in terms of that lives. Make that 20 as Zaza goes down. Even Stevens as we speak. Fear looking to go ahead and clutch up as quickly as they possibly can. 40 seconds, but that is going to go ahead and increase by 60 because of A being captured. B, all that is left. You can see Highborn trying to go ahead and clear it out as quickly as possible. 18-17 is our lives.
Well, 18-17, 16-17 now, and it's still Zaza and Co getting these kills, keeping the life count advantage in favor, but mixed with a huge 2-piece there, but Bevan stabilizing it a little bit. Last time they got ace because they sent every single player onto the site, mixed with an SMG in hand, getting a couple of these kills, looking for another. His teammates are there for the reinforce. They're going to be able to find something, but Bevan from the back end, able to take down 2. It is truly pandemonium on the B side.
Fixing up those issues for Highborn. You can see what it does for them. 12-11, 11-11. Such a even battle right now. B once again getting cleared out. A minute 5 on that timer. And down to 10 lives is Fear Esports currently. Highborn getting dropped there as well though. But a full clear on B.
Full clear on B, a full reset, 1 life advantage, just under a minute, under a minute to work with right now. Sorry guys, it's been a long day, but Zaza and none other than Trip 9 getting a couple of these kills, increasing their life count advantage, but they need to keep their heads on the swivel as they are normally players behind the enemy lines, but it doesn't matter. Bevins from the top rope getting a couple more kills. They are stopping the bleeding and getting kills. Further and foremost, they are pushing the players away from the point.
Highborn now understanding that the best defense is a good offense, using that red shield on the offensive. 22 seconds is all that is left for Fear to go ahead and make do with it, but 8-3 lives. Highborn has the advantage as they go ahead. They take those numbers down. Coach and Mix make that just Coach, the last one alive. Highborn 7 lives, 6 lives, going to try to end this, but overheating just a little bit. Highborn get themselves a second round in control.
Okay, guys, so it is going to be witnessing greatness right now as Highborn find themselves back into this game. Round number 5 on the horizon. We do need to go for a quick pause as we need to figure out which team had the higher amount of ticks. If my math is correct, I do think it was Highborn with more in the end, because they got 3 in the first round and they managed to secure all 6 ticks on B as well. So, I think it's going to be Highborn defense.
I think it is actually going to be a Highborn defense. The way that this happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that because of the reset, we tried to hop into this as quickly as possible, and the roles got switched, so we have to go ahead and put Highborn on defense now. And no matter what happens within this one, we're going to see a scoreline change on the maps.
100%. It is going to be either a 3-0 or will we witness the redemption arc of Highborn, and the way they were shooting towards the end of that map, it is absolutely possible. We're just figuring out exactly what we're doing. We're counting frames, if I'm not mistaken, to figure out exactly which team is going either have more kills or more ticks.
Absolutely, and you can see the players right now trying to figure out exactly what's happening. All of them locked in no matter what though. All of them focused on trying to get to that grand final. Nixer waiting in the midst over there of just trying to get this 30,000 rand. That's what it's all about. The bragging rights, the title, the championship, the 30 grand to go to these teams, or to at least one of these teams, from our total of 60,000 rand in the prize pool. We've gotten to see so much action over the course of this weekend, and right now we're just waiting on admins to let us know what is going to be the thing. Highborn does have defense. There
we can see the future. That was a good amount of ticks going their way, so it is going to be a reset into the map on defense. Highborn. Woo! A little bit of an advantage there. They put in the work, and nay I say it will be worth its weight of gold as they try to get back into this game. Only one round away from forcing at least a map number 4 and maybe starting that reverse sweep.
Absolutely. I mean, the red shield chance helped. That's all we can say about it. It definitely helped over there. The players got in that mental, they got the motivation, they got the hype and the vibes, and they locked in to go ahead and take us to a map number 5.
Well, they needed to wake up, and that they have done. And this is the momentum shift we were talking about. They only need something, and this may be that. And I mean, you've got to give credit where credit is due. Schemes and Trip 9, and of course Bevs doing the Lord's work. In fact, Zaza as well. Every single player turning it up for the side of Highborn there, where it mattered most. And now they need to start riding that momentum, riding the lightning, and run into a map 4 and maybe even a map 5.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the MTNShift gaming experience brought to you by MTN, Toyota Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First, making all of this possible, making that 60,000 rand prize pool possible, 30,000 rand for first place. You can see the determination on every single one of our players' faces, not just the 2 teams that you see on your screens right now, but all 4 teams that we've witnessed this entire weekend. The determination that each of them had has been mesmerizing, to say the least. And this is where it all goes down. This is what it culminates to. This opportunity right here, Highborn Fear, a final opportunity to get into that spot, to compete for that 30,000 rand. The loser of this one, of this Highborn versus Fear series, will be going home in 3rd place.
3rd place and 10,000 rand richer, which is not bad, but you want to have a shot at the Titans, the people sitting comfortably on their throne, waiting for the victor of this map, which is Nixer, of course, in that grand final. But right now, one round to rule them all. The final round with Highborn on defense and Fear on attack. Will we see the start of something? Maybe the little twinkle of hope. And hope is all they have right now, because they need to start building somewhere.
Yeah. The question now for Highborn, and for the Highborn fans, for everyone in the Twitch chat, is quite simply put, do you believe in miracles? And one way or another, we're gonna find it out here on round number 5 of Control.
Round number 5 of Control, indeed, and it's going to be Coach with the first blood, followed up by Mix, but it's still Trip 9 there to stop the bleeding. He finds one, but the first tick found instantly for the side of Fear. They are putting in the work, and it is just none other than the SMG Lord himself, but he gets taken down. No catwalks for you. It's not Stellenbosch, and it's not Saturday night. It's Sunday afternoon, and right now, it looks like Fear is in for the kill.
Championship Sunday indeed. A has been secured. Only a couple lives lost on each side. B is all that remains, and it needs to be defended with every single one of those 23 lives from Highborn to go ahead and secure an opportunity, not even a confirmation, an opportunity to still go forth and secure a spot for grand final. 21 to 23, 21 to 21 I should say, but a minute 55 is still on that clock.
Absolutely going backwards and forwards. Mage now behind enemy lines as he's going to be able to make a bit of space for his team to work his way on up towards B. But having said that, on the opposite side of the map, it looks like Bevan's trying to do exactly that. Oh my goodness! Trip 9 giving a burner to No Solutions. Apparently his solution has been found as the life count now for the first time in favor. Oh my word! Schemes finding more stabilizing. We shall see. 19 to 19, a minute and 30 seconds to work with. But behind enemy lines, No Solutions still trying to be a bit of a menace.
Somehow, some way, the numbers still so even within this, as No Solution sliding in, gets the drive-by kill, gets taken out eventually over on B, but still a fantastic job. Now Highborn in the deficit of lives by 1, 16 to 17 is where we stand. Still doing a fantastic job of going ahead and clearing out B. Mage on that killing spree as well. Zaza gets taken down. Mage finally goes down. That killing spree will go to an end, but now on B to go ahead and start the capture.
It's going to be No Solutions leading the frontier with the help of Coach, trying to cut down those players as they push their way on up, but No Solutions is doing a good job at the close range. Coach is there to help them out, like I said, but unfortunately Northern Ireland strikes again. The car bomb is taking out No Solutions. Coach at close range, he gets taken out. Mage still alive by some miracle. 13 to 10, and now for the first time the life count is in advantage of Fear. Just under a minute to work with. Me trying to shoot some toes, but Schemes is there to pick it up, but not quite able to finish the kill. First tick now found at B. It's coming down to the wire. One more push at it, one more clean sweep will be putting Highborn back in the lobby.
6 to 11 lives, make that 10 as we go ahead and see Mage fall to Trip 9. Right now Highborn need to put this all in one final effort, but Fear holding them out so much. 4 to 7. This is the last spawns for Highborn currently. Can they do with this and keep that dream alive? Or will we go ahead and see B captured? Mage takes it down to 3. Looking for another perhaps. Ooh, it's taken down those 6 lives over. But no. Highborn all the way down to 1. Zaza lost a life. And in dire situations, we are going to see Fear going to that grand final.
Coming down to the wire was that losers bracket final there, but eventually closed out, not quite in dramatic fashion, but a 3-0 nonetheless, and a little bit of life being shown by Highborn towards the latter stages of this losers bracket final. The question is, if they had played like that from the beginning, would we have seen that game 5? But I suppose hindsight is 2020. History has been written. It's going to be Fear versus Nixer in that grand final.
I feel like that all comes down to just who was warmed up more, who has been on those controllers, on that keyboards, who has been on Call of Duty for longer here today. And unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Highborn within this. Unfortunately for Highborn, Fear just outdid them in this loser bracket. But now, Trout, now we get to set up Nixer against Fear one more time, but this time in a best of 7.
Best of 7, winner takes it all in the form of 30,000 Rand and bragging rights. Of course, we are going to cut to another break. There's no way that it is avoidable, because we need to set those teams up on the stage, but we'll be right back as quick as possible. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Shift Gaming LAN experience right now in Canal Walk. We have finally run the distance. We have one more game between us and Ultimate Glory for one team. That is the Grand Finals. It's going to be Fear versus Nixer, a rematch of the ages. My name is Trout, this is AR Gaming, and we are here to bring you the action live.
Absolutely, it's been one hell of a weekend. We're finally at the culmination of it all. 30,000 Rand on the line for first place. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, Nixer against Fear. A battle as old as time. We've experienced this before yesterday, and now we get to go ahead and again. But, Trout, there's some stuff happening around.
100%. Highborn might not be celebrating the W, but they are celebrating a birthday. Let's see who's celebrating in the chat.
At least there's still some good moods over there. Unfortunately, Highborn knocked down, but that birthday celebration going to go a long way. What's also going to go a long way is the MTNShift gaming experience, because next week this still continues down in the center court. And yeah, exactly that. There is a PC on giveaway right now that you guys can win worth 50,000 Rand. Those QR codes get you to sign up for MTN Cloud Play, MTN Battle Plus, or if you go to an MTN store in Canal Walk and you spend 100 Rand or more, you will get an entry as well. But there's another way that guys can get entry as well.
That's right, they can come on down next weekend and play some Beat Saber, and every single time you play, you'll be entered into that giveaway for the 50,000 Rand gaming account. Thank you very much, MTN. That is a legendary, that might actually be a mythical real pull in the end. But right now, guys, we have one game between us, and like I said, the end. The end is nigh. And not the South African nigh, the other one. But right now, we are going to have a look at where the battle is taking place as we look at these maps and modes here for Fear versus
Absolutely, Nixer. Absolutely, guys. Best of 7 over here, and both these teams said we don't want no map advantages over here. We want the full best of 7. So we are starting off Hardpoint on Rewind, then moving Search and Destroy over on Dealership. Control will be on Protocol, then a back-to-back Hacienda for Hardpoint, S&D and Control, and then SND on Rewind again. Interesting thing here, we actually get to see Dealership in action now.
It's the first time we get to see another map other than Hussey, or I think it's Rewind. It's been Hussey and Rewind as our S&D maps, and again, a nice change of pace. We get to see how these teams play it out on one of the newer maps added to the pool here. So again, we have to see which team is going to be coming out on top. Obviously, Fear has been playing all 3 games. This is the third one for them on the day, so they've had a lot of reps in, but they were knocked down by the side of Nixer a little bit earlier. You can see none other than Reese fixing his hair. Got to make sure he's spick and span on the main stage. Everyone else getting ready to get into this first map, which is obviously going to be HP on Rewind. What do you want to see?
It's so late in the day.
That is an understatement.
Guys, it's so late in the day. My content creator side came out. I don't know what to expect anymore. I genuinely don't. We've had technical difficulties get fixed, and that led to Highborn almost making a comeback in that. That was completely unexpected for me to see. Within this, these are battles of titans, as No Solution's going to show us the game over there. Knows that we're getting it loaded in here. Thank you, No Solution. Both of these guys, titans. They've gone at it before.
Forward POV from Alex right now. He looks like a crocodile coming out of the water. That is so funny. He's ready and lurking. No one can predict his next move, whether it's snapping his fingers to evaporate everyone or emerging from the shallows to take a bite out of Nixer. You can always count on some memes coming out of a LAN here. It is an absolute scene, but these guys are locked in right now. We can see which team has got a bit more tenacity. Of course, this is the 3rd game in a row for them. They have been here for a very, very long time. And of course, guys, I want to know from the chat, I want to know from the crowd, and I want to know from AR, what do we think is going to be, or who do, not what, that's insane, who is going to be the champions at the end of the day?
Nix has been looking really, really strong throughout their gameplay for both of the days, as we get the full... Trout is dying over here, ladies and gentlemen. Listen.
You can't actually beat it.
You expect the unexpected, maybe hiding from the camera, you're not visible to your opponents in game as well. The thing is,
That's fact. They can't see me and I can't see them. That's the way of the road.
It's that mentality. Listen, here's the thing. Nixa has been looking dominant over their past games from today and yesterday, of course. I think Nixa have got it in the bag. They've had some time to go ahead, rest up, watch that lower brackets, or that finals, I should say, and sort of understand what they need to be doing within this right now. I'm going to go with Nixa has this. Now, as for the scoreline, my brain can't count that high, my friend. I don't think I can predict that.
Fair enough. It can be either a complete blowout or not. But having a look at the prediction in chat right now, it is currently split 61 to 39 in favor of Fear. So they want to see the redemption arc right now. The rematch is on. We can see everyone getting locked in. I believe we are loading in. Hopefully this is the try, true, and tested, unless that is just Raz locking into a bot lobby. What's happening? I wish we could give you a little bit more, guys. No, it looks like they're loading into a couple of bot lobbies. I see a free-for-all on your screen. We'll be getting into it very, very shortly. Of course, it is LAN. There are going to be a couple of hiccups up and down. So, for now, we are just waiting in the wings to see what happens.
Absolutely, and what a weekend it has been for the best teams competing here, and it's so fantastic to see them each in their own rights go forth with this, and this is obviously more and more to come. Of course, I went out and spoke to some of Highborn over there, and they said, weren't even too challenged about it over there. They said, next year. We got this next year. Don't worry about it. And that motivation keeps pushing these teams forward. And that's what we want to see for this. I mean, Call of Duty, so massive in South Africa, especially without that external help as well. We love to see it. This is what we live for.
100%. I always say that the Call of Duty community shows up no matter where the event is, no matter what time of year. They're going to be there and put on a show for us. And of course, with Black Ops 7 on the horizon, maybe we get to see the rise of some new stars right now. But at the moment, we have the top-heavy Nixa absolutely maintaining their dominance. Yet to lose in the online, on the online qualifiers, they went down to Fear, but they have yet to lose more than 2 lands. The last 2 Shift gaming experiences went their way. Maybe a little bit different in the rosters, but at the end of it, this is the core team that has been on top here in South Africa for the last 4 to 5 years.
Absolutely. Let's just do a little reminder of earlier today. That winners bracket ended in a 3-2-1 in favor of Nixa. So dominant nonetheless throughout that as well, and looking to go ahead and do it one more time, this time in the final series of the day. Hopefully we get through this without too many hiccups, and hopefully we have the banger that we've all been waiting for, that we've been waiting to see. The grand final for 30,000 Rand, the title on the line, the bragging rights. Who's gonna be crowned the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 MTNShift Gaming Experience Champion?
Will it be Nixa or will it be Fear? And there was a nice little camera angle there where we could see the trophy that they're going to be playing for in the middle between these two teams right now. So the pressure is on, and this is it, everybody. It looks like we are loading in. It is going to be map number 1 underway here in the grand finals. Can we hear one large cheer from the crowd before we get this ball rolling?
We live for that right there. We as casters love to hear the crowd pop off like that. If there's one thing we love, it's crowd control. And these guys showing absolutely every bit of emotion for this, every bit of passion for these teams. The chat hyped up for this right now. The grand final, MTNShift Gaming Experience. An entire weekend of Call of Duty in culmination to this, ladies and gentlemen. 30,000 Rand trout.
30,000 Rand, and that was an amazing speech. It was so good. You could do it again because we're going for a lobby restart. At this point, it is just par for the course. You know, we got to hype them up, knock them down. It feels like Humpty Dumpty walked around here, and we are all the Humpty Dumptys on the wall.
I feel like Erwin from Attack on Titan giving the
Erwin?
speech. Erwin, yeah.
Erwin.
Is it? Yeah.
Is there a W in that?
Yes.
I did not know that. I thought it was Erin.
No, that is a character. Erwin is the...
Oh, my bad. I'm not well
It's time for a
versed.
rewatch.
I'm not well versed in the anime scene, but
I
either
give the
way.
speech and it just gets shut down immediately.
Okay, wait, maybe now. Okay.
This is what everyone... I'm not doing
They
it.
may take our resets, but they'll never take our game, or something along those lines.
It's your turn.
Okay, no, it's cool. We'll leave it on that one.
Tagging you in.
Yeah, tapping out. Right in we go. Hopefully, no more resets, everybody. Let's make it happen.
As we get into this, everything starts to become on the line right now. This entire weekend has been built off of momentum for these teams. It seems like the team to get the ball rolling initially goes ahead and has that advantage for most of the rounds. Of course, 4 rounds need to be won here to go ahead and get that 30,000 rand. Nixa, Fear, gonna lay it all out in this best of 7.
This is all or nothing. Like you said, the lifeline about to come on through here for either of these two teams. It is a first to 7, or well, first to 250, best of 7, first to 4 maps here. And I don't want to get too hyped up, but hopefully this is no resets, everybody. We got 5 seconds and counting before we get that ball rolling. And it looks like we have got everything correct. Now it is time to see, and only... It's okay, guys. We might have the colors wrong, but it doesn't matter. We have a game underway. Map number 1 in the grand finals about to start on through. We have trades left, right, and center. Starting things off with a quick 2-piece.
I mean, that's what's been happening the entire day. Make that a 3-piece off the bat. Beautifully done over there. And right now, advantage to Fear as they get that first point. They get a couple of points on the board, 20 to be exact right now. Some more lives going down, some more trades happening, and now a contest on the point.
Man, and it has just been a straight bloodbath, and another 4 go down for the side of Nixa. Almost a full 60 on P1 is completely unheard of. Criminal activities coming out of Fear right now, and they have locked down those spawns for P2. Actually, I might be wrong about that. Looks like scrap time will be going the way of Nixa here, as well as the spawns for P2, but the work has been done! My goodness, if Magix gets those shots, that would be another set of criminal activities. But on the pop, it is going to be Nixa finding a bit of time here on P2.
It's not just the lives that's being traded out, it's the nades apparently as well. And Nixa on that point, starting to get their points up, currently at 15. Mage with a good couple of shots. Stun goes out as well. Pops the stun. Nothing to make of it. Semtex as well. And just backing off of that fight. No solution with a couple kills in that kill feed as well. And Fear have taken over the point.
They have taken over the point. They flipped out those spawns, and a perfect break it is. Still only 20 points between these two teams right now. My goodness, the snap is in, but not able to find the kill. But the damage is dealt, and the time is still ticking over for the side. Oh my goodness, Mage almost gets the 4-piece, but 3 is enough to stop the bleeding, and that's going to be more time going the way of Fear as we hit that rotation. 16 seconds left, but Magix and Co already getting set up, and we know how dicey it can get around that diner.
Every point matters. You can see that with the scrap points going through as well. But the next point about to unlock, and let these guys cook as we head over to that diner.
We're going to be flipping some burgers around the back end, but it looks like flipping the spawns is the name of the game right now for Nixa, as they have secured the back end and they get 2 kills on the rotation and secure that first bit of time now. A bit of a stabilizing effect, in fact, as they stop the first set of pushes in their tracks. But here comes Mage. Mage doing Mage-like things. He gets the first. He knows there's more nearby. Mage finds 2. Give him the direction of the enemy, and he's going to get as many kills as possible.
Mage absolutely cooking by this diner on something currently. I mean, getting kill after kill. 12 and 4 already, the highest in the entire lobby right now. Enigma gonna go ahead and get that elimination. Now we see Nixa on the point, slowly getting their points up. 42 has just been crossed, and we are about to move to the next point.
This is going to be one of those money hills, but of course it is going to be the battle for the spawns before we get things going. The shots were not there, and it is all down to 1. And that is going to be cleared. Spawns now flipped out. P3 to P4 now in the back pocket of Nixa. And this is where they really took off the last time these two teams met. Will the break come through as quickly as it did before? The question is, I'm not entirely sure, because the setup is very, very difficult to break.
Yeah, Raz going down there to coach as well. 65 to 77 point has been cleared off right now, and does actually get picked up by Fear as they pass 80 on the scoreboard. Currently, Enigma with some fantastic shots. And now the contest on that point as well. No solution with that drop shot, but did not manage to get it off in time. It is going to be Enigma that gets that kill. Magic takes on Mage as well, as we witness a 85 to 70. And now Nixa looking to go ahead and push that score up. Maybe get the last 20 seconds of this hill before we move to the next one.
And this may be our first change of score. As you can see now, it was a fantastic break to break for the side of Nixa, but we're going to that rotation. No solution up first to the fray, trying to see if the wires are connected correctly, but for right now it does look like it's going in favor of Nixa once more as they're getting a couple of these kills. Coach almost finds it, but his teammates from Nixa too quick to the fray. They get the kills, they get the rotation, and they get the break.
Nixa now about to catch up on those points as well. Managed to have evened it out fairly effectively as well, as Enigma goes ahead and gets another elimination. Adnan as well. Mage trying to push in currently and will push in, gets one, but cannot get out in time to get another. 105 to 95 as we see Fear go ahead and get the point. Trades left, right, and center though.
Unfortunately, that Chal was so overzealous it couldn't be allowed to happen by Mikal. The TK comes in to stop that one in its tracks, but again, it is going to be another break from the side of Nixa, as it is a straight bang out here on P5. We know how small this hill is. The SMG's trying to do what they can, but at the moment, it's the ARs holding steady in the point. 7 seconds and counting. Now 30 points between these two teams, just about, and it's going to be Nixa in the lead as we go back to our second set of rotations.
And Nixa's doing that thing again where they're effectively holding out their opposition from the point as they break the 120 mark back in the video store. Magic's a few shaky shots does hit a little bit over there, but No Solution will go ahead and take Magic's out. No Solution getting wallbanged over there as well, so fairly low as Fear crossed that 100 point mark. 40 seconds left on this hill, and they can rack up that points if they can go ahead and keep Nixa back. They can take the lead once again.
They can take the lead indeed, but you got to be thinking about the next set of rotations coming in, and No Solution was there for a quick trade, but it's none other than Raz, who almost finds another two-piece, but the trades all together so quick. Mage again getting some poor timing, but there is a little bit of time going the way of Fear here, and at this point it is pretty much condolence as Adnan finds another two, breaks the hill, but it's off to the races to secure those spawns for P2.
That was almost the entirety of Fear dead there in a matter of seconds, but Fear now on the point, getting a couple of scrap points over here before we move over. Rotations coming through as well. Fear on that new point as well, but Adnan, the shots so fantastic to go ahead and get those kills. 17 and 12 is the current score. Somehow managed to catch up to Mage's kills as well, and right now Knicks are going to go ahead and get those points. A contest is going to go ahead and put Fear on the board again.
They have just about evened it out, like you said, but here comes the contest from the front. But the kills are now working out for the side of Fear. Having said that, it has to be a little bit more consistent as the contest is in once more. Magic's from the dumpsters, still playing his life, is going to be No Solution, but only for a second before getting taken out. And again, it is ping-pong with the score lead here as another break comes through for the side of Nixa, and that is 20 seconds. We'll realistically see one more push towards Old before we go to P3.
150 just been broken by Nixa as well. They started off with the lesser points of this as well. Now they've taken the lead. They're keeping that lead on top of it. Adnan moving through and did not spot out Mage there whatsoever. Few shots come through. Mage does go down eventually as we move over to the next point.
Next point about to pop here, starting us off strong. It's going to be No Solution in the point, trying to see if you can find at least more than one kill. A lot of damage dealt down range. Can't get the snap out. No, too quick to the draw, and the break is already in for the side of Nixa. Having said that, Caster's Curse, it is going to be the re-break and a TK. Not ideal. The shot's looking pretty saucy, but not able to connect in the end. Still, Nixa going to keep that lead by the skin of their teeth.
Stuns left, right, and center. Bullets raining from the sky. Raz now through dumpsters. Up close and personal. That pistol doing work. This is why we love that Strider. 150 to 178 and counting for Nixa currently. 16 seconds left on this hill though, as we are about to notice.
Well, it looks like scrap time might just go that way unless Adnan makes a powerful play, but he gets burnt. No Solution with 2, 3 down. Spawn secured for the side of Fear, but they need this point. It is going to become so crucial here. They cannot be broken as quickly as they were earlier. They need to hold off these pushes one at a time, and every single second will keep them closer to that, but 2 will fall. It is up to Coach and Mix, and they do exactly that. They stabilize. They get 2. Here comes the push.
And Raz cooked that nade perfectly as well to get that elimination. 40 seconds left on the point, and Fear back on it right now. Mix actually going to be the one to go ahead and get these points up, and we're closing in to tying up that score currently on the board. 5 seconds away, and we will be even Stevens one more time. Nixa, Fear, giving it their all in our first map of the final series.
Well, here comes Mikhail. If he can find 3, that'll be worth its weight in gold, but he gets taken out. The break is in. It was even for a mere moment there, but here we go to the rotations. It's still the side of Nixa with a slight advantage, looking like they will be able to eclipse the 200-point mark here. Post P4, set of rotations, and a little bit of help there from his teammates. The stick is in! Hold that set, no solutions. The kills are coming through. Mage from the back end, finding more. The kills are coming in, but it's going to be the side of Fear on the hill on P5.
Bodies dropping everywhere. Fear on the point currently, about to break that 200 mark. No, a contest comes through and slows that progress down for just a bit. But yes, the 200 mark will be crossed by Fear. 40 seconds left on this point before we have to shift all over again, before the rotations will come through. And Fear right now in that lead. Raz with a beautiful spray down does get one. Looks for a second perhaps. Shots does connect, but no kill off of that.
But he did take a bit of damage from a nade there, so that may come back to bite him. But it's going to be no solutions with 5 in a row. 25 seconds needed for them to catch that W, but they cannot win it there. They're going to have to be thinking about new. Third set of rotations about to come on in. 10 seconds and counting. It is going to come down to the wire. The break is in at the last second. We have to think about P1. What's the setup looking like right now? It is 18 seconds between map number 1 and Fear, and only to 33 exactly for the side of Nixa. But the kills have to work on out a little bit better. Adnan and Magix. The SMG's doing work. It is just Mage. Mage looking for more, but Magix finds it. Into the point we go. 210, 234. Of course, it has to be a nail biter for the grand finals.
Nixa find themselves on that point again, getting it up. 40 seconds left on that time, and they can catch up right here, right now. And for Fear, they got to push through. There's that aim punch with that pistol as well. But Nixa's still on this point currently. 30 seconds before we shift. Either of these teams could make the moment right here on this hill. They can go ahead and push to the point of putting pressure on their opponents. Right now, Mage trying to push through, gets one kill on the side right now for the contest. Does not find that contest, however. 10 seconds before we go ahead and shift over to the next one.
Well, they have licked their wounds and gone for the early rotation. It's no longer winnable for Nixa on that hill, but they have to weather the storm. Bearing in mind, it is going to be 3 down, and it is only 16 seconds needed. Remember, the spawns on the back. This is going to be the pinch of the century if it is well read. It's going to come down to the wire. We are even. The break is in. It's going to be 3 down for the side of Fear. All up to Coach. All eyes on him. Will he be able to make the play? The answer is no. They get broken. No one is close by. It is Narnia spawns. The contest is in through the front door. All up to Raz. Raz is there. No solution. Gets taken out. 1 second and counting. You can never count out Nixa. Map number 1 going their way.
And the crowd goes wild. What a close game again. What was that, 10-point difference?
Literally either 10 or 11. It was really down to the wire. The ice in the veins from Nixa. They knew they had that in the back pocket. The moment they got that pinch set up, it was 3 down, but it meant nothing as the spawns were not 100% in control there for the side of Fear, and that was their undoing. But man, oh man, what a first game. Coach and Mix having a bit of a slow one there. Obviously the ARs struggling up against the SMGs from the side of Nixa, and that's exactly what you want. And it was backwards and forwards, but eventually Nixa coming out on top, securing the first map in this grand finals.
Beautifully done. That was Nix's pick as well for Rewind. But now we go over to SND, and this time we go over to Dealership, a map that we've not seen in this entire endeavor yet. A first time with Nixa defending first as well. What do you have to say about this, Charlie?
Well, it's a new map. We don't know how either of these teams play on it. But of course, momentum again in favor of Nixa. And it's so good to see fundamental Call of Duty coming out and where it's worth its weight in gold. I mean, Mage having massive 3 pieces. Everyone from the side of Fear able to make impact when they need to. But if you lose something as simple as the spawns and open up for the flank, it's that one singular play. The team that makes the most mistakes is the team that tends to lose, and that's exactly what we saw right there. And Now, going to a different game, but like you said, no respawns, and we talk about the veteranship that Nixa has in the back pocket, how they're able to make those on-the-fly adjustments, how they can, if they need to rotate from one side to the other, they just have it all in the back pocket, and they can play their lives. But we saw the side of Fear do the exact same thing, and they found 6 straight rounds against Highborn, so it's anyone's game.
I mean, just seeing that score is a holy bleep moment right there. 250 to 240. That's the talent that we're talking about. That's how close these games are. It may be late. It may have been an entire day of ups and downs, a roller coaster. But these two teams still giving it their all. Still so energetic in their plays. It never ceases to amaze me how well these guys play.
100%. Well, I mean, it's all on the line right now. It looks like they're giving the final set of thumbs up. We'll be going into the S&D here on the side of Dealership. Like I said, new map, new game mode. Man, pressure is on to the side of Fear here. They are down only 1 though. Remember, it is the first to 4 for whoever wants to take it. And I think that these two teams are so evenly matched right now. If we don't see a game 7, it might be an injustice.
I don't even think it's just the pressure on Fear. It's the pressure on both teams right now. I mean, there's 30,000 Rand on the line. This is the point where neither one of these teams can afford to make mistakes. One slip up, your momentum goes, your mindset goes, your opponents capitalize on that, and they push through. And right now, the smiles on the face, the laughter there for Nixa, they know what a showdown that first map was.
Well, they've got the vibes going. You were talking about the mentality check right now, and it looks like they've won half of that battle, as every single one of them is all smiles, and you love to see that. When you're winning and having fun, that is a double victory right now, and they're just like another day in the office. When you put them up against the wall, they tend to bite and bite hard. So right now, advantage to the side of Nixa, but only that, right? It is only an advantage. It does not mean a guarantee.
Absolutely, and Nixa just need that 3 more rounds to go ahead and walk away with it, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh. Oh.
That's interesting.
Okay, so we've got an update here. There was a little bit of banter, mayhaps, that got a bit out of hand. So the first round of S&D is going to be a 3v3. One of the players on either side going to be catching a bit of a timeout. Looks like that is just one of those things. You got to take it on the chin. Looks like a little bit of BM, but of course it's in the moment, guys. You got to get up. You got to get loud. But that is the only update we have for you right now. It's going to be Dealership first round 3v3.
That changes things up a bit.
100%. Do we know who the players are? Yeah.
That's
do we know who they are?
Production. Do we know which players it is?
Mage is out.
We're still waiting on the second player, ladies and gentlemen, but from confirmation we hear that Mage is out. And Adnan as well.
Whoa.
So the two heavy
Titans.
hitters, the two Titans that we've seen do unbelievable things, have to take a break now, have to sit back, have to let their team go through. Holy bleep again, there's the second moment.
That's actually insane.
That's insane.
I have to respect that. Okay, 3v3, and it's going to be Mage and Adnan that take each other, well, take themselves out, and it's going to be straight to the battle we go through the mid-map. It's going to be Coach who draws the first blood. He finds 2. It's going to be a 1 versus 3, actually. Mix still alive, though. Oh, no, I was going to say a 1 versus 3, but Mix gets the snap, and that's going to be round number 1, going the way of Fear.
Interesting to actually witness that. Is that the first time we've actually had that in MTNShift gaming experience?
I think that's the first time I've ever seen that in a cast in general. That is, it's a new one for me. Obviously, this is the first round of S&D, and with the current state of the game, they have to let the bomb play its way on out, and that is going to send us forwards. But I think everyone out now should be back in the game, right? There will be a straight 3v3.
That is
No, straight 3v3, straight 4v4, sorry.
It's a long game. Math is hard. That is very interesting right there, and a lot of firsts happening over here at this MTNShift gaming experience. We had, I should say, the Reunion Islands of team for the first time ever playing in the COD ZA tournaments here, the COD ZA LAN, I should say, and now we witness this. That's a very interesting thing, and honestly, we are going to go ahead and see Fear capitalize off of that, getting a point on the board for this S&D.
Indeed. Fear getting that ball rolling. Now they're going to be on defense with the side of Nixa on attack. Man, that's kind of crazy, but it is the end. At the end of the day, the ruling from the mods, or rather the admins there, but it is now reset. It is going to be a 4v4, and just no more advantages either which way. But again, first round going the way of fear.
We hop into the next one, ladies and gentlemen, back to our 4v4 currently. And of course, on S&D, we have to be a bit more vague when it comes to our commentary over here to not give away much positions. But I mean, you look at that minimap as well, you get all the information that you need. A couple of shots out from Mage to go ahead and get that pre-fire, but also giving away position over there.
Well, that's just that, right? It's just position given away, a little bit of information found for the opposition, and it is just going to be a literal shouldering. Of course, in this game, information is worth more than kills, in my opinion. If you're able to get a comfortable retake coming through here, and it does look like they've done exactly that. They're getting ready to send everything and the kitchen sink towards the site right now. But you've got to keep your eyes on everyone. This is a very small map. Rotations are quick and thick. And this may be the make or break play right now. Mage pops up, but he can't find the kill. Just takes damage. But he's going to be able to get at least one before getting traded out. 3v3. Feels like we're back in round number 1.
Nades going out as well. And I mean, 26 seconds left on that clock as we witness Adnan take down Coach. Through the window to the wall right now as shots come through. Could not connect on that next one, but we're down to a 1v1 mix. Enigma, the last one's alive. Bomb does get planted, which means there's 40 seconds left on that clock. And now's the defense coming through over here, Trout.
1v1, bomb down, retake imminent. Mikhail versus Enigma. These two have met one another many times before, but who will be coming out on top is the question. We just need to talk about timing. We need to talk about routes. It can go either which way. The spot is in, and that may have been perfect. That is exactly what you want to see. Oh my goodness, I think they might have just seen each other.
Oh. No way, Trout. No way. No way, Trout.
Oh my goodness, it came down. Respect to the attempt. But man, timings in a 1v1 can be so truly temperamental, and it just worked out in the end there for good old Enigma, the man to make it happen, evening the scoreboard at 1 apiece.
That's wild right there. The fact that it comes down to what, 2 seconds left on the defuse as well. That's absolutely insane. We are all tied up now, ladies and gentlemen. We get into that next one. We keep moving forward. The action don't stop here. This is 30,000 Rand on the line. These teams know what they need to do, and they are going to do it, damn it.
First blood yet to be drawn on attack now is going to be the side of Fear. Just trying to work their way up through the map to see if they can get a bit of an opening. Maybe it's actually going to be Raz who finds the first. Open the door, FBI, open up, and it's going to be Mage alive by some miracle, but Coach trades it back. 3v3, Raz looking for the kills. Raz gets taken down, but it's going to be Adnan who finds Mage, but no solution is there just as quick. Adnan left in a 1 versus 2, and he is heavily tagged up right now, but gets away with his life.
Just plays life right now, indeed. 50 seconds is all that's left on that clock, and if there's anyone to actually go ahead and clutch it up, it is Adnan. So let's see if that can happen. Sparks through the window, a couple of shots, and nothing, no kill over there, just some damage, and now has to figure out a game plan for this over here. 30 seconds is all that is left right now. And I mean, this is where the nerves kick in. Shots coming out, but a 2v1 situation is going to go ahead and lead Adnan to getting eliminated.
He wasn't able to force the 1v1 like he wanted there. Quick little bait and switch from the side of Fear evens it up at 2 apiece. Or no, actually they take the lead. 2-1. Sorry, that first round feels like an Enigma.
Pun intended, ladies and gentlemen. And now we go ahead and see that lead, and Fear looking quite strong over here in this SND right now. They're playing the angles. They're playing as a unit. They're swinging off of each other. The contact is fantastic right now. Let's see if they can go ahead, do it a couple more times over here. Get that score back on the map. Of course, Nixa is 1-0 right now. We are going to see some cross maps maybe.
I heard Kobe. I'm pretty sure. Nothing right now, but it does look like it's going to be a push to one of the sides. What's this timing going to be? No solution alive. For how long is the question? Just playing it as best he can now. Adnan finds the first before getting traded. It's going to be Mage who finds that. Another car bomb going off. But still, oh my word. No, timing's not quite there for Mage, leaving Mikhail in a 1 versus 3. Bit of a tough one. That means A site in control of Nixa here. They're going to get the bomb down. And Namakal put between a rock and Nixa.
I absolutely love that when a situation like that happens, we go dead silent. Our faces say everything, but no one can see our faces say anything as that round comes to a close. And of course, we are not saying certain things to make sure that there's no information being spread. Last kill over here goes over to Magix, and Nick's going to go ahead and tie up that score right now.
It's looking like a round-for-round kind of game, which is to be expected. They did this exact same thing previously, and then it eventually went the way of Nixa in that round 11. The question is, will they be able to do it again?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and all tied up. Which team is going to take the lead in this SND as stuns are sent flying, trophies are thrown, and Adnan is going to get that first blood almost instantly. It is now a 3v2 situation in a matter of seconds.
Aggression met with aggression. The bloods come on through. They get the kills now with the life count advantage. Nixa looking to drive home another set of kills and put them into the lead here in this S&D. But again, it is only one round between these two teams, and it is still a 2 versus 3. Like you said, it's so difficult not to give out positional plays because they are in the venue right now. But it is absolute shoulder central. But that is going to be information gained, and the timing has to be perfect here. If it is going to work on out, Magix gets even more. Here comes the double chow.
Double chow in the 9 seconds. Here we have the spread out from Mix, and then the counter as well. Just the flick over. Last alive is Magix. Mix as well. 29 seconds left on the clock in this 1v1, and right now, just trying to play off of each other's minds, trying to figure out exactly what the other person is going to be doing.
Oh, well, it's going to be none other than Magic getting perfect timing, gets the kill and gets the round. It came down to a 1v1. Nice little double there from Mix, but unable to actually get anything further than that. And it really felt like they were counting the seconds to see where the bomb was going to go down. It felt like he was like, okay, after 10 seconds, I'm going to go over to A, but it just didn't work out for him because, of course, Magic's lurking in the wings, gets the kill, gets the round. It's going to be Nixa. 1 round up, 3-2.
Nixa take the lead right now. A couple more times for them to do it, to go ahead and get a 2-0 on the map score. Of course, Fear not going to let that happen without a fight, without a challenge, as we get into the next round, awaiting that first blood as always, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to find it. Coach finding that first blood, but an immediate trade out. Magix goes down as well.
Well, now it's going to be utility warfare right now in the mid-map, trying to see if they can find at least a bit of information, maybe not, but that is still no solutions on the flank. Gets one. That's going to be Adnan. 3 versus 2 right now. Bomb has been retrieved, and it's going to be potentially a bit of a replay here.
Ooh, Mage up close and personal, gets found out, gets absolutely dominated on that stairwell, and puts us down into a 2v2 currently. Shots flying wildly everywhere. Trout's face says it all over here. Mix manages to get one on the height though of that car. Is going to be fast car. Enigma turns this into a 1v1. No solution. The last one alive for Fear. Enigma, the last one on Nixa, and 29 seconds on the clock means that a play has to come through currently. A peek comes through. The elimination comes through just like that.
Bro, that was pixels where they just missed each other, and in the end it was no solution that managed to spot him out on the cross there, but that could have gone very differently if Fastcar Enigma had spotted him. He could have gone for the child. They could have turned things on its head, but again it is another set of back and forwards rounds. 3-3 right now, and a little bit of extra love coming out of No Solutions, making sure they know that they are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination.
At this point, we are going to see once again around 11 for our SND, our first SND of the series, I should say, of the final series of the MTNShift gaming experience, as we await that first blood between Nixa and Fear Esports. Nades getting thrown out. We do get that first blood as No Solution does go ahead and get eliminated.
Well, it's still playing for a little bit of map control right now with the side of Fear on attack, but like you said, they are man down, so that's a good start here for the side of Nixa. And it is still slow and steady wins the race. Just trying to find information, trying to get a little bit more pressure on the map where they can. And that is a lot of audio cues that have just come out across the map. And we're going to have to see if it's going to come back to bite them. What is this time going to look like? It's going to go the way of Mage. He gets one, but he can't quite find the snap. The trade is quick, and it's going to come down to a 1v1 Mix versus Magix once more. Who will come out on top this time?
Always turns into that 1v1 situation. The bomb never gets planted over here, or when it does, it just never gets defused. It just turns into an absolute bloodbath. And now we find ourselves in that 1v1 again currently. Both players trying to watch angles. Slides come through, positions given away. Magix and Mix now know exactly where each other are. 12 seconds left on that clock. And a plant will have to be stuck over here.
Well, that is the door wide open. Bomb now down on B. Work has been done, and it would have been so close there. It was really backwards and forwards. Now the pressure again placed on the shoulders of Magix as he has to get this retake. He has to be able to stop that clock and find, at the very least, the kill, or maybe, if he's feeling a little bit sneaky, he may be able to get that ninja, but the timing isn't there. Magix gets it, gets the round, putting Nixa back in the lead.
Loud and proud, guns firing, gets that defuse. 4-3 is our score. Literally 2 more rounds needed for Nixa right now to go ahead and get the map a win over here on Dealership. And can I just say, I'm absolutely loving what we're seeing on Dealership for the first time this weekend.
It is really anyone's map at this time. Again, S&D timing is everything, and it just worked out there for Magix. And he has tended to be the man that you could turn to in these clutch situations, as he's already done it twice now on the map.
Get into round number 8, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. SND Nixa need 2 more to go ahead and win this to get a map number 2, or map point again, taking it up to 2-0. Fear trying to stay alive within it in this best of 7 for 30,000 rand. First blood coming through perhaps over here in just a second by Coach, taking down Enigma, looking to get a second maybe as nades get thrown out as well.
Good start there, good bit of defense. They are not afraid to chow when they need to. First blood drawn, like you said, but in the mid-map, this is where the battle's about to commence. Not quite. Bit of a reset now from the side of Nixers. They've got to assess their options and maybe make a bit of a play. Oh man, the timing is always so close. But again, it is still 1st to 6. Now 3v4. What is it going to look like here as the bomb may be going down?
Nixa trying to find an opening to go ahead and get that plant. This might be the opening that they get as Mix does go down. Shots coming in to go ahead and put some pressure as on top of Nixa, I should say. And I mean, playing it slow still. Playing it extremely slow, extremely methodical. We do see Coach go down as well. We find ourselves in a 3v2 situation with 25 seconds left on that timer. Plant will go through. Mage trying to do everything but cannot do it. As we see Nixa go ahead and get another round.
Woo! The passion is in. I can't actually hear what they're saying, but it's something that could have come down to the wire as well. Denied the bomb plant, but couldn't get the snap. Mage finds one, but it is going to be a good old-fashioned map. Well, not map. Round number 5 secured for the side of Nixa. But will we see the 5-3 curse? Will we see the round 11? Because in my opinion, this may be a soft 3-5.
That is the question of the evening, Trout, as we get into the next round. Right now, Fear on the attack. Nixa holding out. Fear is their duty. Right now, they are going to their call of duty. Yes, I did it. You're going to hate me for the next 6 months. But we still wait for this first blood, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams in that feeling out process once again.
Well, on attack, like you said, it is the side of Fear, but Adnan just playing close angle, doing what he can. And it's going to be information gain. First blood yet to be drawn. And the nades, the stuns, everything, and the kitchen sink being thrown at these players, but no first blood as of right now, and just under a minute to work with. It feels like a whole lot of nothing has happened very quickly.
3 mags of warning shots from each team over here. A couple of connections going on, but still at a 4v4 situation as bomb will go planted. There's our first blood. Adnan gets taken down by Mage. Mage, unfortunately, gets traded out. kill after kill after kill. Raz just racking up eliminations over there, getting 2, and puts us down to a 3v2 situation.
3v2 situation with the advantage of map going the way of the side of Nixer, but it's going to be Coach Alive in a 1 versus 2. He gets the gunny! It's now a 1v1! The pistol is out! He can't get it though! It's still going to go the way of Nixer. Man, oh man, that came down to it. A little bit too close for comfort in the end. But Nixer secure it in a 6-3 fashion. Oh my goodness.
You know it's a good game when both of us are hopping out of our seats over here in excitement. That's how you know. And that was so close each and every round. It came down to just a singular moment, a 1v1. At the end of it though, Nixer go ahead and get the win on SND.
Man, I think that would have been such a blow to the mentality if that went the way of Fear in the end. Right, guys, that was the first 2 maps secured there for the side of Nixer. They are going to continue their reign and their momentum, but again, it's so close. It's just like one play between them and Glory. They're going to be getting set up here for the next map, which is going to be Protocol Control. What are your thoughts on that one?
This one could go either way. This one could definitely go either way on Control. Nixer have a fantastic way of holding angles and keeping their opponents off of that point, making sure to defend it and take down lives at the same time, simultaneously. But then at the same time, Fear, they can do the exact same thing so well. This one can go absolutely either way, but I think Fear might have this one.
Well, they're going to need to get that ball rolling at some point if they want to get back into this game. They have been very close, like you said, 6-3, 250, 240. But we need to see a bit more of an X factor being put onto the playing field here by the side of Fear. Because whenever you think they're just pulling ahead, Nixer pulls out what Nixer does best. It could be something like a crazy 2-piece, a crazy 3-piece even, or Raz finding perfect timing to find another 2 kills on the map. It is just blatant pandemonium. But again, no one really taking charge as of right now, but it looks like there's no rest for the wicked. We'll be going straight into the next game, which is going to be Protocol Control, like I said.
This is grand finals right here. This is what it's all about. Control over on Protocol. The amount of times we've seen this map and seen the plays around it. The beautiful plays on this map as well. Let's see what happens in the grand final between these 2 titans.
Another one here. Hopefully there are no resets and we can go straight into it. It has been good so far. Touch wood that the tech issues have been sorted out. But this is the map where we got to see the side of Nixer put an absolute tourniquet around the throat of Fear, specifically with that spawn trap. Will they be able to do it again? Who is going to be on attack? Who is going to be on defense? I believe it may be the side of Fear on defense first round.
Let's see exactly what we get. No, we get Fear over on the attack, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see exactly what happens over here. Our lives, our points, all of it on the line right now. Let's get into some control.
Control on Protocol, like you said. First blood now drawn. Major live, but not for very long. No Solutions is actually there to pick up the pieces. Raz from the top. Granny's trying to stop this push as best he can. He does exactly that. 27 to 28. First set of pushes coming through right now. It is just Mage with a huge 2-piece. And it's going to be Mix who finds another one. Magic's lost live up in the spawn of Fear. Trying to slow it down as best as possible. No one yet to find their way onto a point, but I believe A is in the sights.
25 to 26, and yes, A indeed is in the sights. There's a little bit of progress. Stun comes through on Magic. The dive to go ahead and get a cinematic shot does not actually land. Adnan with that massive pre-fire through the window as well. Looking to just get one of those to connect. A has some good progress made on it currently, and as for that live, 22 to 24 is where we stand.
Well, this is where it gets a little bit dire. They lost 4 players in quick succession. Magix finds 2 in the mid-map, and that's going to be 3 down, and this is the spawn trap we fear if you are in the shoes of Fear, as they need to work their way on up, get a couple of these kills. That's a good start. 2 players now will fall. That may be an opening that they need, but Magic's still lurking, working his little twinkle toes around that zip line, but no solutions. Fears no evil. Straight onto the point we go. But Enigma from the top ropes, still denying as best he can, and he's going to do exactly that. Every single push stop dead in its tracks from the side of Nixer.
20 seconds and Nixer playing this so well currently. A little bit of progress now being cleared out over on A, but Fear says now we're gonna go over to B. Let's start over here. Nixa says now we got a plan for that as well, and we are down to 10 seconds. A contest comes over on B, but still once again held out by Nixa, doing a fantastic job. On top of that, the live control as well from Nixa is absolutely fantastic. 1.8 seconds and a dream, and it does not happen as Nixa will go ahead and get the first round.
They get the first round quite convincingly because there wasn't a single tick found for the side of Fear, and this is obviously Nixa's stomping ground. If you ever see protocol control and you see Nixa on the other side of the scoreboard, that is a terrifying image. But as of right now, it is just the first round. They did have the advantage of being on defense, and the question is, can Fear replicate exactly what happened to them? They need to deny every single tick possible. Otherwise, that will put the side of Nixa straight onto defense if we run it to a game 5, or round 5, sorry.
Let's recount that. 30 lives back on the board as we get into round number 2 of Control here on Protocol for the grand finals. Fear now on the defending side. Nixa looking to go ahead and get those points, and Raz with that first blood as well in the round is going to go ahead and get traded out. But Nixa already on B, making progress early on. And the thing about Nixa is when they get on that side, they tend to get that tick very, very quickly.
Oh, unless Mage finds a 2-piece, but luckily Mix is there to pick up the pieces. They deny it, and it's 26 to 26. But in the mid-map, the battle still commences. No solutions from the spawn, from the lockers, trying to see what his next fit is going to be at the land, but he can't quite find the kills, and neither can Mage. It's going to be 3 down. That is the door. Wide open is just Coach. Coach trying to deny anything over towards A, but that may not be enough as Adnan actually finds more in the spawn, and from the top ropes, it's going to be Magic's 4 down, and that's going to be either side. Easy pickings for Nixa.
Nixa 25 to 20 in terms of that lives, and now they focus on A just a little bit as well. Mixed with that same text to go ahead and slow things down. Manages to find out where Magic actually is over there. And now looking to go ahead and maybe make a play, wrap it around. A is going to get that progress up very quickly. And yes, it is going to be 1 tick over on A. Adnan does manage to fall over here by A as well. But Enigma still sticking on it, looking to capture it, maybe get a second tick.
Maybe get a second tick indeed. He's got a little bit of utility in the back pocket to slow the push from Fear ever so slightly. Second tick now in. Coach looking for 2. Coach manages to find 2. Bearing in mind, no solution finding another. It is currently 13 to 19. Life count not looking great for Fear, but they do at least have a bit more map. Oh, but the timing is not there. No solution doesn't even need it though. He gets the kill, and Coach furthering that kill streak as well. And no solution again in the spawn, doing what he does best.
21 seconds left on that time, and Nixa will have to make a play over here as we get that lives almost even. Stevens, no solutions. Killing spree comes to an end, ladies and gentlemen. But the angle's being held out by Fear right now, not wanting to let another tick go over on A. And with 6 seconds and counting, it seems like the round's going to end. No, not just yet. But the timer eventually does go ahead and run out.
Fantastic stuff towards the later stages of that round for the side of Fear. They managed to stabilize with less lives, stopped as many of those pushes as possible. They used the clock to their advantage, but very, very tough turn of events because they did lose 2 ticks. But nice shots there from Coach as he finds that 2-piece to break the hill on wide open and finds the 3rd in the life as well. Just stellar plays being played across the board, and I'm pretty sure I heard Mix shout after that 2K, dead! And you love to hear the passion from the players, if you can hear it from here in the casting booth.
An extremely important thing to note as well is the first round, Fear did not get a single tick. That round, we got 2 over on A from Nixa, so keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But we hop back into it, lives reset, and we are now watching Fear try to go ahead and attack on this one.
Attack indeed, but Magix gets the ball rolling, and it's actually going to be no solution that trades him out, but trades on trades on trades. It looks like B is still in the sights here for the boys in gold. Often trying to take the road less traveled as they tend to split their resources, find the more difficult one of the two, and then work their way towards the easy one. And that's exactly what they've done. They've managed to find their way into the back end, and it's going to be no solutions. Able to find a little bit of time here, but his teammates are falling around him like flies. Will he be able to stay alive is the question. Adnan giving away his position, but backwards and forwards we go, not able to find the kill. Is going to be no solutions again. Decapping B. Lives 3 in advantage to the side of Nixa, and they are running around like rabid dogs, biting everyone's ankles as there's no control for the side of Fear.
And that's what Nixa does so well, is clearing those points effectively. and killing those lives up, cleaning it up as well. Now we are going to go ahead and get progress on A for Fear. No Solution doing work over here is going to go ahead and get that tick along with that 2K on top of it.
4 down now as well. That may be the door wide open on A, and this may be the first tick that we see, or first point rather, that we see fully secured. That's going to be the second tick found. The kills are still flying in here for the side of Fear, but Adnan is trying to make it as difficult as possible, pushing his way on through, and that is going to be the third tick. A now secured for the first time, but Magic's still alive and prowling. 18 to 17. Oh my goodness, it's going to be another set of doubles going their way, but they do manage to extend the clock. Fear still in this game.
19 to 17 is where we are at that lives as well. Nixa right now either have to keep cleared on B or get those lives all the way down of Fears. But Fear now also managing to make a little bit of a comeback over here. Drop the lives of Nixa. We are going to see Coach try to fire off at Adnan over here, wrapping around the boat. And we are going to see Coach get taken out. No Solution. He's going to try to even it out just a little bit. 17 to 13 is where we're at.
Oh, and that's going to be another 3 down. This may be enough for them to kick the door down. Like I said, working their way up through the mid-map is going to be the side of Fear, trying to get as many kills as possible. But Mikal climbing the ladder, not great. 2 players will fall. Raz finds 2, but never count your chickens before they hatch, as the pinch may still be on. But Adnan makes the read. He gets taken out. But here comes Coach with the 2-piece. On to B we go. That's going to be 3 down. And it's going to be Mage with another in the mid-map. It's pretty much even in terms of life count. That's going to be the first tick found. And now the panic is in. They have to fly. They have to sprint. Everything that they've got in the tank over towards B.
2 ticks currently over at B. Nixa need to make some sort of play over here. 10 to 8 is where our lives are. We are almost at a full cap over on B. Nixa just in time, getting over there to drop that capturing progress by a little bit. No Solution, getting another one. Killing spree of 5 is where we're at, and sticking on site as well. A couple more seconds, and we are going to get a full lockout, and there it is.
All eyes on No Solution. You can see he's feeling it right now. The No Solution being true, because he was playing his life phenomenally around that map. He got the kills when he needed to, but again, Coach also able to find those huge 2 pieces, and that is going to put the side of Fear in the lead. And they got 6 ticks, which means if we get forced into another round here, it is going to be the side of Fear on defense.
Right now, we are going to see Fear on defense anyway, with Nixa attacking on round number 4 in control, ladies and gentlemen. Can they go ahead and get a full lockout of both points, just like Fear did in that last round? Or will Fear find a way to go ahead and lock them out? Adnan with that first blood. Enigma gets taken down. Mage and Coach are the ones to go down there. 28 to 29. Early kills. Very quick kills.
Bearing in mind that there is one more kill needed from No Solutions to get himself some streaks, and we know how important they can be in these dire situations, but it's actually going to be Coach who gets that ball rolling. He finds 2, and if he gets those streaks, that may be enough to clear one of the sides, but in the mid-map, can't quite find them. It's going to be none other than Fast Car that ends that streak. Almost takes out Mikal as well, but still very much in control here for the side of Nixa, as they have a couple of those bodies on A, stopping that clock at 51 seconds.
Absolutely, Nixa about to get 1 tick as well. Ooh, cancel out just a little bit. Beautiful shots coming out over there as well. And close to the cap, there is the first tick over at A. Looking to go ahead and get a second one very quickly. Raz on a multi-kill of 3. There's that second tick over on A. Progress happening.
Oh my goodness!
As well, Raz on a full-on spree finally gets taken down as A gets captured.
And that is going to be a minute added to the clock. Remember, there are currently 7 lives between these 2 teams. No Solutions trying to stop the bleeding in the mid-map. He manages to find 1, but he eventually gets taken down, and it is absolute chaos. No one coming out on top in terms of the trades, but Mage alive for now, trying to slow this push a little bit further, but Adnan almost takes him out. But of course, you cannot count any one of these players out at the end of the day, as there's still so much ground to be made up here. 21 to 14, very much in favor of Dixon here. And they just need to get a couple of these kills, but Mix and Mage getting a couple of those in the mid-map, slowly getting back into this game.
B is that destination right now. Both teams have their eyes set on it. Mix, though, has an eye set out on getting those kills. 17 to 13 is where we currently stand. 60 seconds left on that clock, ladies and gentlemen. And both these teams running circles around each other, trying to get in each other's heads and hoping that they can find a way to either get these lives down or get onto B.
Well, they just try to keep as much control in the spawns either which way. You can see both of the teams lurking, trying to get some good timing. Up from the mid map, it's going to be Raz who can't find it, but it doesn't matter. Magix and Adnan are there to pick up the pieces, but they get taken out. It is currently a 10v13, 30 seconds and counting. It is one good, clean push. That will be the difference here, but No Solutions gets the snap. But Foscar Adigwe is still up and running. He gets taken down, and it's still No Solutions lurking in the wings. But Mage again traded Adnan, trying to do what he can. 8v11, 15 seconds. The pressure is on.
Absolute pressure, and pressure is these players' playgrounds. No Solution looking to go ahead and stop this capture. B now about to get close to 1 tick. 9 seconds is going to be paused, and I do believe we are going to get 1 tick over on B here. Yes, we do, ladies and gentlemen. 6 seconds on that timer, and just moving through, not checking corners. 6v5, and time is going to go out over there.
That's it. It came down to it. I mean, that kill onto Coach would have been the difference maker, and it's going to be the side of Fear that secure their first map in the grand finals. It's currently 2-1. Listen to No Solutions letting them know. Alex is cooking right now. He snapped his fingers, played like the legend. He is the Lanimal coming out here. But again, it is only one map, and they are still down 1. But at this rate, I sense a Game 7 on the horizon.
Absolutely, but you also got to keep in mind that the next 2 game modes that we get is Hardpoint and SND. We did witness a 2-0 on those game modes from Nixa just a little bit ago as well. Will that be the rerun that happens, or will Fear find a way to stay alive in this grand final and push themselves further to the top? Are we going to see a game number 7 here tonight?
Well, I mean, that's the momentum they needed, right? They just needed to get that ball rolling. They needed to get a map under their belt. They did exactly that. And they won an attacking round, which is quite difficult. But guys, it's been 3 maps in a row. The players need to go hit a quick refresh, maybe run to the bathroom. You guys do the same. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Cheers for now.
at the end of map number 3. Trout, we find ourselves in a 2-1 scoreline between Nixa and Fear in the grand finals here at the MTNShift Gaming Experience.
Man, oh man, and that was a game that came down to the wire. It ended up being time that was the ultimate undoing of Nixa, and that was, I think it was 3 straight rounds actually. It would have been 3 straight rounds for the side of Fear right there, and they found their footing, they found their momentum, and it's been absolute memes across the board. We've had timeouts, we've had birds being thrown across the stage. It is a good time here. If you guys are missing it, that's just unfortunate, because you can still come down to the Canal Walk Auditorium while the game is still happening. We still have a potential of 4 more maps up for grabs. We are going to, at the very least, see 3 of the Haciendas.
Yeah, absolutely. Triple Hacienda, hardpoint SND control. And then if need be, we have Rewind for an SND again. And of course, if you can't make it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, next week you will be able to walk into the center court of Canal Walk 17th to the 21st, where you will witness FC, Beat Saber, and many other titles for you to interact with. And of course, there is that PC giveaway, a PC with 50,000 Rand happening over there as well. And the way you can do that and get your entries for it is signing up for MTN Cloud Play, signing up for MTN Battle Plus, or go to any MTN in Canal Walk and spend 100 Rand or more to get an entry. That QR code that Trout is holding up right there for all of you guys, that's how you can get one. And of course, if you just play Beat Saber next week, you get an entry as well.
And I mean, I'll take that deal. I'll take that deal. Anything for that 50,000 Rand PC. Shout out to MTN for making that happen. Of course, guys, we're getting ready to get into the next game now, which is going to be Hacienda HP. And then we're going to be staying on Hacienda for S&D. And then we're going to be staying on Hacienda for Control. And if we run the distance, like you saw a little bit earlier, it is going to be a Rewind S&D to run it all in. But bearing in mind, this is where you got to make sure that you lock in if you are in the shoes of Fear. You cannot allow any more maps to go the way of Nixa. This is where you can make your comeback. You can mount the comeback. If you win 2 in a row, or rather 3 in a row, that means you take the series and you will be the crown kings here in the massive Canal Walk Arena.
And let's talk about it for a second. We booked out Hacienda for the entire weekend right here, right now. Fear picked Hacienda for the hard point. We are going to get Fear defending first on Hacienda for the SND. And then Nixa's defending first on the Control for Hacienda as well. Interestingly enough.
Well, to be fair, they started on defense in Protocol as well, and then it just went 3 straight rounds. So, I don't know, it is truly anyone's game, and both teams appear to have woken up a little bit. Looks like we're getting ready to load into the map here, everybody. It's going to be Hacienda HP, like we said. And if you have a look at your screens, you can see the beautiful and absolutely shiny Shift Gaming trophy right there. Here we go, everybody. We're loading in. We got the fist bumps out. It is going to be HP on Hacienda.
Now the question is, will Fear tie us up? Will Nixa continue the lead and take us to CD's point? To the point of winning that 30,000 Rand. First place is what these teams want. We've had 4 talented teams over the course of this past weekend. We've had the likes of TBK, first time competing here in South Africa, team from Reunion Islands. We've had the fantastic Highborn, and now we find ourselves with our other 2 teams, Fear, Nixa, fighting for it all.
Fear and Nixa are going to be laying it out on the line on Hacienda. I hope you've brushed up on your Spanish, because right now we're going to be seeing which team has got the more fiery gameplay. I suppose that's a bit of a correlation there.
Fuego.
Yeah.
Fuego.
Fuego?
Yeah.
Fuego, das ist sehr good. I only speak a little bit of German. No, wrong name! Let's go, everybody, into the blender for whichever team it may be.
Let's see if we get that also favorable first blood as well. There's going to be Mix that manages to get that. Nixa immediately getting on that point, and just like that, Fear go ahead, push them off of it almost instantly as well. And now the trades come in.
The trades come in, and it's going to be a 5-5, but eventually it stabilizes with the side of Fear on the point. I know the colors are the wrong way around, everybody, but we're just happy to be in the game. So you're going to have to deal with it just as we do right now. It's going to be Mage and Mix going back-to-back. The contest is in! He gets the kill. Magic's lost life. He gets taken down. 4 players will fall for the side of Nixa. Now off to the races. 15 seconds, and look at your mini-map. Guess who's there first? It's Fear on P2.
Fear can have all of that points as well over there. We are going to see that rotate come through. 5 seconds until that next point, ladies and gentlemen. No solution. Big shots coming through. Finds one. Looks to maybe find a second. Cannot find that second over there right now. Nixa is going to go ahead and be on that point.
Well, in the chaos of fighting for the spawns, through the front door comes Nixa. As they break on in, it's going to be none other than Mix, who finds the two-piece to actually answer back and break on into the point. But here comes Magix round the back end. He gets the first. He knows the players are nearby. It's going to be Mix taken out. Magix can find a two-piece just as easily. Make it a three-piece. Oh, four-piece, but the breaks are quick and fast. And I thought Mage was going to get the turn and burn, but into the point we go for the side of Nixa.
Enigma using the car as cover, steps up and absolutely just beams Coach over there. Sun's come through now over on Mix. Still good firing. A little bit of a headshot there as well. Texas go all the way out. Important thing here, though, is that Nixa is still on that point. 10 seconds. We're about to shift over one more time. And Nixa have brought their points up to 36. Trying to catch up. Fear is going to get that scrap points, but we are going to move to the next one.
And it's going to be a scramble for those spawns, as it always is right now. But at the beginning, it is going to be Nixa with that first bit of time. Ticking it over here. Will we see a break? The answer is, well, first set of trades have to work out a little bit better. It's going to be none other than two that will fall. Coach and Mage going back to back. Coach finding another, but it's going to be Enigma from the top ropes looking for the double. He finds it. Whenever you need it, it's going to be a Nixa two-piece to break back into the point, and now they'll be able to change the lead.
Like an RKO out of nowhere, but the contest comes through on this point. Couple of kills coming through as well. 3 over there dying for Fear, but managing to go ahead and keep it going. They now sit on the point. Of contest comes through very quickly. Nixa go ahead and say, no, this is our point. You find another one.
Well, the spawns all over the place right now. The contest is in. Last push onto the point. We're going over to the next hill. Slight advantage for the side of Nixa, as they have gotten the scrap time here. They're about 10 or so points in the lead. But this is normally where we get to see the teams really either come together or come apart, as you need to get a perfect hold here on this hill. And this is where it fell apart for them last time. But on the pop, it is going to be the boys in Fear finding that first bit of time.
Absolutely getting that score up. 6-1. A contest comes through as well, but immediately pushed off again. Adnan with a fire, trying to find anything off of that spray. Mage, though, finding stuff with that spray. Eventually gets taken out. Nixa now on that point to push their points up even higher with 37 seconds left.
But this is what I was talking about, right? The breaks are far too easy both ways, apparently, unless Fastcar can find more than one. But right now, it's still the contest. There is still the trophy in play here for the side of Fear, which means they have got a little bit of utility help in the end, but it's going to be trades on trades on trades, but into the point we go. Magic with another two-piece, but the contest is there, no solutions. With the two-piece of his own, can't quite find the third, and it's going to be Nixa out on top, keeping their lead just a little bit right now. 2 players at the point, fighting it out before we go to our second set of rotations.
Enigma over there playing around that rock perfectly to save life. Now we are going to go ahead and move to that next point. 82 to 70 is where we end that point off. So we now have to go back to P1, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be Fear that start off on it. 75 and ticking is where we're at. But Nixa is prowling. Nixa is about to enter, and Nixa will now get their hands on that point.
And it looks like these guys have practiced the breaks over and over again. Whenever it looks like a little bit of stability comes through for the side. Well, okay, Mage with some insane shots there to break the side of Fear back into the point, and No Solutions is there to help him out. I was going to say Caster's Curse for them to keep the hill, but right, oh my goodness! Coach gets sent to the nether realm there by none other than Foscar and Enigma, but still 90 to 93, it cannot be even closer as we go over towards P2 with the last bit of scrap time going the way of Nixa.
Enigma climbs up and literally says, ¿Qué estás haciendo aquí? What are you doing here? And gets that kill. 93 to 92 is where we are as we switch points, ladies and gentlemen. Still anyone's game here in our grand finals. Map number 4 is where we are at.
And on the pop, it is going to be the boys in Nixa finding that first bit of time. Unlike the first set of rotations, they did manage to get there first, and it looks like they're going to be holding off these pushes. But as I say that, 3 will fall. Into the site we go, and it's going to be Mage holding off the push from the front, as they actually did manage to flip out those spawns. Fear doing a fantastic break themselves.
105 has just been passed. Adnan going to get one. Mage going to get another on the other side. 31 seconds left, and Fear is taking all of these points for themselves as they need to for these map points. And Right now, it might just be better to go ahead and prepare for that next one, because Fear is holding out Nixa from this one.
I thought it was going to be a non with the 3-piece, but it's actually going to be No Solutions with the 2-piece to keep them in. They get the break, they get the majority of time, a nice big old mouthful of time. As we go to the next hill here and off to the races we go. Who will win these rotational fights? Who's going to flip out those spawns? Only time will tell right now. Adnan trying to be Mikal.
138 to 98. Fear doing a fantastic job of getting those points up. Magic sliding in, did not fire there for some reason, and he's going to pay the price. Right now, we are going to see a kill streak go through 104 to 138 as Nixa now on the point, getting it all the way up. 40 seconds is all that they can work with over here before we switch over again.
Well, it's going to be nades and everything thrown at them. They know that there's still a player in tin. The trade is quick, but almost as quick is going to be the snap. Magic with another 2-piece of his own. No Solutions was alive for a second. 3 will fall. Fear have to lick their wounds and think about next. But bearing in mind, this is a lot of scrap time to be giving up here. And eventually, it looks like the side of Nixa are going to try and make a meal of it. And they do exactly that. They find 3, get the scrap time. Now, they go to P4 and look at the map. It looks like they have already gotten there. And that is exactly what you want to see, unless Adnan can find more than one. Not quite. He gets taken down on the pop. It's got to be Fear in the point.
Fear Mage holding this point. Magic's up close though. Throws that Semtex out. Stun as well. On top of that, Raz with a beautiful kill as well. Currently on a 2 streak. And for Nixa, getting that points all the way up to 127. Mix gets taken out over there by Adnan again, I should say. 45 seconds is all that's left.
45 seconds and counting, and it was looking like a good setup initially, but still, the side of Nixa weather the storm. They get a couple of these kills. Having said that, 2 will fall. Here comes the pinch. Coach can't find the kills, but luckily No Solution can, as he finds a double himself, breaks the point wide open. It's Adnan. Adnan to make the man, make the mission. He gets taken out. That's 4 down, and it's still No Solution. No evil, no fear. He's going to challenge you wherever you are.
5 streak right now for No Solution, getting every bit of point that they can. 13 seconds, 174 to 142, and a contest on this point. But we're about to switch over. 7 seconds left, and you can see some of these players starting to go ahead and get the advantageous position to hold out their enemies.
Holding out their enemies as best they can. The next hill about to pop. All eyes on Coach to see if he can find a couple of these kills to remain in control of the map. He's going to be able to find one. Can't quite snap onto the second. It's a 2-on-2 trade. No one in the point for right now. But you can see Mage lurking, trying to see if he can get a bit more of pressure onto the spawn of Nixa. What's the timing going to look like? Not great. As Adnan finds Stupid Mage, trades him out, and Coach is there to help them out as well. Coach finds 2, and that should be Foscar going down, but not quite. Looking for 3. He almost gets a snap, but he gets taken out. No Solutions again from the top ropes.
Nixa still finding themselves on this point though, but the spray not connecting quite as well as Raz would have wanted to. Another contest though happening. Mix is going to be able to stay alive on that point. 15 seconds on that point nonetheless, and we are going to about to shift.
Well, we're going to have to go over to the next hill right now, P2, which can either be a money hill or you can get broken relatively easy. Right now, the spawn's a little bit mixy. Feels like a Narnia and the trip through the wardrobe to see if they can get around the back, but it's going to be Coach alive for now. 3 will go down. It's just Enigma. The contest is in. How's it going to work on out? He is down to 1 HP. He gets taken out. It's going to be the break. 40 points between these 2 teams, and from the front we go. Coach still alive. No Solutions. Still fighting it out. Bang out in the front. And into the blender we go. Potential break on the horizon though. Nixa alive and well, trying to see if they can find the opening.
50 points and counting is where we're at. About to break 200. There it is for Fear. A little bit of a swim coming out from Magix, but gets caught out by No Solution over there. And Fear on the way to go ahead and win this hard point. Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear the crowd making some noise. 20 seconds on this point before we have to go ahead and shift again.
Well, it's still going to be enough to put them within spitting distance here in map number 4. These guys are putting it all on the line. That's going to be scrap time going their way, and that's unlike before where it was 200 to 230. This is a rather large gap between these 2 teams, so a lot of pressure now placed on the shoulders of Nixas. They need to play some perfect HP to keep themselves in the game because it's 1 break needed. Mage gets the ball rolling. No Solution is there to help him out. Mix finds another. It's going to be Magix. All eyes on Magix. Will he be able to work the magic is the question. He gets sniffed out. He finds the first. His teammates are close. Foscar shifting gears and disappearing. It's Magix and Foscar who go back to back. Still in the game for now.
Still on that point. 36 seconds. Points climbing slowly but surely for Nixon, now forced off of that point. Fear back on it for the last 30 seconds, and this is all that they'll need to go ahead and win it. No solution with the fancy 360 over there to get that kill. Adnan lit up over in the distance, but Phil, the important thing is 5 seconds is all that is needed. Now break is needed for Nixa, but will it be found? No, it will not. On the 5 kill streak, Fear go ahead and tie up the maps.
It is currently 2-2, and it was a bit of a snowball effect running from our second set of rotations. It was fear after fear after fear. They stabilize super well. They get the kills when they need to, and none other than No Solutions doing the Lord's work, where he finds this 4-piece, might I add. Ooh. Raz was not expecting the rechal. Ego Chal goes hard. He gets all of it. 31 and 27. He ends the map. Felt like there was a bit more impact than that, but either which way, it is going to be even Stevens, the side of Fear, showing no fear, tying up the score.
Adnan on almost 4,000 damage as well, ladies and gentlemen. Fear find themselves evening the score, and you can see now why this is the best teams in COD ZA. We've had this weekend to go ahead and figure out who it is. Right now, these teams trying to prove that it's themselves.
Well, we're going to be staying on the same map, just changing game modes as we go over to SND on Hacienda. And this is where they 6-0'd Highborn, let it be known. These guys know how to play the map. They're just going to need to convert it in the next one. But goodness gracious me, what a turn of events. Starting off super dominantly, that being the side of Nixa, finding the first 2 maps, answering back immediately. Fear will not go down without a fight.
Absolutely not. Not going down without a fight, especially when there's 30,000 rand on the line for one of these teams. That trophy that we saw earlier will be held up by one of these teams at the end of it. There is no doubt about that. Look at these point differences. We went from so close to each other to now a wipeout from Fear.
Back-to-back dominant maps there, 3-1, 250 to 160. And again, it just comes down to how they are playing around each other. And of course, you can always rely on 1 or 2 of the players from either of these teams to pop off. And in this case, the last 2 maps, it has absolutely been No Solutions and Mage, as they have been putting in the hard yards. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And right now, they are sprinting their way forwards to see if they can actually take the lead for the first time at all against Nixa in the series.
And our predictions kind of on point over here. We knew it was going to be a battle of the Titans. We knew that it was going to be fairly even for the first 4. And now it comes down to the point where each of these teams, both of these teams, need 2 maps to walk away victorious.
It is literally as even as it is. It has now been the full reset. S&D on the way, everybody. That map will be coming up very shortly, and we can feel the energy in the auditorium beginning to grow as there have been cheers across the board. The players are getting loud. You love to see that. There is just unmatched energy here at Canal Walk. And if you're missing it, that's unfortunate. There is still time, though. We have at least another 2 maps on the horizon.
Absolutely. We've effectively turned this best of 7 into a best of 3 right now. And I mean, we knew this was going to happen. Well, did we think it was going to be that close in the beginning and then dominant like that in the next ones?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. This is the first time we actually get to see a grand finals go further than a 4-0. Normally, Nixa just absolutely walks over everyone, but they have been given a challenge here. They have been challenged all together on the same map, different game mode. Map number 5 on the way. 2-2 is the map count. Fear versus Nixa.
And of course, we stay on Hacienda for this one, ladies and gentlemen. And as it is with SND, we are not going to be going ahead and giving away too much in our commentary. It's been going on that way since yesterday. It will continue until that 7th map if we go to it for SND. But we know that it's going to be one for the ages, whether or not. So a lot of the times, you will hear Trout just absolutely have his jaw drop to the floor. But bear in mind, we're trying to keep the commentary a bit vague over here. But we get into SND, ladies and gentlemen.
And on attack, it is going to be the side of Nixa, trying to get that bomb down, trying to get as much information at the moment. Mage getting that ball rolling, seeing if he can find something with a bit of utility. And I like this play from Magic's. Bit of an unorthodox play, but it's going to be No Solution who draws the first blood. Adnan, we'll see you in the next round.
I mean, we see that that campaign gameplay over there, going for a swim as well. Tactical, we like to see that with the stealth. And Magix is going to go ahead and find a way through. And of course now, 4v3 situation and 50 seconds left on the clock mean that Nixa will have to find a way to pull that lead somewhere again.
This may just be some intense timing here in a second. It's going to come down to it. It is currently going to get rolling. Raz gets the trade 2 versus 3, but they know where he is. Like moths to a flame, they find Raz. Now it's going to be Enigma left in a 1 versus 3, but he has to get some good timing. He doesn't check his corners. It's going to be round number 1, going the way of fear.
Beautifully done over there. Strong start, and of course, first map of S&D, or first round of S&D, I will say. We have to wait for that time to go down as well. So this gives the Fear boys a chance to go ahead and think, that worked, let's run it back. Let's do what we can do to get as much rounds as possible before Nixa decide to go ahead and lock it in. Hell, we've seen Nixa lock it in before. Go 6 rounds in a row to go ahead and clean sweep S&D.
Yeah, against TBK. That's
against
right,
TBK, yeah.
And they closed out the previous S&D 6-3. So, again, I have to give a huge shout-out to the side of Magix, and I think it was Raz who went for a dip there. They were trying to see if the water was temperate or not. Turns out it was a little bit slick. They got taken out. Round number 1, going the way of fear.
But we're back in it now, ladies and gentlemen, and Fear on the attack means that we are going to go ahead and change things up a bit. Of course, we are waiting that first blood, as we always do, and that first blood so pivotal for these teams. Trout, I'm seeing exactly what you're seeing, buddy. Don't you worry about that. No solution, close and personal, few shots, but a 2v1 over there in that gunfight means that no solution is going to go down.
But that's going to be the bomb down now on B. Enough of a distraction was caused there to allow them to open up the site, get the bomb down, and here comes the challenge from the mid-map. But Don gets an insane kill, but the trade is just as instant. Coach in a 1 versus 3 right now, and that is going to be all she wrote. But goodness gracious me, Adnan breaking ankles, breaking cameras. And that's going to be the round to the side of Nixa, answering back pretty much instantly.
This is the game that we go ahead and see it again. Back to back. Once again, we're going to have these rounds back and forth between these two teams. This is what happens when you put two absolute talents against each other. And then you wave 30,000 Rand in front of both of their faces. It's exactly what you get. But 1-1 is our score on S&D.
Whew. And this is what you expect, right? It's going to be ping-pong in terms of rounds up until the very end, unless we get to see Nixa find their stride once more, as they did in the first S&D here, where they closed things out at 6-3. But again, on attack, Nixa trying to get that bomb down as quickly as possible. Try to deny as many of these pushes as possible, but it is well read. Their mage sent to the ghoulie, and he will be returning us in the next round. And of course, it's going to be Adnan giving away his position, but yet to find the kill now is going to be no solution. 4v3, bomb yet to go down.
4v3 exactly is where we're at, and 60 seconds left on that timer as well. No solution with a lovely kill over there on Enigma. 2v3 situation now. A lot more doable. But when you're facing the likes of Nixa, where they have their unity, they have that chemistry, it's going to be tough nonetheless. Mix, the last alive in a 1v3 situation. Can Mix clutch it up? Can he do it? No, he can't. When 3 people are slide cancelling at you, it's going to make things extremely difficult.
And you got to respect the veteranship there. He gets the child, gets the information. It's going to be Magix who throws the shoulder, steps back, allows his teammates to take the fight, and it goes the way of Nixa in the end. Currently 2-1 up as they get 2 rounds back to back.
And we've seen this happen before. We've seen Nixa go ahead and get these rounds back to back, and it puts a lot of pressure over on their opponents. In this case, Fear will have that pressure applied to them. But we get into round number 4. First blood waiting to be drawn.
Round number 4 on the horizon, like you said. On attack, side of Fear trying to get that bomb down. And again, the timings are so weird on this map if you know how to play it correctly, but none other than we see none other than Coach, who will fall first at the hands of Raz, and it's going to be a 3 versus 4 right now. Doesn't make the read, gets taken out. It's a 3v3.
And that move has worked as well in the first round, and it sure as hell works again over here. 3v3, 55 seconds is where we're at. Actually, a 3v2, I should say, currently. Fear needs to go ahead and get that bomb planted, but Mix does go down in a clean wipeout. Nixer on fire right now. We've seen this happen before.
3 rounds in a row. S&D is their playground, and they are showing it off here. Even with an unorthodox play, again hitting the water, manages to net them 1 kill, but unable to net them the round. And I love that. Just trying to see if the wall needed a little bit extra support standing up there, as it was. Oh man, Mix who went into the wall screaming as Nixer take their 3rd round.
Through the middle, through the wall has a different meaning over here. But 3-1 is where we're at, round number 5, ladies and gentlemen, and we are off to the races. Nixer on the attack currently. Let's see if they can go ahead and get a 4th round under their belt. Adnan with that first blood might just say, yes, we can. But no, down to a 2v2 just like that in a matter of seconds, milliseconds, honestly.
The trades were quick and thick, and it has evened up to a Thursday night over at ACGL right now. The bomb still in hand, yet to go down, just under a minute to work with. The 2 ARs from the side of Fear versus the 2 ARs from the side of Nixer.
I love that you looked at me when you said AR. That felt really personal, but we are still in this 2v2. Ladies and gentlemen, 45 seconds. And with time ticking, we will go ahead and get that plant. Mix those spots out, that little shoulder peek and a second shoulder peek just to go ahead and tease the opposition for a second. Stuns getting thrown out. Coach gets taken out. Now putting a 2v1 Mix, the last one alive for Fear. And we hear an annoying little sound in our ear. That's an RC coming at you.
And that's got to be 4 straight rounds now for the side of Nixer. These guys are in their stride. They know exactly what they want to do and when to do it. Even though it was a 2v2, you got to deal with a small little explosive remote control car, which makes it a 3 versus 2 in the end. Couldn't quite get the trade, and it is another round for the side of Nixer. I know it says Fear, guys, the colors are backwards, but let it be known, it is still very much in the stride of Nixer.
We get into the next round, ladies and gentlemen. Nixer need to do this 2 more times. 2 more times, ladies and gentlemen, to get a 3rd map and put us at that series point. 30,000 Rand on the line. Nixer can taste it at this point, and they're not going to let it slip at any second. Raz gets taken down, but I mean 3 gets taken down over on the side of Fear. Mage, the last one alive in this 1v3, basically being hunted by this group, this pack of hyenas. Hell, Cerberus itself, as Nixer get a 5th round on the board.
And that is 5 straight rounds of S&D. I would say Hydra, because it seems as though every single time you get a kill, 2 more players are ready for the fight. Cut off 1 head, 2 shall return in its place. And that is the exact mentality that you could see being shown off by the boys over at Nixer, as they have played this S&D all but perfectly, conceding only 1 round so far. But man, wouldn't it be a story if the side of Fear come back and take this from a 5-1 down. But if I was a betting man, money's on Nixer.
I mean, we love stories over here. We love that comeback stories, but let's see exactly what happens in the potential final round, ladies and gentlemen. Nixer with that 4-round lead here in this S&D as we approach, and we wait for that first blood to come through. Nades and stuns getting thrown everywhere on this map. This building doing its best to survive all of those nades, though, and ooh, we are going to go ahead and see that plant go through.
And in the chaos there between the nades, there was the commitment of a streak from the side of Nixer. That would have been a lot of information found. They know exactly that A was open, or B rather, for the plant. And that's going to get the ball rolling. 3v3 now. Coach gets Adnan, but Nate sent to an early grave.
Ooh.
No solution around the back end. And it's going to be Raz who also falls. All of a sudden, it's Magic's left in a 1 versus 2. He's done it before. Can he do it again?
Magix has to do this well. Tries to go for the person he thinks is defusing. Does not work over there. And Fear gonna stay alive for just a little bit longer as they get a 2nd round on the board.
Still in it. Still in it. And it's 1 round at a time. You know, they say you can eat an elephant in... Well, the only way to eat an elephant is 1 bite at a time. And that's how you got to do it right now. 1 round at a time to get back into this game.
What a kill cam as well. And they play that perfectly. We saw the attempt to go ahead and kill the diffuser first. And that's a damn good strat as well. Waste the time, burn the time like that. But alas, they weren't even diffusing. They were just holding that angle, waiting for that angle. And now we get back into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Round number 8 on your screens, everybody. On attack, it's going to be Fear Esports trying to get that bomb down, maybe even trying to find that first blood. The shots rain true, but of course Adnan doing what Adnan does best, flying forwards. Aiden, the man, the myth, the legend, finding first blood as he does.
Nixa with that man advantage right now in this 4v3 situation. And of course Nixa defending in this round. That numbers advantage is going to prove extremely prevalent for that. His coach is just going to make it out alive with his life. And we are going to see a commitment over here for just a second. And yes, we are going to get that bomb planted on A.
Bomb now down. Here comes the retake. Adnan trying to play as best he can. He gets the target. He gets 2. He knows the third is there. Oh my goodness. The 3-piece. You can never count him out. Oh, Adnan.
Nixa going ahead in this endeavor. A monster versus a werewolf.
That's kind of crazy. That is by far the flashiest 3-piece we have seen. He gets the 2-piece with the disadvantage of going in, having to fight a corner, and then turn around, get the second, and finds the third. Well, there is a reason the word around the street is Adnan is the best player in Black Ops 6, and man, if there was a single play to base it off of, I'd have to say it's that one.
I mean, Nixa straight up over there, go ahead in this battle. Monster versus werewolf, Godzilla versus King Kong. Hell, there is no Godzilla or King Kong, because Nixa right now is both of them, and they are on Series Point Trout.
And we are going to stay on the same map, but a different game mode. It is going to be Control, to either push us to the last map in the best of 7, or this will be the end for the run of Fear. But either way, what a performance that was. Adnan just playing out of his socks, man. You cannot take it away from him. He is an absolute phenom online and in LAN, or on LAN rather. It is just nothing but straight beaming left, right and center.
Absolutely, Hacienda Control. That is where we're at. Nixa need one more to go ahead and claim champion, claim the title, claim that trophy, and most importantly, claim that 30,000 Rand, all brought to you here at the MTNShift Gaming Experience by MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First.
Not possible without you beautiful people in the venue and in the chat right now. It is coming to a head, everybody. This is where it is either going to be made or broken for Fear. Like I said, they can feel the pressure, but you can see the vibes are up right now on the side of Nixa. They know exactly what they want to do. It's just one map between them and victory and their 3rd LAN title. So if anyone wants it more, it must be them. They want to prove and solidify the dynasty roster here in South Africa.
Oh, I love that. I'm all about dynasties itself. And to witness it here live from the auditorium in Canal Walk, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. We are getting it set up, as you can see, and maybe even a little bit of strats being discussed right now between the Nixa boys and the Fear boys as well, and trying to figure out how to go ahead and actually make a comeback from this whatsoever. You can see all the players for the side of Fear nerves a little bit, perhaps trying to figure out a strategy behind this. Nixa, obviously the pressure right now of trying to end it all and not let a single moment slip through their fingers.
Not a moment to waste. Like you said, we should be loading back in relatively quickly here. Just a quick reset, same map, different game mode. It is going to be a banger. Straight up and down. Will we see the Control players? Nixa on defense as well here, guys. They have got the advantage out the gate. Here we go, guys. Map number 6. Yeah, it is map number 6. Damn, we've run the distance, guys. It has been a long day of Call of Duty. Over 8 hours for 3 games. But we are coming towards the penultimate event, or penultimate map, rather. Who is going to force the game, or who is going to be taking the W, is the question about to be answered.
8 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Trout, myself, broadcast, everyone in production, the admins. We would like to thank you for sticking with us through the thick, the thin, the roller coasters of this weekend and making it to this point in the grand finals. We are at the potential final map, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Fear and Nixa as we get into control.
Into control indeed. On defense is going to be the boys in gold, trying to get that ball rolling, and it is all on the line. Adnan starting it off with the two-piece as he does, and that is going to be 2 down straight away for the side of Fear.
Beautifully done, and Adnan is that guy, ladies and gentlemen, to get that to instantly. Looking to go ahead, get some more, gets one more over there. Looking to keep it going right now. Impressive, impressive, impressive. And the defense is looking impressive as well.
Getting all 4 players down from the side of Fear allows the side of Nixa to get more map control, and you have to deal with Adnan breaking ankles, jumping fences. Oh my goodness. But in the meantime, it looks like Mikhail manages to get onto the point, maybe securing that first tick here, but the contest is in. It's all up to Mikhail. He has to make more than 1 kill. He isn't able to do it. He gets taken out 25-18. Nixa starting off with an absolute banger.
Finds the key and locks it down. That's what Nixa just did there. All that progress on B gone. Thanks to Raz, thanks to Nixa, and the lives as well dropping. Raz on that 5 killing spree. Lives 25-14. Time ticking down. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds and counting, and it is not looking good here for the side of Fear, because they are struggling to get back into it as another 3 will go down. Raz with the SMG in hand is not something you see very often, but oh my goodness, you cannot move out of your spawn. 5 seconds and counting. Is there anybody to stop that clock? The answer is no. It is going to be round number 1 in favor of Nixa.
I stood up in the middle of that. I stood up in the middle of that. That is how hot that action was. Nixa not wanting to go ahead and give any opportunity. And that was an extremely strong defense to start off on round number 1 of map number 6. Can they go ahead and be as dominant when they attack?
Well, they're going to need to, because damn, that is a real wake-up call for the side of Fear. They could not find anything on the map. It has been a fantastic start. Raz 6-0, and I'm sure there's more than one player from the side of Fear right now. Good mates with Owen, because they will be 0-6 for Coach. Goodness gracious me. 0-6 for Mage. And what is the last one? 0-4 for Mix. Goodness gracious, it is only No Solutions able to find a couple of these kills, and Mage's woes continue here as more of the players from Fear begin to fall.
Finally, Nixa go ahead and lose a couple of lives. Mix capable for one of them. Busts through the door, can't find the kill, finds it just in time to go ahead and trade out. Making some progress over on B, but getting cleared out by Fear. Adnan, we're on tune with Adnan right now. 5-1 currently. And the capture is going through as well by Enigma. There's going to be the first to go on B.
B now halfway, well, just about halfway done, as we need to start clearing out these players. 3 will fall for the side of Nixa, though. It is all eyes on Adnan, but if anyone's going to make a play, it's got to be him. He gets away with his life. He knows there's more nearby. He finds a 2-piece. No Solution, still trying to make it as mixy as possible. Second tick coming through here on B. Will Adnan continue his reign of terror? The answer is yes, as he cannot be stopped.
There is no reign of terror. Adnan is the terror when it comes to Call of Duty. And now a little bit of preventative measures coming over on B, stopping that tick from going any further. 45 seconds is all that remains on the clock. 17-18 lives. Advantage Nixa, and advantage stays Nixa over there.
By 1 life, but under 30 seconds to work with now. They need to start working their way towards one of these final points, either A or B. It doesn't matter. They just need to pause the clock. It was there for a second, but Mage will not allow any transgressions right now. 3 more players will fall for the side of Nixa, and that is going to be a straight W key down into the spawn, and you need to be keeping your head on the swivel. Give him 3, not quite. Coach finds 2, but Mage is there to pick up the pieces. All eyes on Raz. 7 seconds. Realistically, 1 more push, but he gets the ball rolling. He gets 1, but he has to be able to make the cross. He doesn't do it. It's going to be the defensive round. Answered back just as quickly by the side of Fear.
Back and fourth. I look over at broadcast and I just see head shaking. That's what the talent is over here. Back and forth is the name of the game. Coach with these kills. Have a look at this one. Slide through. Bye-bye. And they tie up the scoreline on this control again. Cannot go down without a fight.
There is no version of the future here where Nixa will full out stomp this Fear side. They will always come out swinging, but now they're back on attack, which is obviously the more difficult side here in Hacienda. But they've gotten a bit of momentum under their belt now, and they will be able to feed off of that as they start getting a couple of fantastic kills. They know what Adnan's general play is, but it may not be enough. It's actually going to be exactly that. No Solution finds one. Coach is there to help him out, and Mage finding one for himself, but Raz finds two all to himself, and that is going to be enough to stabilize, as that maybe be open for taking.
And that's beautifully done by No Solution over there, just going ham, left, right, center, hopping over things as well, and firing along as we go. Stuns going out as well, and the cap is going to go ahead. First tick almost instantly over on B. Mix gets taken down though, but that capture making good progress. Mage is going to go ahead and leave it and look to defend that side just a little bit.
This may come back to bite them though. That was the streak now called in. It cleared the point over towards A. We move. But still, they should have played with a few more bodies on the hill. Miguel gets some good timing. Almost doesn't get the shots, but that's the second tick now secured on B. And it's going to be Raz trying to make it happen, but his teammates are falling around him. And it is going to be B, secured with a solid 10 life advantage. A minute and 50 seconds to go. Coach now reaping souls in the spawn. Now with the help of Mix, almost doesn't finish his kill, but it doesn't matter. This is the blender, and it's looking dire for the side of Nixa.
What is Mix cooking up right now? Beautifully done on that 3-kill streak as well, and still alive to keep going. Magic's moving through, trying to go ahead and get over to A safely and securely. Raz goes down. A has passed that first tick, and now looking to go ahead and make progress on the second.
Still a solid double in life count advantage here for the side of Fear. Mix finds 5 in a row. He gets 3 in the feed, as it is nothing but spawn control for the side of Fear Esports right now. They have a 12-kill advantage. They are still finding more. They are continuing to make this Nixa side bleed. You could truly never count out this side. Having said that though, beginning to stabilize now is Nixa as they slowly claw their way back in. Just over a minute to work with, and it could come down to a game of TDM here unless there is a clean sweep and they keep the side of Fear in their spawn.
Yeah, but in this 55 seconds, how do you as Nixa with only 5 lives survive for that amount of time when your opposing team has 13, nay 12, as we see Fast Car go ahead and get an elimination over there. Time slowly ticking out. They're managing to go ahead and play life fantastically, as we see Nixa now just playing around. Adnan just waiting on site as well for anyone to come through. Nixa have no more spawns remaining. They are down to 3 lives, but the timer is down to 27.
But they managed to stop it at a crucial point. It is going to be Magix and Co trying to make it happen right now, but it is tough and very treacherous to get back into this game. Fast Car, he's going to get caught with his pants down on the sprint. The kills come through. It is going to be 2 rounds in a row now for Fear.
Fear doing a fantastic job over there. Now Nixon need to go ahead and make the comeback in this control. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, whether or not this goes down, we have had an incredible best of 7 here so far. If Fear go ahead and win this out, we are moving to Rewind SND, the full 7 yards for our grand final.
The full Monty, if you will. Only 1 round between that and Destiny, it feels, with defense now for the side of Fear, and they're going to need to keep that momentum going. Oh, sorry, attack for the side of Fear. Well, no, I'm right. Jeez, I got turned around so quickly there. It is still defense, and into the fray we go. No Solution doing what Adnan normally does. But having said that, it's actually Raz leading the lobby right now with that SMG in hand. He is doing the Lord's work, continuing to get a couple of these kills. 28 to 27. Very much anyone's game at the start of this round.
Ooh, no solution with the quick turns. Does find that kill eventually over on Raz. And 26 to 26. Very, very even. 56 seconds left on the timer. Nixa somehow, someway need to start getting ticks on. And they managed to start doing that over on B.
They're going to stop that clock at 53 seconds. Here comes Mix from the top ropes. He's going to be able to find one with the help of Mage. That's more players falling, but that's going to be the first tick. Found at B! What is this timing going to look like? Not a fresh haircut on availability here. But Anan still alive for a second, but Mage still slowing that clock for as long as possible. The contest should be coming through. Mix giving Raz the Cape Town special in the feed right now. It is still 21 to 23, slight advantage to the side of Fear.
Now contested over on the side and now getting cleared as well. Fear find their way over onto B and cleared it back all the way down to that one tick. But now progress being made on A by Nixa. Again, shut down almost instantly by Fear, doing a fantastic job. 22 to 18 on the lives as well, and 28 seconds on the timer.
And you can see Mage now beginning to find his way into the spawn as No Solutions is doing the work in the mid-map. But Mix is shooting everything but the player as Anan takes him out, but No Solution is there to pick up the pieces where they were left. It is currently 15 seconds. One more push at either one of these sites right now, otherwise we are going to a game. Number 7, onto B we go. Anan stops the clock at 11 seconds.
11 seconds, manages to get on side, gets the kill as well. Looking to get that second tick. Coach close by though, looks to go ahead and stop it, gets one shot off, but gets immediately yeeted, body bouncing off of those shots. Mage close by, trying to go ahead and stop this shots again, but Nixa now locking in, getting B control, but no, the timer shifts for just a little bit. Bullets flying left, right, and center. We're down to 6 seconds. Magic's just touching that side right now to pause that timer. It's utter chaos over here at B. 4.6 seconds. The entirety of Nixa fighting for this point with 4 seconds. They cannot slip. They cannot get off of this point whatsoever. They stick on it to try to get the full capture. Will they get it? Yes, they will. 60 seconds back on the timer.
But now it's going to come down to lives. 8v7, a minute added to the clock. No Solution still running rampant. He knows there's more players about, but it's going to be Magix who takes him down. Now 6 to 7 in lives. Close range. Mix takes out Boskar. It is still anyone's game. 2 life advantage. It is coming down to the wire. 44 seconds and counting right now. Let's see what No Solution has in the back pocket. The answer is not much. He gets taken out. It is a 5v4. It's going to become a round. SD 5v3.
5v3, that is all that we are down to. Can Fear go ahead and take us to map number 7, SND Rewind? 22 seconds, a couple of lives left. Magic's holding that ADS, trying to find where the player might be. We do see some progress happening on A, but immediately pushed off. 15 seconds is all that's left. Timer has been stopped though. Enigma gonna go ahead and get off of that side. The timer going down. 9 seconds is all that remains. 7 seconds, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to rewind.
We spoke about which game was going to run the distance. It is a best of 7, and let it be known, we are going to S&D on Rewind. We ran the full marathon at this stage, and it is going to be one map to rule them all. 3 apiece.
That is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen. Best of 7. We called it. We're going the entire way out. That is absolutely insane. And I mean, with all of our notes over here, we've gone through, what, like 7 pages?
No, I'm telling you, I'm writing it down there. I was going to talk about the fact that first round of the control absolutely looked so dominant from Nixa. I think we started off the round with 3 of the players from Fear with no kills going into round number 2. But then they got 3 straight rounds from attack to defense to attack. It doesn't matter. They are able to put in the work when they need to, convert the kills when they need it at most. I believe we're going to go for a quick break here before we have the final map in this best of 7, guys. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself some refreshments. We'll be back to end all and see who's going to be crowned the victor. Hello everyone and welcome back to potentially the last time here at the Shift Gaming LAN for Call of Duty. We have run the distance. My name is Trout, this is AR. We have one more map to rule them all. It is Fear versus Nixa. We're going into the S&D on Rewind. Man, oh man, it has been a day of Call of Duty.
It's been an absolute day. I went over to look at OBS, 9 hours, 22 minutes when I last checked of non-stop Call of Duty. Yes, there's been roller coasters here and there, but we finally made it. And of course, we get pushed to the 7th map in our best of 7. Nixa, Fear, tied up. Winner takes all over on Rewind in this SND.
It literally cannot go any further. And this is the question, right? Will we see the side of Fear actually take their first S&D? Or will it be Nixa with 3 in the series? Feels like the ultimate Neslo right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Nixa, obviously, in the past 2 S&Ds of this best of 7, they went ahead, they won that. History is known to repeat itself from time to time. Fear is going to be that moment that says, we don't want it to repeat. We want to rewrite history, and we want to walk away the victors here tonight.
They want to walk away the victors and bragging rights. And of course, 30,000 Rand goes to first place. That is an absolute banger amount of prize pool right there. Let it be known, wouldn't be possible without the beautiful sponsors: Computer Mania, MTN, Red Dragon, Carry First, Toyota, and of course Canal Walk and ACGL. Throwing it all together, it has been a blast, but this is where the spearhead will be ending.
Absolutely. We've gotten to see 4 talented teams come through this weekend, showcase everything that they've had, and you see on your screens right now in the back that trophy. That's what it's all for. These 8 players going at it one last time. 30 bands on the line, a trophy, the title of best COD team in South Africa. This is the MTNShift gaming experience. Make some noise for your competitors.
Fear versus Nixa, loading in to Rewind, the last map to rule them all. It is all up in the air right now. We're not sure. We haven't written the script, or at least haven't read this far in the script yet. It is going to be fantastic. And of course, we have to see who will be crowned kings here at the Canal Walk MTNShift gaming experience, everybody. One last time, let's hear it for the 2 teams on stage.
Nixa, Fear, absolute titans. Back and forth has been the name of the game. We are no strangers to witnessing going to a round 11 in SND. It has happened so much this past weekend. Will it happen again? Ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races.
And it's going to be the side of Fear on attack here. Slowly and surely working their way up on the map here to see who's going to be finding that first blood. I say slowly and surely. Not quite. It's going to be a straight bang out the mid-map. First blood now drawn. Coach will be sent to the next one. Now, 3 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 4. No solution last alive. He gets taken out. And of course, guys, this is the first round of S&D. And with the current state of the game, they have to get that bomb down. And it is going to be running all the way through in terms of that timer. So, round number 1. Getting that ball rolling here. Nixa, draw the first blow.
And no surprise there, they are absolutely fantastic at SND. They often tend to do this consistently with ease. And they just did it again over here. So we will let that timer go out before we get into the second round. But a strong start over here for Nixa. Getting that ball rolling. Getting that momentum started in the final map. The final game mode where glory is on the line.
And that is exactly the start that you want. A straight bang out. It comes down to a good set of trades. I will admit, through the book here, it was very close. It was almost a double kill to start us off there from Mikhail, but unfortunately he wasn't able to convert the kills, and then it just worked its way on through. Of course, now 7 seconds and counting before we're going into round number 2. The full reset is in. Round number 1, like I said, going the way of Nixa.
Exactly what they want as well, and this is what we've seen many a time before. Is history repeating itself over here? Almost said rewriting, but is history repeating itself just off of that momentum? But now we go ahead and witness Nixa on the attack. Fear, obviously, on the defense. 3 seconds as we get into this. Let's see if Nixa can keep that momentum that they've just started.
It all starts with the first blood, and it's normally going to be straight chaos. It's going to be shots across the board. What is this time going to look like? Mage drawing the first blood in the round, sneaking his way on up, and he's got a bit of information to his name as well, but that may be control around one of the sites here. Guys, we cannot give away too much because, of course, we are going live to the venue, but it's going to be Adnan who trades it out 3v3. No solution, still looking to answer back himself.
I mean, the trade-off there is massive. You're keeping the advantages closed. You're not giving it to your opponents, and with 50 seconds left on the timer, a play will have to be made very, very soon over here. And in fact, a play will be made as the bomb will go down and be planted on B.
So the 3v3 retake now on. Now we got to wait for the timings to see how it works out. My goodness, that was a frame of a difference there. But here comes the pinch. It's going to be no solutions. Not quite able to make it happen, but Mix gets the ball rolling. It's a 2 versus 2. Mage around the back end, though. He may be able to make it happen. Mix finds another. It's Raz left in a 1 versus 2. And he's going to be playing his life as best he can. What is this timing going to be? Right now, it is off to the races. And it's actually going to be Mix who makes the read, gets the kill. And it's Fear who answer back as the defuse comes through.
And now they find their own momentum. They cancel out the momentum of Nixa. But it's a tale as old as time. We've seen it happen so often. Back and forth, back and forth. That's the name of the game. With these two titans colliding right here at the auditorium in Canal Walk. We are tied at 1 apiece.
And that is probably going to be what the gameplay is going to look like. Right, we're going to go round for round for round. I want to see a round 11 1v1 for quite literally all of the beans. That would be insane.
Absolutely, yeah. We get into the next round now, and Nixa now defending on this one. Who will be drawing that first blood, ladies and gentlemen? As we get into it, of course, Video Store home to a lot of stuns, a lot of grenades, and a lot of bullets flying through as No Solution finds that first blood.
Takes out Adnan, putting the advantage in terms of life count in favor of Fear here. They still need to get that bomb down, bearing in mind that that is a lot of ground to cover between them and either one of the sites right now. Information still being gathered, still a lot of utility in the back pocket here for both teams, so they can at least find out roughly where the retake should be coming along. 3 versus 4, that's going to be Magic spotting out more. What's the time going to look like? Fastcar still trying to make it happen. What's the timing? Perfect! Almost finds the double! But it doesn't matter, No Solutions is there to find one of his own 2v2 right now. Bomb yet to go down, just over 30 seconds to work with.
It's spotted under the car over there, almost walked into that line of fire. A double would have been beautiful, but down to that 2v2 and 30 seconds on the timer as we move over on to Magic's playing it safe over here. Of course, we are going to see another elimination of Fear. Coach, last one left alive, and Nixa will go ahead and get another point on the board.
That was just a typical pinch right there, and I must admit, Magic's playing his life, and that triggered discipline. Just getting enough information so he could reposition and get set up for the trade if it was the case that Raz went down, but you can never, ever count out Coach as well. Still, Fear taken out. Nixa 2-1 up.
We move on. Round number 4, ladies and gentlemen. This is all on the line in this SND. Everyone wanting to play for keeps. No one wanting to be second place here tonight. We've gotten down to the 7th map. These players giving it their all as they now search out for that first blood. Who is going to get it? Nixa, Fear, both contesting, looking and feeling out the opposition to find that first blood, and it is going to go through. Mix finds Adnan again.
Adnan being shut down relatively early in these rounds, and that may pay dividends in the end, but the trade just as quick there. 3v3, bomb yet to go down. And this map being as large as it is, you tend to see more ARs than expected. No Solution working his way on through, but this may be the opening that the side of Nixon needs here to get that bomb down, and that is exactly what is going to happen.
Bomb will go down. Bomb will be planted over on A in this 3v3 situation. And now the time ticking away for Fear. See angles being held, spotted out through the windscreen over there is Enigma. Actually goes ahead and plays life now, saving himself for a little bit longer. 27 seconds on that clock as we now need Fear to go ahead and make a play, and Mage will start making a play, Trout.
Well, he gets traded immediately. 18 seconds. The pressure beginning to mount. No solutions is there. It is none other than Enigma left in this 1 versus 2. 11 seconds and counting. What's the timing going to look like? He's going to find all 2. Timing is perfect. Enigma answering the call. It's going to be Nixa 3-1 up.
Let's take a look at this one more time. Goes through that doors oh so slowly. And then at the same time, 1 bullet, 2 kills to end off the round. Nixa now in the lead. They are halfway there to winning it.
Halfway there. 3 rounds needed here. It is... You can actually cut the tension with a knife right now. Whoa! We get a little bit of... we know he's got it. It's another day in the office here for Enigma. But again, back to the races we go. Mage and Pro on attack.
On attack indeed, and still trying to find out that first blood. Currently, there it is, as No Solution will find out Raz and immediately keep that advantage of the lives. Just about to hit 60 seconds right now, and just a feeling out process, methodical, always in this. And especially now, it's so needed as Magix gets taken out as well. Killing spree over there for Enigma. Enigma finally gets taken out. It's a 1v3 situation. Nay, a 1v2 situation. Adnan, the last one alive for Nixa. Good shots, no kill as of yet. But 40 seconds left on the clock.
So plenty of time for them to make a decision as to where they want to get this bomb down, but Adnan going to try his best to force the 1v1. Oh my goodness, that was almost pixel perfect right there. But this is where it's going to come down to it. How's it going to work on out? That should be the plant coming through. It is indeed, but goodness gracious, Adnan might just have been gifted, but he gives away his position, doesn't find the kill, and that is all they need. Just the slight advantage to know where they should be keeping their heads on a swivel. Adnan trapped in a tough spot, but it doesn't matter. He gets the tags. It's going to be everyone down to 1 HP. But Adnan alive and kicking for now.
Oh
my goodness. Whoa. He's just going to be running rampant. He sees the player. He gets the kill. 1v1. Still 14 seconds. It has to be perfect right now. Where is he going to find the kill? Is it going to come on in? He sees the player! He sees the player, but there's no time! There's no time! They did enough! Another round going the way of Fear, but Adnan certainly showing his veteranship. It came down to the wire, but just by the nick of, well, just by the skin of their teeth, Fear keep the round.
That was a second difference, Trout. A second wasted enough to go ahead and get a round for Fear over there. And the dream is still alive. The question is there a miracle right now to make that comeback flawlessly over here and take the win right out from under Nix's noses? Only time will tell as we move into the next one.
Well, I mean, it is just one round between the two, so very much anyone's game at the moment. But these are the next most crucial rounds, and it's going to be first blood going the way of Enigma, and that could have gone either which way there. But of course, if you bash open those doors, you got to be ready for the fight. But here it comes. It's going to be another set of information. Again, the shots are in. 2 players fall in quick succession, but the answer back is quick and thick from Mage, but he can't quite get another trade. 1v3 now for Coach. Slowly and surely, it is going to be... I can hear the crowd right now. That is hilarious. The bomb now planted. It's going to be Coach who gets the ball rolling. He finds it, but he gets another one potentially. He knows that the players are stacking. He just has to play his life. He has to force the 1v1. Has to get the reload. 1 kill and a dream between him and saving the play. It's just literal shoulder throwing simulator, and they do exactly the right thing. And another round going the way of Nixa. Goodness gracious, it was a couple of pixels, a couple of plays, a couple of seconds, the difference maker there for Nixa as they keep the lead to another 2 rounds. 4-2.
Another 2 rounds needed for Nixa over there to go ahead and once again claim the title from Shift Gaming Experience. Once more, can they do it, or will Fear end that streak, confirm and achieve that dream of their own? 4-2 is our score as we get into the next one. Fear on the attack.
And I would argue that this may be the single most important round for the side of Fear. They need to stop the side of Nixa going up onto map point. And it all starts with that first blood and a little bit of aggression out the gate. How is it going to look? Well, it may just be paid in full right now as the bomb is planted on A. It's the 4v4 retake, but the shots aren't there for Magics, but luckily Adnan is there to get the trade 3v3.
3v3 indeed. 35 seconds as well. That's all that's left. And for our defenders, they will have to make a play fairly soon. Still, the feeling out process still existing over here. And ooh, behind the door is going to go ahead and be Mage. And just like that, I mean, clearing corners is definitely a must in this situation.
Well, again, that is a weird corner to check. The Creddy angle's coming out, but you've got to be able to remove all the stops here in the grand final. Currently 4-3 again, and exceptionally crucial round there for Fear as they managed to do the Lord's work and keep the lifeline alive. 4-3 is the round count. Still very much takeable by both of these teams. Again, Nixa looking to get on up here onto series point, onto grand finals point. 1 or 2 rounds is all that is between these teams here. Specifically 2 for Nixa, 3 for the side of Fear.
Can they get it an advantage into this one? Can they tie it all up and push us closer and closer to that round 11 nades flying all around the map? A little bit of info over here. There's one from No Solution. There's 2 from No Solution. Backs up, plays life immediately, steps away from that car bomb. Raz gonna go ahead, last man alive right now, and survive just a little bit longer. 56 seconds in this 1v3 situation. Spots out another, takes it down to 2. A lot more doable, a lot more winnable right now for Raz, for Nixa. Or will Fear go ahead and use this numbers advantage? I mean, they do so well on this numbers. There's that information being relayed now from Fear, from No Solution to his teammate Mix. And now playing around, Raz has to be so careful over here as the solo player. And is trying to find his way around. Surely hears those steps and gets caught out.
4 apiece. It is going to be 2 rounds for both. A round 11 on the horizon right now. Absolutely a necessity. You can hear everyone in...
Chanting.
Oh, it's chanting. I was trying to figure out exactly what was going on. The entire crowd just erupted. I thought we were going to be seeing a few fisticuffs. It sounded like there was something that had just broken out there. But either way, 4 apiece, 2 rounds needed for either side. On to attack. Go the boys at Fear.
Nixa have to defend this one perfectly again. An important round over here. And I know that we will see that round 11, especially with these 2 Titans going at it. First blood being sought out right now. Once again, the usual many shots coming through. Spotted out a lot of damage. There's that first blood as Raz goes down to Mage. And now the numbers advantage in Fear's hands currently.
Oh, Adnan doesn't check his corners. He goes down. That should be the bomb on the floor. It is indeed. It's all of a sudden Magic's left in a 1 versus 4. He gets the ball rolling though. Finds his first. But he has 37 seconds and counting. And you can see you got to be able to take these plays, take these rounds, take these kills one at a time. 29 seconds and counting. He manages to force another 1v1. Gets the kill. But his position is given away. He gets taken out, and for the first time we get to see Fear 5-4 up. They take the lead, 1 round away from being crowned champions.
The question now, ringing through everyone's ears, ringing through Twitch chat, ringing through Fear's minds. Do you believe in miracles? Can Fear go ahead, do it one more time, 1 more round to get the victory, to get the 30,000? We are on potential last round for SND. Let's get into it. Nixa on the attack. Fear has to defend this perfectly to walk away right here, right now. Victorious, big shot landing on Mage, and now has to go ahead and play life. We are going to see many more shots come through as well. Nades, stuns, everything thrown at each other over here. Mix as well, holding angle upon angle. First blood yet to happen, ladies and gentlemen. And we are at 56 seconds left. There's first blood as we witness Enigma go ahead and get it. Mix with the shots of the century. Eventually gets taken out, Trout.
And it is currently a 2 versus 4. The bomb yet to go down. Mage is taken out. It is a 1v4 for Coach. The bomb going down. And we're going to a round 11, everybody. It was written in the stars. 1 round to rule them all. It is going to be the one and done. No more mistakes either way. This is the penultimate. It cannot go any further. It is going to come down to the end.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment we've been waiting for. One final round. No breaks, no slips, no mistakes. This is it. A winner will be crowned at the end of this round. SND one more time. Fear on the attack. Let's see that first blood come through, ladies and gentlemen, and immediately shots getting fired, nades getting thrown, stuns everywhere as well, of course, in Video Store, as it usually is. And again, playing it a bit slower, stuns incoming as well to Fear. And they've got to play it slower now. They've got to play it more methodically. This is it. No other chances after this. Both of these teams know exactly what's on the line. It's crazy, Trout, how we went from a best of 7 to a best of 3 to a best of 1 and now to 1 round left. And both of these teams playing it so slow right now. Magix does go down. Coach gets the first blood. Good sprays coming out of Mix. No kill off of it just yet. Raz goes down as well. We are in a 1v2 situation. Makes last live. Almost finds one. Hops around again, playing life. And moving so quickly. Does not find it. Ladies and gentlemen, your MTNShift gaming experience, Call of Duty champions, once again, Nixa!
Oh my goodness, Mage tried everything. They had the bomb down. They had the plays, but it was not to be. It's got to be the 3-time legends. The dynasty solidified. Nixa closing out that round 11 now. It is 6-0 in the end.
Oh my lord. What a finale. What a finish from these two teams. Ultimately though, Nixa walk away victorious with the title, with the trophy, with the 30,000 rand.
Goodness gracious me, it literally could not have run any further. It came down to a 1v2. The bomb was planted. Absolute cinema, and I think that is the closest Call of Duty I have seen in the last 4 years. The dynasty, however, has been solidified. Like I said, the 2025 champions crown. Nixa go back to back to back, everybody. Fantastic stuff.
I mean, they've solidified their names. They really have. In fact, all 4 of these teams have. Nixa just stands a little bit higher right now, standing on that 30k for extra height, and they will raise that trophy as well. Trout, what a hell of a weekend we experienced. 2 days of non-stop Call of Duty action. Absolutely insane. These 4 teams competing, showcasing their talents, showing why they are the best in the scene and why they deserve to be at lands like this.
100%. It has been a fantastic time. My name is Trout, and this was AR Gaming. We're going to be throwing it over to Skara for the prize giving. And once again, thank you to all the lovely sponsors and everyone who came out and witnessed this glory in person. It was a fantastic one. Until next time, guys, it was a banger.